Elizabeth's. You seem remarkably capable to me. You are both invaluable as sisters, discerning none of my mistakes, but I assure you the servants have noticed. Mrs.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Annesley, Mary observed, had picked up her hoop and was too busy attending to her stitches to contradict Elizabeth as she described the butler's horror the first time she returned home from a walk caked in countryside. Though I believe it was my attempt to come into the house via the kitchens that most horrified him. I would have been better advised to trample the clean carpets than his sensibilities. "Oh, is that why cook was in a lather on Wednesday?" Miss Darcy inquired. "No, that was due to my trespassing in her domain to hang some flowers to dry." "You are not supposed to go below stairs at all?" Mary queried. "I only think I need to announce myself in future. I had on an apron, cap, and old walking dress, and the poor woman mistook me for a maid. She served me the sharp edge of her tongue before she recognized me." "Oh my, what did you do?" Miss Darcy exclaimed fretfully. Mary was unsurprised to hear her sister say she had only laughed. "Might I suggest you make an effort not to shock your poor staff with such regularity? You would not like to sink any further in their esteem," Mrs. Gardiner ventured. Her tone, which verged on admonishing, caused a fluttering in Mary's stomach, for it made her wonder whether Elizabeth had not been teasing when she decried her performance as mistress. "No, indeed, I have mortified them all enough," Elizabeth agreed. "I thought my lady's maid would faint when she caught me mending my own camise. Still," she added, looking up from her search and grinning at them all, "if my husband can tolerate my unfashionable independence, I am sure the staff will grow accustomed to it in time." Mary knew not whether to be diverted or dismayed. That her sister should be struggling to adapt to her new life would have been vastly distressing but for the fact that Elizabeth did not seem in the least perturbed by her professed insufficiencies. She had no time to do aught more than frown over it. Having found the piece of music for which she had been looking, Elizabeth announced her intention to have the staff move the furniture aside. Rather than walking around the piano to the bell-pull, however, she squeezed between the stool and a nearby pedestal, sending the very expensive-looking miniature bust atop the ladder sailing to its demise. No one spoke as all 5 women congregated around the shattered figurine, each gazing down upon it with various degrees of alarm. "Whose likeness was that, Georgiana?" Elizabeth said quietly. "I am not sure. Nobody I knew." Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. "Well then, do any of you think Darcy will notice?" "My dear girl," said Mrs. Gardiner, "your husband is apparently blind to just about everything where you are concerned. I dare say you could string the pieces together and hang them as bunting, and he would not blame you for it." This comment, after a short, shocked silence, set them all off into the peals of laughter that consumed them still when Mr. Darcy and Mr. Gardiner entered the room. Having the most direct view of the door, Mary noticed them first and watched with considerable trepidation as Mr. Darcy took in the scene. It was her uncle who first spoke. "It seems we need not have been concerned for their entertainment after all, Darcy. They appear to have been amusing themselves perfectly well without us." All 4 of the other women started and spun around. "So it would seem," Mr. Darcy said, his gaze fixed upon Elizabeth as he crossed the room and came around the piano to discover the source of their amusement. Mary fought the absurd impulse to whimper. Elizabeth only grimaced, contritely, and barely so. "Forgive me, I was a little too eager to begin dancing." "You intended to dance?" he inquired gravely, adding, when she nodded, "Without me?" Elizabeth broke into an exceptionally mischievous smile. "Yes, I felt a great inclination to seize the opportunity to dance a reel." Miss Darcy sucked in her breath. Mary quite agreed with her apprehension. She thought she might cry when Mr. Darcy turned his piercing gaze upon her, until he smiled. Then she thought she might swoon. "Mary, would you be so kind as to play for us?" She nodded mutely, but he could not have seen, for his eyes were already upon Elizabeth again. "I am suddenly tempted to dance myself." Mary watched, incredulous, as Elizabeth accepted his proffered hand and stepped clear of the broken bust. "Yes, mind not old Tobias," Mr. Darcy said, so dryly it almost belied the glint in his eye. "He only built the place." Elizabeth was yet smiling over that remark when all the chairs had been pushed aside, and her husband whisked her with improbable dignity into the first figure of a most undignified reel. Thursday, 6 August 1812, Derbyshire. Elizabeth returned to her bedchamber to find her aunt as she had left her, wandering the room, peering curiously at everything. She closed the door behind her. "There, he knows you are here and will not disturb us or wander into the room in his undress." Mrs. Gardiner looked at her in mild surprise. "He does not knock before entering?" "Not usually," she answered, sitting on the bed and curling her feet beneath her. Her aunt turned fully towards her, her surprise transformed into alarm. "He ought to. Do not be afraid to ask it of him. I have no wish for him to knock first. We are very easy with each other. We come and go as we please between all our rooms." Her aunt looked decidedly skeptical. "Familiarity is one thing, privacy is quite another. What if you are, you know, I have a separate room for my toilette." "No. Well, yes, that is bad enough. But what if you are unclothed?" Elizabeth laughed. "Well, forgive me, but that is often the point of his coming in." Her aunt's eyebrows shot up divertingly. "Indeed, I did mean to inquire whether you were yet comfortable with the intimacies of married life, but I take it you have overcome any trepidation in that quarter?" She nodded, unable to keep from grinning. "Lizzie, you look unpardonably smug." "Do I? You know you do. And let us not be shy about it. You have good reason. Your husband is an uncommonly handsome man, with something particularly pleasing about his mouth." Elizabeth wondered whether her aunt knew she was blushing, and if that was why she changed the subject. "Tell me, is Jane as contented with Mr. Bingley?" The question caught Elizabeth by surprise. She pulled a pillow from behind her and hugged it to her chest. "Truly, I could not tell you. She was not happy with me when I saw her last. How happy she is with her husband was not something she wished to discuss." Mrs. Gardiner came to join her, perching on the edge of the bed. "Why was she unhappy with you?" "She was upset that I neglected her at Lady Ashby's ball." "I do not take your meaning. In what way did you neglect her?" "She felt I cared only for my own reception, and paid no heed to how she was treated, which, by her account, was with a marked want of respect." "Well, what on earth did she expect? Fanfares? She is not of the same sphere." Elizabeth shrugged. "Neither am I. But you are now, Lizzie. If Jane imagined she would be received with the same deference as Mrs. Darcy of Pemberley, she was dreaming. She ought to be careful. She will make people think she is jealous. Darcy said something very similar. I do not wish to believe it of her, though. Neither do I, but we are none of us without faults." "True, but why should Jane be jealous? She is 5 times as pretty as I, and 10 times as good." Mrs. Gardiner leaned back against the bedpost, rearranging her skirts around her. "Mayhap therein lies the rub. How often have you lauded Jane's goodness? How often does your mother boast of her beauty?" "Often, I suppose." "Why? I can conceive that being told constantly she is superior to all her sisters and friends might have instilled in her a propensity to resent anything, or anyone, who makes her feel inferior." There was a pause. "I suspect, presently, that anyone is you." "Yes, I gathered you were heading in that direction," Elizabeth replied miserably.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. But Jane has never coveted greater consequence. I cannot comprehend why she should suddenly be envious of my having a superior situation. Perhaps not of your better situation, per se, but that your situation means you are better admired. "Hardly," Elizabeth exclaimed, with a bitter bark of laughter. "Half of society despises me, and the rest is completely indifferent to me." Mrs. Gardiner raised an eyebrow. "Truly? Because Jane's grievances, as you have related them, rather suggest it was she to whom society was indifferent, and you whom they admired." Elizabeth shook her head, wondering vaguely when it had begun to ache. Jane may have been less admired than she felt she deserved, but I assure you she was under no illusion that I fared any better. Indeed, she went to great lengths to ensure I understood just how ill my new family thought of me. She picked unhappily at the pillow's trim. They will never like me, apparently, if I do not learn to respect them properly. When she received no answer, she looked up and was taken aback to discover Mrs. Gardiner's lips pressed together into a tight line, and her countenance stained an angry red. "What is it?" I am loath to say too much more, for I would not stir ill feeling between the pair of you. But I regret it sounds very much as though Jane has maligned your success merely to lessen her own disillusionment. Elizabeth recoiled. That Jane should feel some jealousy for their altered situations was perhaps only natural. That she should blame her for it, consciously set out to punish her for it, was inexpressibly painful. Think you that was her design? I sincerely hope it was not her design, but it may well have been unconsciously done. Elizabeth felt quite nauseous with dismay. Yet a friendship such as hers and Jane's was too important to be forsaken over such a nasty little thing as jealousy, and she was nothing if not obstinate. Then I shall just have to convince her she has nothing of which to be jealous, shall I not? Her aunt smiled warmly. And I have every faith you will put it all to rights, Lizzie, but you look tired. Let us speak no more of it this evening. After a fond good night, she left to find her own apartments. Mere moments after Elizabeth closed the door to the hall behind her aunt, the one from the sitting room opened, and Darcy, after a quick glance to ensure she was alone, stalked in. "Forgive me, Elizabeth. I know I said I would wait, but truly, what can you possibly have been discussing with your aunt for so long that you have not already spoken of this past week?" She meant to tease him for his disgruntlement, but instead surprised herself by feeling suddenly tearful. His countenance was overcome with alarm, and he strode across the room to embrace her. "What in God's name has been said?" "Oh, nothing new. Only what passed between us in London. Forgive me, I know not why I am allowing it to upset me so. I am only tired, I think." She promptly found herself whisked off her feet and carried directly to her bed. He joined her, lying on his side with his head propped on one hand, and wiped away her tears with his thumb. "I shall write to Bingley and tell him not to come," he said so very gently. "No," Elizabeth answered sleepily. "Pray do not. I should like to see Jane. To set matters aright." She was sunk too far into sleep to discern what he said in response. She knew only, as she drifted off, that his assurances were whispered so tenderly and his caresses so gentle she could not have remained awake had she tried. Friday, 7 August 1812. Derbyshire. Darcy caught his breath when he espied her. She stood at the top of the steps just beyond the main door, half illuminated by the sunlight cascading around her, humming quietly as she awaited the rest of the party. Her distress and fatigue the previous evening had alarmed him greatly, for though little in the world compared to the contentment of watching her sleep in his arms, he was unused to seeing aught akin to fragility in her. To see her now banished all his concern. She was breathtaking, radiant of complexion, comely of figure, assured of carriage, and his. He moved to stand directly behind her and put his lips to her ear. "I swear you grow more tempting by the day." She jumped, gasping and laughing, though she made no attempt to move away. Indeed, she arched her back slightly to press her temple to his cheek. Whether it was also intentional that her buttocks pressed against him, he thought it probable. He made a small strangled noise, and his hands flew to her hips to stay her motion ere she rendered him indecent. "My God, woman, I am on my knees for you." She turned to face him and raised one delicious eyebrow.
Now that is an intriguing prospect. Dear Lord, would she slay him here in the hall? Pray, torture me not. I am only human, Elizabeth, and you are divine." She gave no response. With naught but a saucy smirk, she was gone, walking around him to greet her aunt, uncle, and sister, just arriving downstairs with Georgiana. He had married the devil in a siren's guise. Biting the inside of his cheek to suppress an exultant smile, he straightened his attire that he might at least appear outwardly composed and turned to escort their guests to the awaiting carriage. "We have thoroughly enjoyed our visit, Darcy," Mr. Gardiner said as they walked outside. "Pemberley is without equal, and you and Lizzie have been delightful hosts. I cannot thank you enough for making us so welcome." "It has been our pleasure," Darcy replied. "We are delighted you have agreed to come back at Christmas. Pemberley is an enchanting place for young children. I hope yours will enjoy it." "I have no doubt they will, sir, though whether Pemberley will like them quite as well in return by the end of the visit remains to be seen. It has weathered worse in its time, I am sure. And will again, I should not wonder, for if they are aught like their mother, then any children of Lizzie's are unlikely to be particularly tractable, I am sorry to say." Darcy agreed with a smile that did not come close to expressing his eagerness to begin a family with Elizabeth. The prospect of establishing his own legacy at Pemberley, of its being Elizabeth with whom he did so, of seeing her make a child in her image and in her body, was one he anticipated with absurd impatience. At the foot of the stairs, Mr. Gardiner paused to say goodbye to his niece, and Darcy turned to bid farewell to the ladies. His happy reflections having put him in an exceedingly good humor, he was moved to kiss each of their hands as he helped them into the carriage. Mary smiled and wished him well. Mrs. Gardiner audibly sucked in her breath and stumbled on the steps. Keeping hold of her hand to steady her, Darcy leant to better see her face around the rim of her bonnet, inquiring gently after her well-being. Her eyes, when they met his, widened ever so slightly, and she promptly flushed bright red, skewering him squarely betwixt amusement and mortification. For though humility demanded he admit it to no one, he was not unconscious of his looks, and hers was not an unprecedented reaction. "Silly me, I missed the step," she said, all but leaping into the carriage. "Oh, I shall miss you, Lizzie," Mary said, leaning back out of the door to squeeze her sister's hands, as close to high emotion as Darcy had ever seen her. "Pray write often, and visit us at Longbourn as soon as may be." There now, child," Mr. Gardiner said, shooing her back into her seat as he climbed in. "You have been away as long as your sister has. It is time we took you home." He indicated that the driver should set off, then raised his hat cordially. "Thank you again, Lizzie, Darcy, Miss Darcy, until Christmas." A chorus of goodbyes arose between them all as the carriage pulled away. Darcy observed Elizabeth from the corner of his eye, hopeful that her relation's departure would not distress her overmuch.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. On the contrary, she showed every sign of being greatly diverted. What amuses you? She made a poor attempt to conceal her mirth and shrugged. Nothing. You are determined to exclude me from all your jokes? No, only some of them. Have I not demonstrated my capacity for extracting information? Yes, very well, but I am wise to your methods now. God, he wanted to kiss her. He wished his sister were not there, staring at them aghast as though they were hurling oaths at each other. Keeping his expression perfectly blank, he looked back to the disappearing carriage. You have no respect for me whatsoever, wife. I ought to have invited your aunt to stay. She is not so impervious to my charms. He vastly enjoyed Elizabeth's surprise, by now of the firm opinion he must take his victories whenever he could with her. You know full well what diverted me, she cried, laughing. It was his turn to shrug. If he had noticed Mrs. Gardiner's discomposure, it was no great surprise her niece might have. Which is a shame, she continued, for I was thinking, had you got down on your knees, I might have been persuaded to tell you. Thus, she effortlessly reclaimed the victory and ran off gaily, leaving brother and sister staring after her in astonishment, the former wondering how on earth he was to reassure the latter that his wife did not truly expect him to beg, despite that being precisely what he meant to do. Scarisbrick, Hampshire, August 8th. Dearest Jane, I thank you for your letter and good wishes. You are too kind. We are indeed having a wonderful time. This year's gathering is even better than last, since the Countess of Picton is among the party. Of course, you could not know her reputation for fun, so you must take my word that we are all having a lark. And my, your sojourns about London seem to have kept you busy. I myself frequent the places you describe, but rarely, but I am delighted to hear they pleased you so well. Now, as to your reluctance to visit E., I entreat you not to refuse her invitation. Have I not counseled that a breach would be ill-advised? Besides, if B's letter to D did indeed make no mention of visiting them, it seems I was correct, and his interest has already run its course. Thus, there can be little to fear on that score. I say go, enjoy the many delights of P, and should S teasing and flirting prove no better, you may commiserate with me at your leisure. Indeed, pray write to me anyway with news of how she gets on, for I should be vastly comforted to know D does not regret his choice. Your mention of her struggles with her new role is a cause for great alarm in that regard, though little surprise. I can only hope the mistakes to which she alluded in her letter to you are neither too many nor too egregious. Mayhap, when you visit, you might show her by your example how a woman ought to be sensible of her station. I wish you a happy wedding trip and look forward with relish to your next letter. Lady Ashby, 9. Of Revelations and Resentment. Friday, 14 August 1812. Derryshire. 1 month of marriage had not diminished Elizabeth's happiness in any way, and familiarity had not dampened her bliss. She still woke each morning as surprised as the last to find herself a woman married, still delighted every day in discovering more to love in her husband, and still marveled constantly at her new situation. Much of what there was to marvel could be seen from her bedroom windows, as she idled at her dressing table, quietly humming the tune she had been practicing that afternoon and brushing her freshly washed hair. It was into this bubble of utopian contentment that Darcy stormed with a quantity of papers in his hand, an angry imprecation on his lips, and a savage scowl upon his countenance. Of all the vexing, ill-timed mishaps, he strode back and forth across the floor. I never heard such a catalogue of poor excuses and incompetence. He ought to have put Ennings to the job in the first place. A leg will not mend before the harvest. Magnus will have to journey from Kimpton. Blast it, Barnaby. Barnaby, is there some way in which I can help? What? No. He shook his head and continued pacing for a moment, then whirled back to her. I must postpone our trip tomorrow. This news brought Elizabeth nothing but relief. They had visited several local towns that week already and dined with neighbors twice, and she was exceedingly tired. A long, jostling carriage ride to Buxton had lost all its appeal. She opened her mouth to tell him she had no objection when he abruptly set off about the room again, fuming about the as-yet unspecified calamity. Her third attempt to regain his attention silenced him at last. Fitzwilliam, what exactly has Mr. Barnaby done? His countenance darkened further still, and his answer, when he gave it, took her by surprise, for it had naught to do with legs, harvests, or trips to Buxton. He has asked me to be godfather to his new son. The cogs of her mind labored to fathom why on earth that might have distressed him. Her heart squeezed when she comprehended the answer, but once again, before she had the chance to speak, he took to pacing and bemoaning Mr. Barnaby's ineptitude. Despite his pique, Elizabeth found herself smiling fondly at him, for it was becoming ever clearer that he had come to her seeking neither advice nor answers, but only to vent his spleen. After all, her regrets to have left him broken-hearted and comfortless following their quarrel in Kent, she rejoiced at being able to provide him such consolation. She returned to brushing her hair and simply watched him, content to let him rail until his ire ran cool, and rail he did.
There is not room enough for Magnus to board with Powell or Craig. I shall have to reopen the long barn and have it fitted out for all the extra hands." He paused to send her an exasperated glance, and she smiled sympathetically. "Ennings will have to stand in for Donahue. There is the north gable to be seen to this autumn, so he cannot be spared either." She thought he might be biting off an oath when he snapped his mouth shut and threw her another irate scowl. She smiled again. "Somebody else will have to be found," he resumed. "God alone knows who will replace Donahue permanently if his leg does not heal. How Barnaby thinks to arrange it all before he leaves for York is the devil's own guess. And this is the day the man thinks it prudent to ask me to be godfather to his child. Would that he ask his brother or cousin or one of the damned sheep, for I want no part of it, and for the love of God would you cease your infernal humming, woman?" They both froze, staring at each other, dumbstruck. Darcy looked horrified. Elizabeth was immobilized with the near insurmountable urge to guffaw. Persuaded by his vast dismay that now would be the most inappropriate time to do so, she turned away to hide her smirk. "Dear Lord, I beg you would forgive me, Elizabeth. That was unpardonable." Would that he be less contrite, that her amusement might seem less unfeeling. Her shoulders began to shake with silent laughter. He was at her side in an instant. "Love, pray do not cry. I am sorry." Oh, good heavens, he thought she was weeping. A snort of laughter burst from her lips, and she clamped a hand over her mouth, shaking her head for him to cease apologizing, but he would not desist. He reached for her hand and turned her gently but insistently to face him. His expression was one of mortified concern, briefly. It was soon overtaken with confusion, then affront. "You are not crying." "No?" She sniggered despite herself and pressed her lips closed. He stepped away from her. "You are laughing." "Yes, a little." "Elizabeth, I just bellowed at you." "I noticed. I failed to see the humor in that. I have never shouted at a person in such a manner in my life. That I should have done so at you is insupportable. Ah, but you have never had a me before to cut up your piece and turn your world upside down."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Besides, you would not be the first person to be irritated by my humming. Your humming does not irritate me, not usually. She supposed growing up almost as an only child meant he was unaccustomed to the compromises and vexations of living with another person. She felt a little teasing was in order to compensate for his deprivation. "'Tis well, Fitzwilliam, I am not offended. Your pacing does not usually irritate me either." He frowned at her. "My pacing? You pace, more so when you are agitated, but it is not as vexing as your teeth grinding." "What, teeth grinding?" Elizabeth thought he was doing an admirable job of maintaining his dudgeon, given her own broadening grin. How she adored him and his silly pride. "When you are concentrating, you grind your teeth." "I do not." "And you sneeze too loudly." "I beg your pardon." "When you sneeze, you do so exceptionally loudly." "What sort of objection is that? One cannot regulate the volume of one's sneezes." She shrugged her shoulders. "It makes me jump." At last his lips quirked. "Is there aught else?" "That will do for now." He reached for her hands and pulled her up off the stool and into his embrace, his mouth upon hers ere she was on her feet. It was over too soon, yet for all its brevity, his kiss left her breathless and flushed. "I am so in love with you, Elizabeth." "Despite my humming?" "Your humming is Mozart to mine ears." She giggled, but her smile faded as her thoughts sobered. She placed a hand upon his chest and looked up at him earnestly. "You know, Fitzwilliam, you are not your father, and Mr. Barnaby's son is not George Wickham. You are not destined to repeat their mistakes." He sighed heavily. "I know, but I cannot abide the thought of imposing the same blight upon my own children. It will not go the same. We shall make sure of it. Do not let your resentment for a bad man lead you to offend a good one. You are right, of course." He kissed her once more and released her, turning to retrieve his papers from the table. "I am sorry we can no longer go to Buxton tomorrow," he said, holding up a letter from the pile and peering at it as though noticing it for the first time. "I am certain you will like the place very well." I am sure I shall. She returned to her stool and picked up her brush once more. But it will still be there next week. We need not explore the whole of Derbyshire in my first month here. He did not answer, for he had begun reading the letter, and his countenance, so recently relieved of its angry glower, was very rapidly being overspread with an even stormier expression. God in heaven, what is the man thinking? He threw the sheaf of papers back on the table and turned away in disgust, one hand planted firmly on his hip, the other rubbing his jaw. Whatever is the matter now? Montgomery has offered for Anne. Elizabeth winced. Well, you knew it was probable. You will just have to accept it. That is precisely what he expects me to do, he said, turning to face her. He wishes me to stand up with him at his wedding, to set aside all my grievances with Lady Catherine as though our estrangement were nothing more than a trifling squabble. But I cannot forgive her, thus I must disappoint him. Elizabeth set her brush down. Will you not even consider reconciliation? She said cautiously. For your friend's sake, and your cousin's if not your own, how can you even entertain the notion after the way she has treated you? She has been insufferable throughout this whole affair. She has always been insufferable. She is hardly likely to change at this late stage. He gestured widely with his hands. And so I told Montgomery, yet he has chosen to ignore my warning and offer for Anne anyway. Elizabeth sat back in surprise. Did you advise Mr. Montgomery against marrying Anne? I did not, he said firmly. When she raised an eyebrow in challenge, his gaze hardened. I gave him no unsolicited advice. He sought my opinion of the match. Her surprise ceded to dismay and then anger. And you clearly expected your reply to put him off. What did you say? The truth, that Lady Catherine is poisonous and disloyal. He is not marrying Lady Catherine, Elizabeth cried, coming to her feet. I am beginning to think this has less to do with Mr. Montgomery's happiness than it does your resentfulness. I beg your pardon? Your poor friend came to you for your opinion, nay, I dare say your approval of the match. You did him a disservice if you thought only of your own objections in answering him. I resent that, he replied icily. I said nothing that was not true of the woman who would be his mother were he to enter into the union. Do not underestimate with what caution a man must consider that encumbrance. Nothing was as likely to provoke Elizabeth's ire as a reminder of his previous disdain for her family. You may have been honest about that, but did you consider what comfort it might be to Anne, or what consolation she might afford his motherless son? Did you mention that his investment would save Rosings, or that you should like to be his cousin? Or did you omit all these facts in favor of persisting with your grudge? Darcy hesitated, but righteous indignation rapidly overtook any remorse he might have been about to express. I have been used to consider that a wife will support her husband in such matters. Forgive me if I do not agree with your every utterance, Fitzwilliam, but I shall not feel obliged to if you are wrong. No, you are still determined to be more concerned with the misfortunes of the rest of the world than you are with mine. The injustice of that charge drew a wordless exclamation from Elizabeth's lips. On the contrary, I am entirely concerned with my husband's propensity to impose his implacable resentment on the affairs of perfectly undeserving individuals. She knew then she had said too much. Her stomach lurched hideously to see his expression turn to ice. I thank you for expressing your opinion so eloquently, madam. He left without another word, slamming the door behind him. 1 or 2 heartbeats of silent anguish followed, then Elizabeth sank onto the foot of the bed, one hand to her mouth, and stared in dismay at the closed door. Oh, she had made him angry, and wherefore? Granted, it was disappointing that he had not given Mr. Montgomery fair counsel, but what did it matter to her whom that man wed? Why, oh why, had she argued the point when she knew how deeply he felt Lady Catherine's betrayal? She, who had promised to love him better than his ignoble aunt, and, not 10 minutes ago, congratulated herself on being able to console him in his distress. Resolving immediately to find him that she might hold him and comfort him as he deserved, she set about making herself presentable to leave her room. She paused on her way out to collect the papers he had left behind. As she put the pages of Mr. Montgomery's letter back in order, her eye was drawn to a particular word on the second page that threw all thoughts of their disagreement from her mind. Not wishing to be mistaken about such a thing, she read further and was dismayed to discover her fears founded. Carefully, she refolded the letter and left in search of her husband, steeling herself for a far greater test of her ability to comfort him than either of them would wish. Darcy stared unseeing from his study window, his jaw clenched and his grip on his tumbler fierce. He was angry, furious in fact. At whom was a point on which he vacillated by the moment. His feelings towards his aunt remained inimical in every respect. She had maligned his honor, contested his authority, scorned his happiness, conveniently forgotten his lifelong loyalty, and dared to insult and intimidate his wife. His feelings towards the man who would have him overlook all that and reinstate the connection merely for his own convenience were presently not much better, and quite at war with the established regard and gratitude he held for him. Then there was his wife.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality. Listeners. Not since he was a boy had he been required to justify himself to another person. Yet here he was at almost 30 years of age, somehow accountable to a woman who questioned his integrity at every turn. And damn it if she was not always bloody right. He threw back a mouthful of brandy. Evidently, he had learnt nothing from the manifold lessons in compassion, tolerance, and forgiveness he had received in recent months. Elizabeth knew it, and thought ill of him for it, and that made him excessively angry with himself. The door clicked open, and the reflection in the window showed his judge and juror stepping into the room. He wished she had stayed away longer, that he might have regained some measure of equanimity before being required to account for his behavior. "Have you come to carry your point, madam?" "No, Fitzwilliam." He was not familiar with her expression. It made him excessively uneasy. "What then?" She came to stand in front of him and held out what looked to be the papers he had left in her bedroom. "Darling, you need to finish Mr. Montgomery's letter." She bit her bottom lip and said no more, but continued to regard him anxiously. He set his drink down on his desk and took the letter from her, skipping directly to the part he had not yet read. Moments later, he lowered himself into his chair, propped his elbow on the armrest, and covered his face with his hand. Bam! Here then was the motivation for his aunt's recent behavior, her anger at her refusal to marry Anne, her furious objections when he withdrew his resources from Rosings. Lady Catherine was dying. Elizabeth came to him, cradling his head against her stomach, and whispering tender words of comfort. He wrapped his arms about her hips and held on to her. "I ought to have seen it," he whispered gruffly. "She has been unwell, coughing for months. None of us suspected. Not me, not your uncle, not Fitzwilliam. You could not have known. Montgomery says it took the word of 2 physicians to make her admit it." He was momentarily rendered mute by the passing thought that his mother would have been devastated by this news. He leant further into Elizabeth's embrace. "Why did she not tell me?" "I do not know. Perhaps she did not realize. Or perhaps she did, and once she comprehended your resolve not to have Anne, she did not wish to force your hand." He looked up at her incredulously. "Why then did she go to such lengths to prevent me from marrying you? Not compelling you to marry her daughter is a far cry from condoning your marriage to somebody like me. It is possible she believed she had your best interests in mind in both cases. But why persist now we are wed? She has only driven me farther away when she needs me most." Elizabeth smiled sadly. Resentment is rarely reasonable. Darcy stared, dismayed. To all this, his damned stupid resentment had blinded him. That same bitterness of spirit Elizabeth plagued him constantly to forswear. Pray that she never ceased plaguing him, for she would make him a better man than he could ever hope to be without her. He tugged her down into his lap, rested his forehead on her shoulder, and entrusted his sorrow to her embrace. "Thank God for you." Tuesday, 18 August, 1812, Yorkshire.
"The weather looks to be clearing at last," Charles announced. Caroline looked up from her needlework and peered dubiously at what little of the day she could see from the minuscule sash window opposite. The sky looked to her much the same as it had all day, dull. "Yes, it is brightening a little, I think," agreed Jane, predictably. Frowning, Caroline turned to look through the marginally larger casement behind her, unsurprised to discover the sky every bit as dreary in that direction as the other, which fairly well epitomized the entire trip thus far. She returned to her work without comment. "I thought it might begin to before long," Charles persisted. "The clouds were not so dark this morning as yesterday." "Aye, nor the air so frigid. I must say, I had forgotten quite how unsettled the weather in the north could be. Still, the wind has dropped, and it is no longer raining. Shall we all walk out? We could take up Cousin Helena's invitation to join them for tea." "Oh, yes," Jane began. "Oh, pray, no. Surely we have visited enough relations to justify the trip now, Charles," Caroline interrupted. "How many more afternoons of drinking revolting tea in cramped, unfashionable parlors must we endure in order to satisfy your notion of a wedding tour? May we not enjoy some more refined entertainment for the remainder of our travels?" "Caroline! Well, really, Charles, is it imperative that you make claim to every distant relative of ours who is still in trade? Are we to journey to Nova Scotia next for a tour of the hole you have sponsored my cousin to dig? Our family's condition in life is neither here nor there. I wished to introduce my wife." It vexed Caroline to observe Jane visibly preen at this. The woman was as obtuse as her husband. Very quixotic, I am sure, but goodness knows Jane has enough unfortunate relations of her own to consider without ferreting out every one of yours as well. God forbid any of my friends should learn I passed my summer traipsing through the dockyards and woolen mills of the north. Or yours, Jane. What would Lady Ashby say? Jane's eyes widened. Would she disapprove? Of course she would. How this could surprise her, Caroline knew not. Yet clearly it did, for she paled and addressed her husband in alarm. "Perhaps it would be wiser not to advance these acquaintances if it will injure our reputation." That only made Charles pout. "There is no reason to think the injury to my reputation will be any different presently than it has been these past 23 years." "Precisely," said Caroline, maddened by his stupidity. "I am sure they are all respectable people," Jane pressed, "but is it quite proper that we should visit their homes? If Lizzie did not consider it improper to receive your relations at Pemberley, I dare say you shall survive the degradation of visiting mine, for you cannot believe you are superior to your own sister." Jane flushed livid red. Caroline sighed inwardly. She had never ascertained what Jane knew of Charles's tender for Eliza Darcy, though her dismissal of the facsimile maid made it probable she harbored suspicions. In any case, she required no further cause to suspect, for it was foolish to hope that if Jane discovered the truth, she would not tell her sister, and inconceivable that if Mrs. Darcy discovered it, then her husband would not. Caroline shuddered to think what Darcy would then do. A hasty recovery was required. "Yes, well, Jane is in possession of a little more sophistication than her sister. You ought to be grateful for her attempts to save you the same indignities Darcy is suffering." "What reason have you to suspect Darcy is suffering indignities? I cannot imagine Lizzie is giving him cause to repine." Caroline closed her eyes. You could lead a horse to water, but her brother would always be an incurable idiot. "And yet she is," Jane said coldly. "Only this morning I received a letter from her, in which she owned to quarreling with him already." "What? Why? What about?" Charles jabbered. "By her own admission, she is driving him distracted, which I can well believe, for she does the same to me." "Excuse me, I would write to my friend." With that, Jane stood and flounced from the room. Caroline glared at her brother, shaking her head. "I had thought your foolish infatuation with Mrs. Darcy was done." "It is. I was only concerned that she and Darcy have been arguing." "Married couples do. Jane and I do not." "True, but then what is there about which to disagree when all you ever discuss is the weather?"
The Darcy's marriage is none of your business, and you must not attempt to make it so." He had no answer to that.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. After a few minutes of frowning and folding and unfolding his arms and legs, Carolyn suggested he be the one to call on their cousin Helena, and begged him to inform her that both she and Jane were indisposed. With no reasonable cause to refuse, he reluctantly yielded to her persuasion and left. Carolyn persisted with her embroidery until frustration began to spoil her stitches, at which point she threw her hoop aside and crossed her arms with an angry growl. She had been so looking forward to arriving at Pemberley. Despite the injustice of having been overlooked for its mistress in favor of the objectionable hellcat Darcy had married, it was still one of her favorite places to visit, and a far cry from the hovel in which they presently lodged. Now, with the threat of her brother's wayward affections being exposed, the visit held all the appeal of a holiday in Cadiz. Wednesday, 2nd September, 1812, Derbyshire. The day of her sister's visit arrived, and Elizabeth awoke feeling entirely unrested with an aching head and a distinctly unsettled stomach. She lay motionless on her back, breathing deeply in the hope the feeling would ease, but smiling at a burgeoning sense of excitement. Though it might be only anxiety for her reunion with Jane, she had reason to hope there was another, happier explanation for her biliousness. She had awoken in a similar state on several mornings of late, but only yesterday begun to suspect the cause. Then it had been poor Georgiana's fractious tears and pimpled skin that roused the suspicion in her mind. For whilst sympathizing with her sister over the bane of monthly courses, it occurred to her that, since marrying, she herself had not been thus afflicted. "Elizabeth, are you unwell?" She had thought Darcy asleep. Her heart leapt at the prospect of revealing to him her suspicions. "A little unsettled," she admitted. "You slept very ill," he said gently, rolling to face her with a concerned frown. "Would that you had let me put them off. I do not like that you are this ill at ease." She likewise rolled towards him, and then regretted doing so as a wave of nausea assailed her. "I am not convinced that would have helped in this instance. Should you feel better if you ate something?" The prospect was surprisingly appealing. "Yes, I think I might." Darcy rose immediately to summon Weatherby. Elizabeth rued her missed opportunity, but supposed it would be better to share her momentous hopes in a less disheveled state in any case. She removed to her own room to attend to her toilette, tidy her hair, and don a shawl. By the time she was done, breakfast had been laid out in the sitting-room, and Darcy had prepared her a plate. "Thank you," she said, sitting down and reaching for it, though she stopped short of actually taking it. First, the odor, and then the sight of the insipid, sweaty heap of congealed buttered eggs piled on the plate turned her stomach so violently she thought she would be ill where she sat. Covering her mouth, she surged to her feet, sending her chair thudding to the floor, and was relieved to reach her washstand before vomiting. "Elizabeth!" "A moment," she gasped, urgently waving him away, having no wish for him to see her thus. He heeded her only until her nausea was past, then he was at her side, easing her into the chair he had brought from the sitting-room. He crouched in front of her, holding her hand in his, and peering at her with the greatest alarm. "Forgive me," she whispered, wrinkling her nose with chagrin. So much for announcing her news in a more dignified manner. "No, no," he assured her. "Can I get you anything? Would a glass of wine give you some relief?" "No, I thank you." "Nothing at all? You are very ill." She shook her head and could not help but smile. "I think not." He frowned as she knew he would. "Fitzwilliam, I believe I am with child." He sat back on his heels and stared at her, fixed in astonishment. "Truly? 'Tis not certain," she said hastily. "It will be some time before I can be sure. But you suspect?" She nodded, her smile broadening, and that seemed to be enough for him. He gave a triumphant little crow and reared up onto his knees to embrace her, showering her with endearments and telling her of feelings that, in proving of what importance the child was to him, made her even more anxious that her hopes be warranted. He leaned back and, with the utmost tenderness, placed a hand on her abdomen. "Dearest Elizabeth, just as I thought I could not possibly love you more.
I hope you will not love me any less if my suspicions come to nothing. I shall not dignify that with an answer. She placed both her hands over his. I dearly hope I am not mistaken, for I should be the happiest creature alive if it were true. His smile was wonderful. When will you know without doubt? When I feel the quickening, I suppose, but that could be many weeks from now, for I have only recently begun to suspect. Pray, let our hopes remain private until they are proved. It is yet very early and, well, nothing is guaranteed. The turn of his countenance assured her he had taken her meaning. Will you be able to keep it from your sister? That depends very much on her. I never would have used to think so, but we have shared very few confidences of late. His smile faded, and his frown returned. He stood up. I shall not have you distressed, Elizabeth. I shall put them off coming. There is no need for that. Besides, 'tis too late. They will be here in a matter of hours. He was evidently uneasy with the arrangement, but conceded there was nothing to be done about it. She mollified him somewhat by agreeing to see the apothecary before their guests arrived. You summon him while I eat my breakfast, she suggested. Breakfast? You have just been violently ill. She stood up and shrugged. I feel better now, and rather hungry. He shook his head, smiling with incredulity. It grieves me that you must suffer in this way, but if you mean to carry it off with such éclat, I think I shall bear it almost as well as you. A burst of laughter erupted from her. Oh, how she loved him! He left to make the necessary arrangements, though not before placing the most tender of kisses upon her forehead and reiterating how very precious she was to him. She sat down to a breakfast sans eggs, reflecting that, after such a happy beginning, she felt eminently more sanguine about the day ahead. There it is, Caroline exclaimed. Jane opened her eyes and looked out of the window. What she saw, by contrast, lent the lodgings from which she had departed hours earlier all the proportions of a doll's house. She had considered Elizabeth's mentions of Pemberley in her letters somewhat boastful, but it would seem her sister, in fact, had been rather circumspect in her descriptions. The house was palatial. Now that is a welcome sight, Caroline continued. What an improvement to coaching inns and hotels. Is there anything about this trip that you have actually enjoyed, Caroline? Inquired with uncommon asperity. I wonder that you agreed to come at all. My apologies, Charles, she replied, with negligible contrition, but I confess I have had my fill of inferior lodgings and unappetizing food. The sooner we arrive, the better then for all our sakes. They traversed the rest of the implausibly long drive in silence. Jane assiduously avoided all thoughts of her husband's eagerness to get to the house, and concentrated instead on Lady Ashby's counsel to enjoy Pemberley and avoid any contention. The Darcys awaited them at the foot of a grand set of stairs at the front of the house. Elizabeth had a hand raised to shield her eyes from the sun, and was peering towards the carriage. Jane waved, and her sister broke into her customary broad smile that was all the more welcome for the 3 weeks Jane had spent visiting strangers.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. For a moment, Elizabeth was Lizzie again, and nothing else mattered, till the horses stopped, and Bingley sprang from the carriage, issuing typically effusive greetings, and leaving a footman to hand Jane and Caroline down. I am very glad you are come, Jane, Elizabeth said to her, after they had embraced. It is wonderful to see you. Her feelings in disarray, it was all Jane could do to smile at her. Welcome to Pemberley, came Mr. Darcy's sonorous greeting. Jane felt a small frisson of alarm upon meeting his gaze. He regarded her with peculiar intensity, his expression not cold precisely, but with little of the welcome his words professed. Thank you, she replied, thoroughly disconcerted. I trust your journey was agreeable. Perfectly so, I thank you. You say so only because you were able to nap, Jane dearest, Caroline interrupted. I shall not be so obedient, Mr. Darcy, but shall declare that it was a perfectly horrid journey, too hot and too long by half. We are all excessively fatigued. I am sorry to hear that, Miss Bingley. Elizabeth assured them there was plenty of time to rest before dinner, and ushered them all into the house. The hall into which they walked was magnificent and as large as Longbourn. Jane could not help but gape at the grandeur. "How do you like Pemberley then, Jane?" Bingley inquired, loudly enough that everyone was included in awaiting her answer. "It is a very fine house, though I have not seen much of it yet. Should you like a tour before dinner?" Elizabeth inquired. "I shall endeavor not to get us lost." "An excellent idea," Bingley answered for them all. "May I join you?" "Of course, though I cannot imagine I will be able to tell you any more than you have already heard from Mrs. Reynolds." "Shh!" Bingley implored dramatically. "Say no more, lest my impertinence be found out. Oh, my sister and husband have a private joke. How wonderful!" "Too late, Bingley, you are already discovered," Mr. Darcy said. Bingley clutched at his heart with both hands. "Lizzie, you have betrayed me. How could you?" "It could not be avoided, I am afraid," Elizabeth replied, glancing coyly at her husband before indicating they should all follow her upstairs. Bingley frowned between them both, but nonetheless came towards Jane. "Shall we?" Jane smiled wearily and took his proffered arm. "Here we are then," he said, quietly this time. "It is impressive, is it not?" "It certainly is. You will like it here, I think. I hope. It is much more comfortable, much grander than, well, that is, I know Caroline has disdained our accommodation on this trip. I apologize if you have been disappointed. I procured the finest lodgings available with your comfort in mind." "Oh, that is very thoughtful." And they were. Fine, that is. "Thank you." Of course, nothing but the best for Mrs. Bingley. Such solicitude was a vast comfort to Jane's distrustful heart. When he leant closer, it fluttered in anticipation of what further assurances of his esteem he might bestow. "Do you think your sister looks a little pale?" It was extremely fortunate Caroline had made such a show of declaring them all fatigued, for it excused Jane from any curiosity as to the peculiarly lengthy amount of time she took to overcome her pique at this remark. She eventually left her room so late there was time enough for only a truncated tour of the principal rooms before dinner. Through 7 courses, she then listened to everyone's raptures for the proposed round of picnics, phaeton rides, fishing, hunting, luncheons, cards, music, and more that Elizabeth had planned. None of it persuaded Jane that the week ahead would not feel an eternity to her. Saturday, 5th September, 1812. Derbyshire. Elizabeth was true to her word. There was scarcely a moment over the next 3 days that was not taken up with some entertainment or other. Saturday heralded the first idle morning of Jane's visit, and she and Caroline were enjoying the balmy summer air in a room whose French windows opened onto a pretty lawn. The gentlemen had left for a spot of shooting, and later that afternoon, the ladies, joined by some others from the neighborhood, planned to picnic by the lake. Ever somewhat anxious of meeting new people, Jane inquired of her sister whether she was acquainted with any of those due to attend. Caroline replied she had met Mrs. Castleton, but not her daughter, whom she did not believe was yet out. Yes, that is, as Lizzie said, she hopes Miss Castleton and Miss Darcy will become better acquainted now they have both finished school and will be in the country more often. It must be a relief to know there are some families in the neighborhood willing to overlook how far beneath his sphere Mr. Darcy has married, Caroline replied. At that moment, the door opened, and Elizabeth herself joined them. Jane glanced at Caroline in alarm lest they had been overheard, but Elizabeth exhibited no sign of it. She was occupied ushering someone into the room, a young girl in scruffy apparel with a mane of unkempt hair around her unwashed face. The child's expression was one of utter disbelief as she looked about the room. Caroline's countenance, Jane noticed, was not much different as she looked at the child. "This is my sister, Mrs. Bingley, and this is Miss Bingley," Elizabeth said, pointing to each of them in turn. "Bess is one of our tenants. She got separated from her brothers coming back from Lambton this morning. I found her wandering near the kitchen gardens, quite lost." "So you brought her inside?" Caroline said incredulously. Elizabeth pressed her lips together and remained silent for a moment longer than was polite. "She is but 5 years old, Miss Bingley, and frightened. And since it was my ambushing her from behind the lavender that reduced the poor girl to tears, it was the least I could do to offer her some comfort. To Bess," she added, "we are to have some chocolate to cheer you up, are we not?" The little girl nodded, but still did not smile. Indeed, to Jane's eye, she looked veritably terrified, no doubt as undesirous of being above stairs as Caroline was to have her there. "Lizzie, I see that you mean well, but might it not be better to have Bess attended to in the servants' quarters?"
Elizabeth looked at her sharply. "Allow me to recommend you heed your sister's advice," Caroline cut in. "Your generosity, far from being viewed with the appreciation for which I am sure you are striving, will much more likely scandalize the entire household." "You must not concern yourself, madam," Elizabeth replied, and looked as though she might have said more had not the entrance of servants with refreshments forestalled it. The little girl's eyes could not have opened any wider when she beheld the selection of cakes set before her. Jane found the length of time she took to choose one, assessing each with close scrutiny, remarkably endearing. At Elizabeth's request, the child gabbled an animated account of how she had come to be lost, spraying crumbs everywhere as she spoke. Jane could not help but smile, despite Caroline's indignant disgust. Before very long, however, Elizabeth remarked that the child's family must be worried, and that it was time for her to return home. "But I don't know the way from here," the girl whimpered. "I shall not send you off alone," Elizabeth assured her. After peering briefly from the window, she added, "Indeed, I shall see you back myself." "A walk would be delightful in this weather. Will either of you join us?" she inquired, looking at Jane and Caroline. There was a pause. Then Caroline answered very slowly, as though speaking to a simpleton. "You wish us to accompany you on foot to what I can only presume is a farmyard?" "Pardon me," Elizabeth replied, her tone even, but her eyes flinty. "I recall now you are not fond of walking. Of course, you must not feel obliged. Jane, will you come? Bullscroft is but a few miles away." "Well," Jane faltered when Caroline rolled her eyes.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Think you it is quite proper, Lizzie? Ought you not send her with a footman? I assume your answer is no, Elizabeth replied coldly. Jane could think of nothing to say that would not displease one of her sisters. Thus she said nothing. Elizabeth stood and beckoned for the child to do likewise. "Then I shall leave you both in peace. I suppose we ought to be grateful she did not decide to bring the little wretch to the picnic," Caroline said after they were gone. "I doubt Mr. Darcy's neighbors would be quite that forbearing." Jane shivered, though whether from the gust of wind that blew in from the garden or the vague and unwelcome sense of guilt, she could not be sure. She asked a servant to close the French doors and excused herself from further conversation to read a book. After 4 chapters, she began to wish she had joined Elizabeth on her walk, but she was saved from her ennui when Miss Darcy arrived, looking for her sister. "She walked out," Miss Bingley informed her. "She ought to be back soon, for she must have left an hour ago, and we all know what an excellent walker she is." Miss Darcy appeared troubled by this, and the reason soon became clear. It was raining, and had apparently been raining for above 1/4 of an hour. As though to mock Jane for not noticing, the heavens then lit up, and an almighty clap of thunder filled the air. A detonation that was further punctuated by the banging of the saloon door against the wall as it was thrown open to admit the gentlemen, returned precipitately from their sport. "We have been rained off," Bingley cried, shaking droplets from his hair. "Deuced storm blew in from nowhere, and Lizzie is out in it," Miss Darcy cried. Mr. Darcy halted mid-stride, his entire carriage stiffening in alarm. "Why? Where has she gone?" After sending Jane a fleeting look of triumph, Caroline relayed to him the events of the morning. Jane glanced at Bingley, then away again, ere the picture of his distress could lodge in her mind. To her consternation, when Mr. Darcy announced his intention to ride out and escort Elizabeth home, Bingley offered to join him. "No, I thank you, that is not necessary," his friend replied. "She will be almost home by now. I beg you would entertain the ladies in my absence. I shall not be long." Then he was gone, and there was no more argument to be had on the matter. Miss Darcy also excused herself to arrange for a hot bath to be drawn for her sister. Thus, in no time at all, only Bingleys remained in the saloon, the male of which drifted to the window to stare at the rain. "I sincerely hope she is almost home. It would be most unfortunate were she to take ill." Jane told herself good manners made his concern necessary. Such she had been telling herself for most of the visit. Whenever he laughed at one of Elizabeth's jokes, showed interest in any of her pursuits, or expressed gratitude for her hospitality, it was all attributable to common courtesy. That did not stop her wishing Elizabeth would tell less diverting jokes, have less interesting pursuits, or be a less entertaining hostess. She has greater things with which to concern herself than the possibility of catching a cold, Caroline scoffed. Bingley turned to face her. Such as her respectability. I have said before that her behavior shows a shocking indifference to decorum. And I have said before that it shows a level of affection for others that is very pleasing. You? Jane inquired, but she was ignored. Charles, you astound me, Caroline said. Surely even you can comprehend the injury such willful gaucherie will do to her reputation? Oh, for God's sake, Caroline, she went for a walk. Sometimes I declare you are more fastidious than Darcy. Am I? I thought he would spit when he heard she had brought the girl into the house. Bingley flinched. Jane was sure of it. Nonsense. Darcy was only concerned that Elizabeth might be caught in the rain. He must not have convinced himself, for soon after, he added, "Think you it was her other activities that displeased him?" At last, a chink had appeared in Elizabeth's armor, where Bingley might actually see it. It certainly seemed so, Jane said quietly, which only increased Bingley's disquiet, thereby exacerbating her own umbrage and provoking her to say more. We must not blame him. Mr. Darcy has been very kind to indulge Lizzie's disregard for propriety this long, but he has a right to expect his wife to comport herself properly, as other wives take the trouble to do for their husbands. Well said, my dear, Caroline interjected. She turned to her brother. But I hardly think it would be well advised for us to dwell on the Darcy's marriage. A look passed between them that Jane could not interpret. Moments later, Bingley backed into the nearest chair and crossed his arms. What would you have us discuss? You had best keep to the weather, Charles. It is safest. Fortunately for all, the weather seemed intent on providing them with as much to talk about as it could, with its blustering winds and sporadic thunder and lightning. Even when the conversation looked to be flagging, throwing in a brief bout of hail for extra measure. No further mention of Elizabeth's impropriety, or anyone's opinion of it, was made as they waited with various degrees of anxiety for their host's return. Bullscroft Farm was a little over 2 miles from Pemberley. Alone and in good weather, Elizabeth might ordinarily have walked there and back within an hour. With Powell's daughter in tow, who was but 5 or 6 years old if Darcy's memory served him correctly, he supposed he could add half an hour to that. Even so, she ought to have returned by now, but she had not. The danger of a fever to her and the baby terrified him, but the farther he went without finding her, the more concerned he became that something even more serious had befallen her, for she was nowhere to be seen. His alarm reached new heights when he came to the Rush, a ford so named for the sudden violent currents that arose there after heavy rain, rendering the otherwise easy crossing treacherous. As he feared, the water gushed ferociously, shin-high over the stone crossing. He could see no sign she had come to harm there, but it gave him no relief, for it then became just another place that Elizabeth was not. Cursed woman, do not do this to me. When he came within view of the farmstead, with still no sign of her, he gave in to a moment's panic. Acknowledging that a greater search effort was required, he urged his horse on faster to the house, where he might summon assistance. A child within yelped when he hammered on the door, but there was no room in his thundering heart for contrition. He had not a moment to lose. Too slowly, his knock was answered, and Mrs. Powell opened the door. "Good evens, Mr. Darcy. Come in out the rain." She dipped a hurried curtsy and stepped aside. Darcy removed his hat and ducked beneath the lintel. Inside, he straightened and froze. There, before a fireplace, with not a hint of dampness about her, and a look of astonishment upon her face, sat Elizabeth. Only ingrained propriety prevented him lunging forward to drag her into his arms, though restraint rendered his first words exceedingly brusque. "Mrs. Darcy, you are here." "I am," she replied, gently maneuvering a small child aside and rising to stand before him. "As are you, for which I cannot account. Has something happened at the house?" He knew not whether he wished most to rail at her or to kiss her. "Nothing other than its mistress is feared lost in a storm." Her eyes widened.
You thought me out walking in this? How you must have worried. I would have sent word, only," she lowered her voice to barely a whisper, "I thought you would know I should never be so foolish. I assumed it began after you set out. You left Pemberley some hours ago, and neither of the ladies thought you meant to tarry here long." She gave a small, sardonic huff of laughter. "I do not doubt it. But no, that was not my intention."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Only, Bess and I had such adventures on our walk, it took us twice as long as it should have to get here, and by then the rain had begun, so I stayed. The children have kept me well entertained, though. Master Timothy has sung to me, and Master John allowed me to hold his pet frog. Tearing his eyes from her for the first time since entering the house, Darcy became aware that 2 young boys were in attendance also. He bowed formally and thanked them for keeping Elizabeth safe. "I kept her entertained, too," the child by the fire squeaked. "Indeed you did," Elizabeth said happily. "And would you like to show Mr. Darcy the sketch you made?" The girl nodded and came forward, timidly bearing a slate on which was chalked some manner of beast with stick limbs, large teeth, and flaming eyes. "Very impressive," Darcy told her. "What is it?" She drew herself up proudly. "Miss Bingley." Elizabeth's shaky outpouring of breath ill-concealed her laughter and in no way assisted Darcy's attempt to contain his own. He bit the insides of his cheeks and sucked in a sharp breath through his nose, though it was Mrs. Powell's stammered apologies that truly saved him. "Do not distress yourself, madam. I am sure your daughter intended no impertinence." To the child he whispered that it was a remarkable likeness and promised to send over some paper and crayons that she might practice her skill at drawing. Her eyes widened in wonder, and she spun away to regale her mother with news of her good fortune. Darcy declined Mrs. Powell's subsequent offer of refreshments upon discovering that the storm had exhausted itself. Leaving his regards for her husband, he bade them farewell, and within a few minutes he and Elizabeth were headed for home, his horse following behind them. He walked rapidly, wildly impatient to reach the bend in the lane that would take them out of sight of the little girl yet waving from the farmhouse door. But Elizabeth forestalled him. "You are angry with me," she said as soon as they rounded the corner. "No, I am not angry." "But you were when you arrived." Her disquiet puzzled him, for she was not usually much cowed by his temper, even when he was genuinely vexed. "You must understand, I had been searching for you in vain for half an hour in that storm, Elizabeth. You were not dressed to be out in the rain. You were alone, and you are with child." She looked down. "Forgive me, Fitzwilliam. I forget on occasion that I am no longer Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn." More mystified than before, Darcy stopped walking and tugged her gently to face him. "I happen to be very in love with Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn." Her mouth lifted into a small, rueful smile. "Yet we both know Mrs. Darcy of Pemberley ought not to disappear about the country unaccompanied, endangering the master's heir. I do not blame you for being angry." Darcy let go his horse's reins and took hold of her face with both hands. "I was not angry, Elizabeth. I was terrified. Do you still not comprehend what it would do to me were you to come to harm?" A delectable little frown pulled at her brow. "Then you are not displeased with me for walking so far?" He shook his head. "Or that I went with little Bess?" He shook his head. She bit her lip guiltily, a spark of mischief lighting up her eyes, rendering her absolutely lovely. "Know you that I served her chocolate in the Spanish saloon?" He nodded. "You are not angry about that either? Are you planning on making a habit of it?" "No." He stroked her cheek with his thumb. "Then no." She gave a little huff. "Well, something vexed you, for it seemed as though you could not decamp from Mrs. Powell's parlor soon enough." He held her gaze and lowered his face close to hers. "There you go again, woman, willfully misunderstanding me." There was time enough only for her eyes to widen slightly with comprehension before he kissed her. Fanning his fingers out over her cheeks, he pulled her closer, pressing his mouth hard against her in a bid to dispel all trace of his earlier panic. Her arms wound about him, her weight fell against him, and it was several magnificent minutes before he recalled there were but 20 yards and a hedgerow shielding them from prying eyes. He allowed himself one last lingering caress, and then, though her kisses were ambrosia to his fear-ravaged heart, he drew back. She smiled up at him archly. "I stand corrected. But if you will insist on always looking so grave when you are thinking of seducing me, it is a very serious matter, and one that occupies my thoughts a good deal of the time. I cannot always be smiling when I am so constantly beset. You poor thing." Offering his arm, he set them off along the path again. "It is some months since you mistook any look of mine, love. Might I inquire why you were so convinced this day that I should be displeased with you?" She gave him a pained look. "Pardon me if I have offended you, Fitzwilliam. Actually, it never occurred to me that you would object until you arrived so fierce and severe. Then, I own, I did begin to worry Miss Bingley and Jane might be right. They told you I would be displeased?" She grimaced and nodded. He felt his lip curl into a snarl at the unpardonable audacity of both Bingley women. "I would not usually have paid the slightest bit of notice to Miss Bingley's disapproval," Elizabeth spoke on, "but Jane's was harder to overlook." Darcy chose his words carefully, for his opinion of Jane Bingley had never tallied well with Elizabeth's. "Much though I respect her, your sister is in no position to judge what will please me. And if she believes that showing compassion to my tenants will not, then she has greatly underestimated the value I place in you. Perhaps she is an impostor, and my Jane is still at Longbourn. Either way, I do not think I shall be sharing any confidences with her on this. My goodness, look at the river." They had reached the rush. Darcy did not look, but instead lifted her onto his horse, swung up behind her, and nudged the animal forward. "It is grown so fierce," she exclaimed, leaning forward in the saddle and peering over the horse's withers into the water. "It was not like this when I crossed with Bess. Look." "I have seen it," Darcy replied, pulling her back and pinning her firmly against his chest. For several heartbeats she made no reply and sat very still and very quiet in his arms. Too still and too quiet by far, in fact. He was unsurprised that, when she spoke, it was to tease him. "You truly do have a penchant for the dramatic, do you not? You are determined to always think me injured or dead." He held his tongue, glad she could not see his chagrined expression. She was perfectly right, of course, but the woman already knew she divested him of all reason and was heartless to cavil so. She said nothing more.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Only, Bess and I had such adventures on our walk, it took us twice as long as it should have to get here, and by then the rain had begun, so I stayed. The children have kept me well entertained, though. Master Timothy has sung to me, and Master John allowed me to hold his pet frog. Tearing his eyes from her for the first time since entering the house, Darcy became aware that 2 young boys were in attendance also. He bowed formally and thanked them for keeping Elizabeth safe. "I kept her entertained too," the child by the fire squeaked. "Indeed you did," Elizabeth said happily. "And would you like to show Mr. Darcy the sketch you made?" The girl nodded and came forward, timidly bearing a slate on which was chalked some manner of beast with stick limbs, large teeth, and flaming eyes. "Very impressive," Darcy told her. "What is it?" She drew herself up proudly. "Miss Bingley." Elizabeth's shaky outpouring of breath ill-concealed her laughter and in no way assisted Darcy's attempt to contain his own. He bit the insides of his cheeks and sucked in a sharp breath through his nose, though it was Mrs. Powell's stammered apologies that truly saved him. "Do not distress yourself, madam. I am sure your daughter intended no impertinence." To the child, he whispered that it was a remarkable likeness and promised to send over some paper and crayons that she might practice her skill at drawing. Her eyes widened in wonder, and she spun away to regale her mother with news of her good fortune. Darcy declined Mrs. Powell's subsequent offer of refreshments upon discovering that the storm had exhausted itself. Leaving his regards for her husband, he bade them farewell, and within a few minutes he and Elizabeth were headed for home, his horse following behind them. He walked rapidly, wildly impatient to reach the bend in the lane that would take them out of sight of the little girl yet waving from the farmhouse door. But Elizabeth forestalled him. "You are angry with me," she said, as soon as they rounded the corner. "No, I am not angry." "But you were when you arrived." Her disquiet puzzled him, for she was not usually much cowed by his temper, even when he was genuinely vexed. "You must understand, I had been searching for you in vain for half an hour in that storm, Elizabeth. You were not dressed to be out in the rain, you were alone, and you are with child." She looked down. "Forgive me, Fitzwilliam. I forget on occasion that I am no longer Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn." More mystified than before, Darcy stopped walking and tugged her gently to face him. "I happen to be very in love with Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn." Her mouth lifted into a small, rueful smile. "Yet we both know Mrs. Darcy of Pemberley ought not to disappear about the country unaccompanied, endangering the master's heir. I do not blame you for being angry." Darcy let go his horse's reins and took hold of her face with both hands. "I was not angry, Elizabeth. I was terrified. Do you still not comprehend what it would do to me were you to come to harm?" A delectable little frown pulled at her brow. "Then you are not displeased with me for walking so far?" He shook his head. "Or that I went with little Bess?" He shook his head. She bit her lip guiltily, a spark of sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality, listeners. When, after several moments, she did not look as though she would, he grabbed her hand and pulled her down into his lap, putting an end to her laughter by commandeering her mouth for his own purpose. They walked home hand in hand with the sun hot on their backs once more, delivering his horse to the stables and stealing into the house through a side door. Not ready for their adventure to end, Darcy pulled her into an alcove and indulged in another leisurely kiss. It rapidly grew less leisurely, and he transferred his attentions along her jaw and down her neck. She made a little noise of pleasure in her throat that he felt on his lips, and that was that. How the woman did what she did to him he would never know, but he was instantly aching for her. "Think you we could sneak upstairs unnoticed? You certainly ought to try before Miss Bingley sees the state of you," she whispered. "She would not approve of all that mud. When did you begin to care for Miss Bingley's opinion? She has so many, they are difficult to avoid." He would have laughed were he not so aroused. Instead, her wit made him want her more, which meant his thoughts had taken on a decidedly lascivious hue by the time she added, "Just this morning I heard her say that I am beneath you." His nostrils flared. "That is where I prefer to have you." He savored the look that earned him, but their interlude was not to last. A door banged open a short distance away, and a footman hurried out of the passage from the kitchen. After him wafted the distinct aroma of cooking, and that was enough to turn Elizabeth's fragile stomach. She groaned and clasped a hand over her mouth, mumbling an apology through her fingers. "Go, get thee upstairs," he whispered, nudging her in that direction. "I shall see to our guests." She nodded and disappeared around the corner at a pace. A heartbeat later, Bingley came around the same corner, his face overspread with concern. "Darcy, you are returned." "We are. Good. And is Lizzie well?" "She is, thank you." "You are certain? For I just saw her, and I must say she seemed rather distressed." Conscious of Elizabeth's wish for discretion, Darcy dissembled with a vague reference to her being tired after such a long walk. "She is not ill after being out in the rain, I hope?" Bingley persisted, frowning. "She looked uncommonly pale." "She was not caught in the rain. She is with child. My child," he wished to say, and though he did not, he found himself hard-pressed to keep the exultant grin from his face. "Mayhap the Derryshire air does not agree with her."
No doubt she will become accustomed to it in time, or learn not to walk so far in it. Stop fussing, he added, when Bingley looked as though he would object. Elizabeth is perfectly well. She has only gone upstairs to change. As must I, now I have informed you of our return. Pray excuse me." "Good God, what happened to you?" Bingley exclaimed, as Darcy passed him by, apparently noticing his muddied apparel for the first time. "Elizabeth happened," he replied over his shoulder. "I tell you, Bingley, no one else's wife seems to give them this much bother." Sunday, 6 September 1812. Darishbere. Bingley rose with the rest of the congregation, grateful for the return of blood flowing to his legs. And since Darcy and Elizabeth had moved forward to speak to the rector, he offered Miss Darcy his arm and walked with her out of the church. Their party numbered only 4. Mrs. Annesley, he was told, had gone to Kympton with a friend. Jane and Caroline had both cried off altogether, the former claiming to be indisposed, and the latter making no claims at all, only failing to appear downstairs in time to join them. Darcy had been in no humor to wait, and Bingley strongly suspected both his friend and his sister were still brooding over their exchange at dinner the previous evening. He had little sympathy for Caroline. She really ought to have known better than to gainsay the Titan at his own table. But she would persist with her remarks on outmoded country-town practices long after he decreed the matter of Elizabeth's escapades closed to further discussion. Darcy's rejoinder that Caroline would be well placed to learn some country-town humility while staying at Netherfield had silenced the table completely until Elizabeth expressed an interest in his own venture in Nova Scotia, and the conversation had thankfully picked up once more. Darcy's disinclination to discuss Elizabeth's kindness towards the little tenant girl troubled Bingley greatly. It seemed Jane and Caroline had been correct. He disapproved of her conduct. In an attempt to allay his concerns, Bingley had ventured to make some discreet inquiries. They had brought him little in the way of encouragement. Caroline had vigorously averred that Darcy's dissembling was due to shame. For what gentleman wishes to admit that his upstart wife has made an exhibition of herself and his marriage is a catastrophe? He had erred in broaching the matter with Jane. She had disliked his interest as much as he had disliked her answer. If Lizzie cared half so much about her husband's happiness as you do about hers, she might give him less about which to be displeased. Least reassuring of all had been Elizabeth's typically arch remark. Pray, take pity on him and allow him to forget the incident as soon may be. He has suffered quite enough distress for one day as a consequence of my actions, and I dare say tomorrow will only bring more. Mr. Bingley." Miss Darcy was regarding him expectantly. "I do beg your pardon, my thoughts were elsewhere." "Not at all," she assured him, too polite to inquire further. "I say," he said, "do you suppose your brother was angry with Lizzie at dinner last night?" She colored deeply. "Oh, well, goodness, I do not believe so, but mayhap. It is difficult to tell sometimes because of their manner of talking to each other. Lizzie is excessively sportive with him, and this he does not like. He said he ought to have invited Mrs. Gardiner to stay, since she had more respect for him than Lizzie does. That Darcy required his wife's respect, Bingley was well aware. Just this morning I heard her say that I am beneath you. That is where I prefer to have you. He had not been meant to hear that, of course, and a true gentleman would have forgotten it instantly. Yet he could not forget how Elizabeth had dashed away with her hands covering her ashen face. What had his friend done? Married a woman whom he considered beneath him and doomed her to a life of disrespect and misery? Bingley's anguish was too great for him to say more, and he walked on in silence. Would that he had offered for Elizabeth when he had the chance. Achoo! The unheralded and almighty sneeze Miss Darcy shrieked, and Bingley near jumped from his skin. They both whirled around. "Upon my life, Darcy, were you worried we would not notice you were there?" "Oh my, I hope you have not taken a chill from riding out in the rain," Miss Darcy fretted. Would that you had stayed in the dry as Lizzie did." Darcy deigned to answer neither of them. Bingley stared in dismay as, instead, he turned to Elizabeth, who had been grinning broadly up until that point, and said gravely, "Not a word from you, madam." "Not one word," she replied, her beautiful eyes brimming with challenge. Bingley turned away and climbed into the carriage, unable to watch. How long could Elizabeth's wonderful, inimitable liveliness endure in the face of Darcy's constant disapproval? He could not reconcile the man whom he had for many years held in the highest regard with this one who seemed content to forever look down upon his supposedly beloved wife. It was an unbearable situation, the worst of it being there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Netherfield, Hertfordshire, September 11. Dearest Lady Ashby, we are back at Netherfield at last. I cannot thank you enough for the solicitous concern expressed in your last letter, which made what was indeed a difficult visit bearable.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Having admitted to her own selfishness when last I saw her, I had expected E might endeavor to make some improvement. Alas, she has improved in neither thoughtfulness nor manners. She made private jokes with the gentlemen, dominated every conversation, spoke impertinently to and of her husband with little mind to her audience, made no effort to behave as a woman in her position ought, and incorrectly assumed she would be universally admired for her independence. You will know how deeply this behavior distressed me, given my fear that her careless charms might once again draw B in. Yet, though at first he seemed excessively attentive to her, by the end I was far less anxious. What you predicted, you see, is coming to bear. Her allure is fading. Your cousin reveals little of his feelings, but even he failed on a few occasions to conceal his displeasure, and if his favor is so rapidly diminishing, it cannot be long before B's dwindles entirely. Forgive me if it pains you to discover this. I know you were hoping for better news, but such assurances I cannot provide. On the contrary, D is regularly embarrassed as a result of E's willful disregard for propriety. If I tell you that, amongst her other transgressions during the course of our visit, she served refreshments to one of his tenant's children in the same room as her house guests, then traipsed halfway across the estate, alone and in the rain, to escort the child home, necessitating that D ride out in the storm to search for her, you will have some idea of the indignities he faces. Even B expressed concern for his friend's displeasure with E and the frequency and bitterness of their disputes. He has invited them to stay with us on their way to your cousin's wedding in Kent, which I sincerely hope is attributable to his sympathy for his friend and nothing more. I do not relish another visit with all its attendant obligations of civility, yet I recall your counsel to avoid a rift with the D's and recognize the prudence of ensuring it goes well. Indeed, it was precisely that advice that prompted me to demonstrate a measure of affection for E I did not feel on our final evening at P, to compensate for the few instances of contention during my stay. Whether or not my efforts were successful, I could not say. I wonder whether she even noticed. All that remains to be said is what consolation your friendship has been and continues to be during these trying times, for which I thank you most sincerely. Affectionately yours, Jane Bingley. Monday, 28 September, 1812, Hertfordshire. Autumn had well and truly settled in Hertfordshire by the time the Bingleys returned from their travels. The trees were every shade of orange, brown, and red. Dusty paths had turned to mud, and the air grew chillier by the day. For Jane's youngest sister, there was but one consequence of changing seasons worth considering: changing gowns. Thus, presently, Jane was ensconced in her bedchamber, while Lydia rummaged through her closet for a different, mayhap warmer, definitely finer gown than any of her own to wear to the next assembly in Meryton.
With Mrs. Bennet closely supervising the search, there was little for Jane to do but sit on her chaise-longue and watch. "La, what is this old thing doing in here?" Lydia exclaimed, backing out of the closet and sneering at the gown she held up before her. "'Tis 2 years old at least. Look at the sleeves." "There is nothing wrong with the sleeves," Jane demurred. "I do not care how charming they are," said Mrs. Bennet angrily. "Mrs. Bingley of Netherfield cannot wear gowns from 1 season past, let alone 2. Lay it on the bed, Lydia. That one can go to the maid." Lydia did as she was bid, then returned to foraging. Jane sighed. Her mother had not the head for money matters. Her enduring love affair with French lace was proof of that. "Mamma, it is a perfectly serviceable gown. With very few adjustments, it could be worn for half-dress." "Half-dress? You could not wear that to bed, never mind to dinner. You would not be fit to be seen. Really, Jane, you must better attend to these matters. It is no wonder you are not yet with child, if that is the sort of thing you are wearing." Jane had no response to such a shocking and offensive tangent, and sat speechless and indignant. Mrs. Bennet glanced conspiratorially over her shoulder to where Lydia was yet buried in the closet, and then shuffled closer to Jane. When she spoke again, it was in a low voice and with such vastly exaggerated enunciation as made her harder, not easier to understand. "We have spoken before of men's desires and how to entice them. The same is just as true after you wed. Bingley will not come to you if you do not make yourself alluring. And you need him to come to you, Jane, for unless he is prodigiously blessed, he will not get you with child from the next room." "He does come to me," Jane whispered, mortified. "Evidently not often enough, or you would be increasing by now. Mamma, we have not yet been married 3 months. And you must not go any longer. You must dress to better tempt him." A shrewd smile overtook her countenance. "In fact, when Lizzie arrives on Friday, ask to borrow some of her gowns. He will like that." Jane's blood ran cold. "I have no wish to dress like Lizzie." "I know, dear, but it might not be such a poor scheme." She inhaled deeply, attempting not to sound too breathless when she inquired whether her mother believed Bingley favored Elizabeth. "It hardly matters which of you he prefers," she replied. "He married you. Thus it is you who must provide him with an heir." Jane came to her feet with a wordless cry, appalled beyond measure. Her dismay, and perhaps the sudden movement, made her lightheaded. Close to swooning, she fumbled for the arm of the chaise-longue and dropped back into her seat, sick to her stomach and with tears stinging her eyes. Her anguish was rudely interrupted when her mother shoved a bottle of smelling salts under her nose, bringing her lurching forward, retching, and the awaiting tears cascading down her cheeks. "What is the matter with Jane?" Lydia inquired. "Hush, child," Mrs. Bennet admonished. She bent over Jane, peering at her suspiciously. "Are you sure you are not already with child? Now that I notice it, you do seem very pale, and mayhap a little thickened about the waist." Jane closed her eyes. "It is possible," she mumbled, supposing it was, hypothetically, and hoping it might satisfy her mother enough to make her go away. It did not. "Oh, Jane, I knew it. You clever, clever girl. Lydia, Lydia, did you hear? Jane is with child. Oh, heavens above, what happy news!" "Kitty and I wondered who would be first," Lydia replied. "She thought Lizzie, but I thought you, Jane. And I was right. You have beaten Lizzie to it. A hardening prospect indeed. Well, it would be agreeable to have done something better than the flawless Mrs. Darcy. Let her take a turn at being shone down." Jane regretted her petty outburst when Lydia gasped, looking thoroughly taken aback, but her mother only smiled and leaned to pat her hand. "It is very common to feel a little waspish at the beginning, dear, very common indeed. Ooh, wait until your father hears this news." "Pray do not tell Papa," Jane cried urgently, recognizing she must end the charade before her mother falsely raised half the town's expectations. "Indeed, do not tell anyone, for it is not true." Her mother looked hurt, as though Jane had done her an injustice by depriving her of such momentous intelligence, but her expression soon softened. "I understand. It is too early to be certain. Let me assure you, though, you are showing all the signs." She cut off Jane's attempt to object again with a sharp shake of her head. "I shall not mention it to a soul." Lydia scoffed loudly. "And neither will you, Miss Lydia, or you will not be going to the assembly at all." She stood abruptly. "Come, come, let us leave your sister to rest."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. But I have not chosen a gown. Oh, hang your gown, Burl. Your sister is with child. What do I care for your gowns? Ugh, I shall ask to borrow one of Lizzie's then, she retorted. Hers are bound to be finer than Jane's anyway. Mrs. Bennet forcibly hustled her from the room. Jane stared after them. Her mother's misapprehension would resolve itself soon enough when she did not begin to increase. The matter of Bingley's itinerant affections seemed destined never to resolve itself, recurring with nightmares' persistence to torment her. Feeling her heart harden a little further, she stood and rang the bell for her maid, to whom she gave the gown that supposedly made her so vastly unappealing, along with every other dress in her possession with similarly outmoded sleeves. Friday, 2nd October, 1812, Hertfordshire. Darcy regarded the bustling streets philosophically as the carriage trundled through Meryton. His memories of Hertfordshire were many and varied, but he was able to reflect on even the unpleasant ones with a certain amount of complacency, for Elizabeth nestled sleepily in his arms, with his child nestled safely in her belly, and his happiness was complete. He had grown exceedingly fond of her habit of sleeping curled up against him on long journeys. He was thankful his sister had elected to visit the Castletons rather than accompany them to Kent, leaving them free to enjoy such intimacy. As the carriage turned away from the town towards Netherfield, he began to gently rouse her, diverted by her drowsy reluctance. "Truly, I cannot comprehend how you sleep so soundly in a moving carriage. I never used to be able to, or even wish to." She yawned, sitting upright and stretching. "I believe I have your child to thank." He smiled to hear her speak so assuredly of it, for despite all indications to the fact, she had yet to feel the quickening, and was adamant they ought not to celebrate until she did. "Am I presentable?" she inquired, beginning to fuss with her hair and clothes. "You look divine." She truly did. She reached for her bonnet. "I hope Georgiana has settled well at Hornscroft." "I am sure she has," he replied, frowning at her non sequitur. "Ought we to have insisted upon Mrs. Annesley going with her? Now you profess reservations on that score? After the energy with which you defended her wish to go alone? Well, no, only I do so wish her to have an agreeable visit." He watched her fingers fumbling with the ribbons under her chin. After a moment, he gently nudged her hands aside and tied the bow for her. "She will enjoy it more than she would have enjoyed Rosings. But I do not believe it is her visit that troubles you." Elizabeth frowned and opened her mouth as though to object, but the carriage's lurching halt distracted her enough that when she spoke again, it was with a rueful grin. "For a man who once readily mistook antipathy for love, you have become vexingly perceptive. Shall I ever be able to hide anything from you again? I hope not." The door was opened, and a servant appeared in the aperture, bending to unfold the steps. "What strange creatures we are, traipsing about the country, chasing dissension and hostility, when we could so easily have remained at home and avoided all of it," Elizabeth whispered. "Another of my suggestions you opposed, I believe," Darcy teased as he climbed down from the carriage. "Righteousness is of no value in retrospect, you know," she replied as he handed her down. "Obstinacy in the moment is preferable, then, is it? Pray tell me you have not argued the entire way from Pemberley." They both turned at the sound of Bingley's voice. "Not the entire way, no," Elizabeth replied archly. "I slept for some of the time." Half an hour later, Darcy sat in Bingley's study, grimacing at the contents of his glass. "What in God's name is this?" "Cognac." Darcy raised one skeptical eyebrow. "This is from France?" "No, it is from Sir William."
He set his glass aside. "It is good of you to put us up so soon after your own travels." "Not at all. I know Lizzie must be eager to see her family again." Darcy regarded his friend with a carefully neutral expression. He questioned whether Bingley was even aware his wife was not presently on good terms with her sister. Did they not talk to one another of such matters? "Speaking of family, I had expected the Hursts to be here." "Hurst has taken Louisa back to London. He did not trust the midwives hereabouts to be of use when she enters her confinement." "That bodes ill for you, then. I hope you have better luck finding a decent one locally." "What? Why would I— What? You— What?" "It is probable you will have need of one for Jane at some point." "Oh, yes, of course." He gulped down the remainder of his drink and twisted around to dispose with his empty glass on the desk behind him. He placed it atop a pile of papers whose ink instantly began to run where drips of the unspecified liquor had pooled around the bottom. "Bingley, your correspondence!" "Oh, blast!" Bingley sprang to his feet and snatched up the glass, but too late. The top 3 or 4 sheets of paper beneath it were now attached to its base, and when he hefted it clear of the desk, a whole sheaf of documents was dragged up into the air with it, all of which promptly cascaded to the floor. Darcy shook his head, chuckling quietly, if incredulously, at his maladroit friend. He abstained from teasing and crouched to help gather up the scattered paperwork, though when he came upon a sheet bearing naught but an exceedingly ill-drawn blue and orange face, he could not refrain from comment. Snatching up 1 or 2 last papers, he pushed himself to his feet. "Were you half-cut when you created this masterpiece, Bingley?" "What is that?" his friend replied from the floor. Darcy showed him. Bingley's face flushed beetroot red. "Dare we inquire what is going on here?" Elizabeth's interruption came from the doorway, where she stood with her sister, her arms folded and one exquisite eyebrow arched high in amusement. Darcy bowed a formal greeting. At his side, Bingley scrambled to his feet and gave some kind of absurd wave. "Bingley is—" He glanced at the disordered bundle of papers his friend clutched to his chest, one of which, most divertingly, chose that moment to escape from his grasp and flutter conspicuously back to the floor. "Filing. Thank heavens! I thought for a moment he was asking for your hand. I should have said no if he had. I could never marry a person who draws even more poorly than I do." Ignoring Bingley's embarrassed groan, he held up the pitiable scribble for the ladies to see. "Oh, that is honest sketch of me!" Elizabeth exclaimed. "Yes," Bingley said. "You dropped it here at my picnic in the summer. I meant to return it to you, but forgot. Obviously. You are very good, sir, but I have 100 others just like it." She then informed them, because Jane did not, that tea was to be served in the morning room, and suggested, if the gentlemen had completed their business, they all remove there. Before anyone could agree or disagree, Bingley proceeded to drop most of the papers in his arms again whilst attempting to shuffle them into a neat pile. Darcy watched Elizabeth's lips together. Her eyes, when they met his, shone with laughter. "Blast!" Bingley grumbled again. "Go ahead. I shall join you all directly." Darcy crossed the room and gave Elizabeth his arm. It was only as he held out the other for Jane that he spared any thought for the fact she had not spoken a word since coming into the study. She observed Bingley in silence with an inscrutable expression, though the spots of color pinking her cheeks might be indicative of some pique. It was a few heartbeats before Jane removed her gaze from her husband and, without a word, accepted Darcy's arm. It was not his business. On that point, he was painfully clear. With a determined effort to draw no conclusion whatsoever about Jane's demeanor towards Bingley, Darcy led the 2 women from the room.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Listeners, Saturday, 3rd October, 1812, Hertfordshire. The gentlemen went for an early ride the next morning, with the agreement that they would all convene in the dining room to breakfast together at 10. Thus, Elizabeth descended the stairs alone. Her feelings were so different from the last time she trod the same path that she could not help but smile. It had been the last morning of her stay to nurse Jane to health, almost a year ago, and she had never been so eager to leave behind a place or a certain person. Presently, she begrudged every moment apart from him.
That her relationship with Jane had soured to a similar state of acrimony as hers and Darcy's at its worst pained her deeply. They had not explicitly argued at Pemberley, but neither had they properly recovered from their quarrel in London, and the new coldness in Jane's manner continued to dissuade Elizabeth from sharing her happy news. She had come here without expectation of a revival of intimacy, only the desire for matters to deteriorate no further, which was the sum of what she had thus far achieved. A footman opened the door as she approached the breakfast room, revealing her husband already seated at the table. He stood immediately upon seeing her, giving an almost imperceptible shake of his head. She slowed to a halt and waited while he disappeared from view around the table, then appeared again in the door, striding towards her. "Whatever is the matter?" "Eggs," he replied in a low voice. "Oh, yes, that might have proved embarrassing, though everybody will just as soon think you are unwell now. What reason did you give for leaving so abruptly?" Much to her amusement, he looked somewhat confused by her inquiry. "I am not in the habit of explaining myself to people." She bit back a smile. That was precisely the sort of behavior she had previously considered proud and uncivil, but in light of his generous motivations, she had not the heart to point it out to him. "Well, I am very grateful to you, Fitzwilliam, but your forethought does not solve the problem of my still being hungry, which is why I brought you these." He presented her with a napkin that contained 2 buttered muffins. "Would you care for an impromptu picnic?" She nodded eagerly, and they continued on arm in arm towards the front of the house, but got no farther than the study before their progress was interrupted. The door was torn open, and through it swept Jane in a terrible agitation of spirits. She almost ran directly into them, let out an enfeebled cry, and staggered backwards. She likely would have fallen had Darcy not caught her and helped her into a nearby chair. "Jane," Elizabeth cried, kneeling before her. "Shall I fetch Bingley?" Darcy inquired. "Yes, quickly." "No." Jane's protest was firmer than Elizabeth's plea. Darcy hesitated. Elizabeth tried again. "Jane, you are ill. Pray let us summon him." "No." "There is nothing the matter with me, Lizzie." Her assertion was greatly discredited by her pallid complexion and trembling hands. Elizabeth reached for one, only for Jane to snatch it away, insisting, "You surprised me, nothing more." Elizabeth acquiesced with a sigh and stood up. Jane did likewise, brushing non-existent creases from her skirts before excusing herself and disappearing up the stairs. "What in heaven's name was that about?" Elizabeth whispered. "I am the last person likely to know." Darcy turned back to the front door, placing his hand upon her back and gently directing her there. "Mayhap she is also with child." Elizabeth whipped her gaze to his. That might be it. She was very pale and faint. For a moment she was wounded that Jane would not confide such a thing to her, but feeling the hypocrisy of her grievance, she soon set it aside. "I should like it to be true," she said once they were in the garden. "It might bring us closer again to have children so near in age." Darcy said nothing, but gave her a sympathetic look and squeezed her arm. Nothing more was said until they came upon the avenue dissecting Netherfield's gardens, and Elizabeth's spirits rose once more. "We walked here last autumn. Do you recall?" "Vividly," he replied. "You ran away. Such appalling manners. Better you than either of Bingley's sisters." She looked askance at him, and he added, "Neither of them is half so pleasing from behind." Thus, they found themselves turned to matters more agreeable to both. Jane's queer turn put from their minds. Nourished by naught but the stoutest love and 2 buttered muffins, they passed an hour wandering the gardens until time would dawdle for them no longer, and they were forced to return to the house and attend to their respective pursuits. The ladies had withdrawn after dinner, leaving Mr. Bennet, his 2 sons, and a quantity of liquor of dubious origin to commune in masculine seclusion. The occasion had proved to be one of negligible delight. He took a swig of the pungent concoction in his glass, and made a final attempt to goad his young companions into conversation, inquiring how many birds each had brought down that afternoon. 20 and 20, Darcy said, at the same time as Bingley mumbled 6 or 7. "Ha ha, true to form, gentlemen. One has his bird in the bag afore the other has decided which to aim for." Neither rose to the bait, which drained all Mr. Bennet's remaining hope of finding sport in their company. His suggestion that they join the ladies was met with universal assent. All seemed as one might expect when they entered the drawing-room.
Elizabeth and Mary were deep in conversation on one sofa. Kitty and Lydia were draped over opposing arms of another. Jane and Mrs. Bennet were huddled together in a pair of chairs before the window, whispering about something that was having a very different effect on each of their countenances. Miss Bingley stalked the edge of the room, thus far unsuccessful in what appeared to be a search for another way out. The gentleman had not taken more than a few steps into the room when this scene of humdrum domesticity was shattered by Mrs. Bennet's voice. "I knew it! You are with child!" Judging by the looks on the faces of the two people best placed to know about such a development, Mr. Bennet thought it very unlikely. But since his opinion rarely had any influence on what his wife wished to believe, he saved his breath to cool his porridge. Instead, he sauntered over to claim a seat with the most advantageous view of every countenance in the room, spoiled for choice between the varying expressions of horror, vexation, surprise, and smugness. "Mamma, please," cried Jane, possessor of the horrified countenance. "Oh, there is no need to be coy about it, Jane. We are all family here. You may as well tell everybody while we are together." "Mamma!" Elizabeth exclaimed, her tone echoing her vexed expression. "How could you? 'Tis not your place to announce such a thing." "Oh, fie, Lizzie, nobody else was going to." "Exactly. Jane?" This rather feeble plea was from Bingley, presently boasting the exceedingly surprised countenance. Before Jane could respond, Lydia of the smug countenance interrupted. "I know not why you are pretending to be upset, Jane. You said yourself how pleased you were to have outdone Lizzie." At this, Darcy's countenance, which had hitherto displayed only vague distaste, darkened into an ominous glower. He moved farther into the room, which, rather disconcertingly, seemed to shrink as he did so. Mr. Bennet lifted up the glass he had carried in with him from the dining room, and squinted suspiciously at the sallow beverage therein. "Lydia," Jane exclaimed, "I said no such thing." "Yes, you did. You said you were glad to have done something better than the flawless Mrs. Darcy." "Oh, Jane," said Mary, radiating ecclesiastical reproach. "Ignore her, Jane," Kitty advised. "She is only saying it because if you are not with child, she will have to give me my bonnet." "I am not lying," Lydia complained, twisting around to snarl at her eldest sister over the back of the sofa.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. "I know what I heard. You were talking about shining Lizzie down. Turn around and be quiet, girl," Mrs. Bennet screeched. "Jane is not to be distressed. Mother! Charles, for heaven's sake, do something!" Miss Bingley hissed, probably wishing her search for egress had been more fruitful. Mr. Bennet fancied she would have more luck requesting assistance from the potted plant next to which her brother was standing, provided he did not swoon into it first, which at present appeared to be a distinct possibility. He turned to share the observation with his second eldest child, and it was then he truly appreciated that he had lost his Lizzie to her successor, Mrs. Darcy. She neither laughed at, nor joined in, nor censured her sister's squabbling. Instead, she rose to her feet, accepted her husband's arm, and without another word walked calmly from the room, showing Miss Bingley how simple a thing it could be. Sunday, 4 October, 1812, Hertfordshire. "Absolutely not!" Elizabeth suppressed a sigh. Though her own anger had abated somewhat overnight, Darcy was every bit as furious as he had been the previous evening, and adamant that her family be given no further opportunity to distress her. She rose onto one elbow and waited for him to take his eyes off the ceiling and look at her. "I cannot leave matters as they are. My feelings notwithstanding, I grow more convinced by the moment that something must be very wrong to make Jane behave in such a way. I must at least attempt to speak to her." "How many attempts must you make before you will concede the futility of it?" She gave a small, unhappy shrug. He brushed the curls from her cheek. "I shall not spend another evening watching you pace the floor in agitation because your sister cannot keep a civil tongue. Think you I do not share the same concerns about your returning to Rosings?" she said, keeping her tone gentle. "I am not in a delicate condition. You must consider the child." She almost laughed. Of late, she had thought of little else, grown impatient for the quickening that it seemed would never happen. She had spent a good 10 minutes peering in the mirror yesterday, searching for signs of increase that were simply not there. I assure you I do very constantly. But it would distress me much more to leave without an explanation. Besides, Jane is in the same condition. We shall have to argue delicately. Tenderly, he pulled her down onto his chest, wrapping his arms around her. She felt him sigh his resigned acquiescence into her hair. "What will you say to Mr. Bingley?" she inquired after a moment. "As little as possible. Fitzwilliam, none of this is his fault. He clearly did not know Jane is with child, and he cannot be held responsible for the things she says. It must be very awkward indeed for him to be in such a position. You might at least assure him we do not blame him. Your generosity of spirit is astonishing, Elizabeth." It sounded anything but a compliment. She laughed, though it soon trailed off with her next thought. "It will have to be, if I am to keep my temper when I speak to Jane." He did not object again. He only held her tighter. Speaking to Jane turned out to be rather more difficult than Elizabeth had envisaged. She did not attend church with them or come out of her room when they returned, and she sent her excuses at dinner. Afterwards, when Miss Bingley remarked that she hoped Jane soon recovered from her sudden illness, Elizabeth could no longer restrain her vexation. "This is absurd," she hissed under her breath to Darcy. "Jane is not unwell. She is sulking. She will be complaining of her nerves and calling for salts next. Elizabeth, no, I beg your pardon, but I can go no longer without hearing what she has to say for herself." She promptly made her apologies to Mr. and Miss Bingley and marched up the stairs to Jane's room. There was a long pause after her knock, long enough to afford reason a little latitude over her pique. Had she not begun that very morning to suspect something dire must be troubling her sister? And, saliently, had she not learned by now the danger of hurling charges in anger before being in possession of all the particulars? By the time Jane reluctantly inquired who knocked, she had her temper under far better regulation. "'Tis I, Jane." There was no reply. "May I come in?" A flash of livery and the sound of whispering at the far end of the passageway decided her. She would not stand there begging for all the staff to see. She pushed open the door and entered. Her sister sat at her dressing table, unmoving. "Jane, please turn around." "What do you want, Lizzie?" she said, her voice distant and severe. "I would talk to you." "I am not feeling well. Can it not wait?" "It would have to wait a good while, for I am leaving tomorrow, and I shall not see you again for many months." Jane made no answer. "That is your wish, then?" Silence. Elizabeth bit back an angry remark, determined to remain composed. "I do not wish it, Jane. I do not wish for you and I to continue thus. I miss you." Her entreaty was met with more silence, yet she saw in her sister's shifting carriage that she was not unaffected. She took a few steps nearer. "Will you not speak to me?" She would not, apparently. "Very well. If you will not, then I shall. I do not wish to believe what Lydia claimed you said of me, but your behavior of late makes it impossible to discredit." She did not deny it. "Will you not tell me why you are so angry with me, and in such a rage to shine me down?" Not but the sound of forced breathing. "Why, Jane? There was never any rivalry between us before. Why should it matter to you now? I assure you it does not matter to me which of us is liked best, if only we could like each other." Elizabeth had never known Jane to be so cold. Still, she did not speak or turn to face her. Ever more certain the struggle was lost, she made one last heartfelt attempt. "I would not be on bad terms with you, Jane, especially now. Pray, let us not be at odds at what will be such a special time for both of us." Jane stiffened and turned her head very slightly, as though to ensure she had heard properly. "Both? Aye, for I am with child also." There was the longest pause. "Get out!" "Pardon?" "Go! Leave me!" Her tone was implacable. Still, she did not turn round. Elizabeth felt as though she were in a dream. "Will you not at least—" Jane stood abruptly and spun to face her.
I said get out! Get out! The vehemence of her outburst forced Elizabeth several steps in that direction, but she was too stunned to go any farther of her own volition. She stared aghast at her sister, whose fine features were contorted beyond recognition by frightful, ugly emotion. "Why?" she inquired breathlessly. "Because I cannot compete with you any longer. I have none of the allurements that, for some reason, make you so vastly appealing. I am not sarcastic, or gauche, or coquettish, or artful." Each charge hit Elizabeth harder than the last, harrowing up every shred of anger she had so valiantly attempted to keep at bay. She opened her mouth, a furious protest on her tongue, but Jane had not finished. "And neither am I with child, you stupid, selfish girl." "What? Had you not been so utterly self-absorbed, you might have grasped that Mamma was mistaken and saved me your boasts. Instead, with your usual disregard for anybody's feelings but your own, you have forced your way in here and proud of your latest triumph." Elizabeth clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. "Believe me, I wish I had not, for you have not even mustered the good grace to congratulate me." Jane laughed someone else's laugh, her smile twisted into a bitter sneer. "Congratulations then, Lizzie. You have now trounced me in every possible way." "Trounced you? Think you I got with child to outdo you? Can you not conceive that Darcy and I might have had other inducements? The world does not revolve around you. There is nothing of which I am more aware." Jane all but screamed back.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Tears had begun to roll freely down her face, though she did not sob. They seemed to fall quite independently of her ire. It revolves solely around you. Only you are too rapt with your own existence to see it. Listen to yourself. You are all resentment and bitterness, and you are all coquetry and satire. Elizabeth gaped in furious disbelief. "And you wonder why I am loved better than you?" Before she had closed her lips on the last word, Jane's palm landed hard across her face. Searing pain bloomed over her cheek, and she staggered several steps backwards in surprise. Either time slowed or her heart sped up alarmingly as Elizabeth met the gaze of the stranger who had struck her. No apology was forthcoming. Instead, Jane said quietly, "I asked you to go." Slowly, deliberately, ignoring her shaking hands, Elizabeth turned her back on Jane and left the room, closing the door firmly behind her. When, after an hour, Elizabeth had not returned from her sister's room, Darcy sent her maid to fetch her. When the maid returned to say Elizabeth was no longer with her sister, Darcy swore and went in search of her himself. She was in the first place he looked, furiously pacing the only area of floor still lit by the library's dying fire. Unsure what manner of comfort she might require, he stood at the edge of the hearthrug, crossed his arms, and waited. She saw him on her next turn. "Do not dare tell me I ought to have listened to you and stayed away," she said, continuing to pace. "I am in no humor for sermons." His eyebrows rose. "Nor I for preaching, I assure you. And do not scowl at me so. I shall not harm the babe by walking." "No, but you might harm it if you do not calm yourself." "Regrettably, Fitzwilliam, not all the world is as unexcitable as you. You may be able to sit calmly and write long letters when you have been insulted, but the rest of us like to fume and pace." Thus it was confirmed that Jane Bingley had indeed insulted her yet again. "I am as disposed to pace as to write letters," he replied evenly. "As well you know. You have teased me for both." Elizabeth stopped abruptly, clenched both her fists, and huffed an exasperated growl at the ceiling. "And now I am reduced to insulting you because I am too vexed to think sensibly." She rubbed her temple with the heel of her palm and added in a subdued voice, "Forgive me." Darcy unfolded his arms and stepped forward to wrap them around her. "I have told you before, I am not afraid of you." Her frame was taut with anger, and it was some moments before she relaxed into his embrace.
Dearest Fitzwilliam, your arms could cure 1,000 ills. What would I do without you? Go for long solitary walks and hum to your heart's content, I should imagine. She gave a small breathy exclamation and clung to him more fiercely, whispering of her love. He tightened his embrace, but said no more. I ought to have listened to you and stayed away, she whispered at length. You ought to have returned to me instead of coming here alone. I did not wish for you to see me pacing. I promised you I would remain calm. You did. You are well, though, I trust. He dipped his head as he inquired, attempting to catch her eye, but she would not meet his gaze. In the way you mean, yes, she replied. A less reassuring answer he could not imagine. He lifted a hand to her chin and tenderly but firmly tilted her face up. She resisted at first, but then yielded with a sigh and allowed him to see her countenance. When he did, cold fury flooded his gut. She struck you? Aye. Her flat tone spoke volumes as to her bitter disillusionment. What the devil possessed her? I told her I am with child. And she is not, and she despises me for it. Darcy felt a vein in his neck throb. She did this knowing you are with child? Elizabeth nodded. He could not immediately respond, so livid was his rage. When he felt able to speak without cursing, he unclenched his teeth. We will be leaving at first light. We will not be returning, and you will not be seeing your sister again before we depart. Elizabeth wrapped her arms about herself and turned to the dying fire, its dwindling light just enough to set aflame the tear that ran down her cheek. You will hear no argument from me. 10. Prejudice. Thy power is sinking. Monday, 5 October 1812. Kent Colonel Fitzwilliam watched his cousin step down from the carriage and look up at the house with unconcealed contempt. He did not blame Darcy for his rancor, and admired his decision to come at all, though it did not surprise him, familiar as he was with his fierce loyalty. He was also familiar with his disinclination for forgiveness. Thus he was not at all sure what to expect from the visit. He set his drink down and made his way to the entrance hall. "Fitzwilliam," Darcy exclaimed, shaking his hand, "we did not expect to see you here." It was a recent decision. Grandmother was determined to attend, but I had the devil of a time wriggling out of my engagements. "Your grandmother is here?" He grinned. "Ineludably so." "And Lady Catherine consented to this?" "In no way, shape, or form. But she has used all her energy complaining, and has none left with which to drive her out." "Is she very ill, then?" Darcy inquired gravely. "Montgomery informs me she has good days and bad." "And where is Montgomery?" "He has taken Anne and my grandmother to Hunsford Village. You may as well take the opportunity to settle into your room and change before dinner." The housekeeper had engaged Elizabeth by then in a discussion about ladies' maids or some other such trifles, and Fitzwilliam took the opportunity to discreetly inquire how well Darcy had weathered his stay in Hertfordshire. "Another time," he replied darkly. Never had there lived such a proficient at conveying abject loathing in the mere curl of a lip. Darcy's scowl told 1,000 words, and it did not take a genius to deduce something dire had occurred. And now he must suffer Lady Catherine's censure also. "De charibde en skill-là, eh?" "Précisément," Darcy replied flatly, and turned away to escort his wife upstairs. Since their falling out in the summer, Darcy and Lady Catherine had been in company but once, at Ashby's ball, and Fitzwilliam did not believe they had exchanged more than a few venomous glares on that occasion. With Lady Catherine's continued campaign of calumny and decidedly underhanded tactic of being incurably ill, he knew not whether this encounter would go much better. Watching them reunite that evening, therefore, made for an anxious few moments. Darcy stood guard over Elizabeth with a storm seething in his eyes and a snarl prowling about his lips. Lady Catherine came in on Montgomery's arm, her new infirmity almost the first thing one noticed about her after the raging umbrage emanating from her in waves. As heavily as she dropped into her chair, did her gaze fall disdainfully upon Elizabeth, on whose shoulder Darcy immediately placed his hand, as though to prevent her from even contemplating rising. "You came, then?" Lady Catherine said curtly. Darcy had affected the ominous stillness that marked him as one of the few people of Fitzwilliam's acquaintance capable of unnerving him. "Lady Catherine, you will greet my wife and me properly, or we shall leave." Her countenance colored crimson. "I hardly know how," she croaked. "Your wife is my incumbent's cousin, a tradesman's niece. What am I to call her?" "Mrs. Darcy," he replied in an eerily low voice. Fitzwilliam was rather surprised he had stayed to answer at all. "I certainly shall not. My daughter was to be Mrs. Darcy. My sister was Lady Anne Darcy. This girl from nowhere at all is not worthy of the name. You shall not be the judge of who deserves my name, madam. I ought to have been, given how ill you have chosen." In a move that clearly demonstrated she was not afraid to defend herself, her husband, or their marriage, Elizabeth raised a hand to cover Darcy's, where it gripped her shoulder, and interrupted them both. "Lady Catherine, whether you like it or not, I am now your niece."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. I should be very happy if you were to call me Lizzie as Mrs. Sinclair does, and pray we might waste no more time discussing it. Her ladyship looked as though she had been asked to dance the waltz with Lord Byron in a whorehouse, naked. She turned to regard Mrs. Sinclair with disgust. "You call her Lizzie? Do not be jealous, your ladyship. I have several nicknames for you also," the older lady replied. "To shorten one's Christian name shows a vulgar coarseness of manners." Lady Catherine narrowed her eyes at Elizabeth. "It is precisely this sort of disdain for decorum with which you disgrace my nephew." Privately, Fitzwilliam laughed at how well Elizabeth knew her husband, for she observably tightened her grip on his hand, tethering him in place. "Come now, madam," he said. "What is to be gained by continuing to make such charges? There is no foundation for them." "No foundation?" Lady Catherine cried with a scornful laugh that devolved into a noisy and unpleasant clearing of her throat. "How is it, then, that I hear naught but tales of her shameful disregard for propriety, her constant arguing with Darcy, her struggles to perform the simplest of duties as mistress?" A brief glance at Darcy prompted Fitzwilliam to hastily inspect the wider vicinity to ensure no firearms lay within his reach. "That is absurd," he said to his aunt. "Where have you heard such nonsense?" "All of London has heard it." "Your ladyship," Mrs. Sinclair interjected, "I really must disabuse you of the notion that your circle of 3 acquaintances constitutes the whole of London." Montgomery, also glancing anxiously at Darcy, added his quiet yet stern voice to proceedings. "And may I remind you of my hopes for reconciliation, madam? I beg you would accept Darcy's consent to make peace before he rescinds it, and for all our sakes allow these vile rumors to be forgotten." "Would that these were rumors, sir," Lady Catherine croaked, pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve and holding it near her mouth. "But I saw for myself evidence of one of her violent altercations, the tale of which I have since heard repeated abroad. And let us ask Darcy to deny it was necessary for him to drag her from the arms of another man mere days before his wedding." Elizabeth's eyes opened wide, and Darcy's fury took on a wild edge of incredulity. To Elizabeth, Lady Catherine continued, "I am no stranger to the particulars of that infamous affair, young lady. I know it all. How you willingly received that man's addresses, the patched-up arrangements made to keep you away from each other." "That is enough!" This Darcy actually shouted. He broke free of Elizabeth's hold, or she released him, Fitzwilliam was not sure which, and stepped towards Lady Catherine. On either side of him, all other occupants of the room sank away from him into their chairs, like the Red Sea parting. "Unless you wish me to leave this place forever, to refuse Montgomery and Anne the assistance they desire, for our families to be publicly and permanently divided, you will apologize to Elizabeth. You will welcome her with all due respect as my wife, and you will desist your reprehensible incivility this instant." But for Lady Catherine's rasping breath, there was silence as she and Darcy glared at each other in a monumental test of wills. It was Anne who broke the stalemate. "Please, mother, I am grieved enough at the prospect of losing you. I would not wish to lose my cousin also." It was a painful and courageously honest observation, and most effective. Lady Catherine sagged in her seat, and though her expression was cold and her words clipped, she nonetheless ceded her enmity. "I apologize, Mrs. Darcy." She moved her eyes to her nephew before adding, "I am glad you are come," whereupon she fell victim to a virulent spell of coughing, which Fitzwilliam would have attributed to the avoidance of further capitulation had he not espied the spots of red on her handkerchief. "I have exceeded myself," she sputtered. "Excuse me." Anne and Montgomery led her from the room with the promise of rejoining everyone for dinner once they had her settled. The door closed. Fitzwilliam let out a slow breath. Lady Catherine had apologized. Darcy had not renounced the de Bourghs for all eternity. The only bloodshed had been on Lady Catherine's handkerchief. All in all, the encounter could have gone significantly worse. With a relieved shrug, he moved to join Darcy and Elizabeth. "I am well, truly," she was saying, "only a little tired." "Then you must rest," Darcy asserted, looking far more concerned than a simple claim to fatigue justified. "You cannot think I mean to desert you after that," she objected. "You must rest," Darcy repeated, rather severely. "I shall have a tray sent up for you." "Fear not," Fitzwilliam assured her. "I believe between me, the dinner table, and Lady Catherine's cognac, he will be adequately consoled." Elizabeth smiled gratefully, but did not seem ready to acquiesce. "I should leave them to it, my dear," advised Mrs. Sinclair, pushing herself to her feet with her cane. "Men are never satisfied with things until they have ranted about them in their cups. I shall dine with you upstairs, if you have no objection to it. All the promise is gone out of the evening anyway, now that her ladyship has shuffled off to bed. With any luck, she might shuffle a bit too far and topple right off the end of her mortal coil. Bloody hell, I ought never to have brought her here," Darcy exclaimed as soon as the door shut behind the two ladies. Fitzwilliam went directly to the sideboard, of the opinion that getting foxed and grumbling about the whole sorry mess was a fine idea. She seemed to hold her own. "It should not be necessary for her to hold her own," Darcy shot back, accepting the drink Fitzwilliam handed him and taking a substantial swig. "This hostility is not good for her. It is not good for her health. I must say, I have never considered Elizabeth to be a fragile sort of woman. Why the sudden excessive concern?" His cousin stared into his glass for a moment or two, his expression softening into a small but exultant smile. "She is with child." "Bugger me, already?" Darcy's slight shrug seemed to ask what else he had expected. Fitzwilliam shook his head at yet another example of the man's nauseating proficiency in all things, and offered his hearty congratulations. "Do not blame yourself for having brought her here. I dare say, now the worst is over, Lady Catherine will calm down." "That had better be the worst of it. Another word of her vile Philippic, and we shall leave directly." "Oh, I rather think she will back down," he said lightly, wandering over to seat himself at the pianoforte. He poked at a few of the keys. "You certainly made your point, old boy." Darcy's brow contracted. He took an angry gulp of his drink and stalked to scowl out of the window into the night. "It is unfortunate that we came here directly from Hertfordshire. Events there left me in no humor to hear another word spoken against Elizabeth." Fitzwilliam closed the instrument and leaned on the lid. "I think it high time you told me what the devil happened at Netherfield." Darcy's frown deepened, accurately presaging the grim account he proceeded to give. When he was done, Fitzwilliam stared at him, appalled.
And this was her elder sister, you say? Not any of the ghastly younger ones. It was Jane, Bingley's angel. Good God, how did you act? I informed Bingley that I would no longer recognize his wife or receive her in any of my houses. Fitzwilliam raised his eyebrows and blew out his cheeks. How did he like that? Very ill, though he did not cavil. Snatching up his glass, Fitzwilliam left the pianoforte and joined Darcy in staring out onto the moonlit lawn. That must have been very difficult. You have been friends a long time. Darcy breathed in deeply through his nose and nodded. We have. But Elizabeth is my priority now. I shall tolerate no further injury to her honor or her person. He quaffed the rest of his drink and snarled.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Neither shall I tolerate Grayson's loose tongue. I very much doubt Grayson has said a word after the little chat we had with him. Lady Catherine much more likely had that tale from Collins. What about the rest of the claptrap she claims is circulating about London? I dare say that is all invention, born of jealousy, most likely. You broke a lot of hearts about town when you married Elizabeth, you know. Darcy leveled a stare at him. 'Tis true. There was universal despair amongst the ladies of the ton the day your announcement was printed in the Times. Miss Periwinkle attempted to take her own life by pricking her finger with her embroidery needle. Miss Wilson declared she had nothing left for which to live and threw herself off a pavement into a puddle. Lady Frances cried herself to death. That earned him an eye roll. Lord Tewkesbury's heart just about stopped altogether. He had £500 on your marrying Miss Bingley. Stop. That one is not even a joke. It turned out his grandmother was correct. A stiff drink, a spot of discourse, and Darcy was almost smiling again. Tuesday, 6 October 1812, Kent. The sun shone bright and warm the next morning, oblivious to the pall of gloom enshrouding everyone at Rosings. Eager to escape the house, Elizabeth left early to call upon her friend Charlotte Collins, but found her not at home. On learning from the servant that she had gone into Hunsford village, Elizabeth walked there in the hope of seeing her, but to no avail. Eventually, exercised but divested of none of the confidences she had hoped to divulge to her friend, she walked back in the direction of the house. There, leaning against the stile separating the parsonage from Rosings Park, she found her husband awaiting her. He cut a dashing figure in his snugly fitted trousers, precisely placed hat, impeccably defined side whiskers, and knee-buckling little smile. I was considering sending out a search party. She refrained from suggesting he ought to consider employing a permanent staff for the purpose. My apologies. I thought you were busy with Mr. Montgomery. We are done. He pushed away from the stile and came towards her. Are you too tired to walk a little farther? No, I should like that very much. Indeed, she was happy to stay out of Lady Catherine's way for as long as possible. Where shall we walk? Any path you choose, but that one, he replied, nodding at the one leading to Rosings. She grinned at their like minds, and then, curious to discover what changes the different season had wrought on one of her favorite haunts, set out in the direction of the grove that lined the park. In truth, Darcy was not in a humor for walking, talking, or indeed anything but ordering his trunks packed and departing forthwith. It seemed every time he came to this cursed place, he must wrestle with violently conflicting notions of affection and duty, and without much history of success. He had hoped some time alone with Elizabeth would improve his humor, and indeed it did until he recognized her chosen destination. Then, with the remembrance of her unbearable rejection growing more vivid with every step, his spirits grew gloomier than ever. How went your discussions with Mr. Montgomery? Well enough. He has the capital to save Rosings, provided it is managed carefully. Hence his desire for your assistance? Darcy inclined his head, but said nothing more. His attention had come to be fixed upon the gate at which he had handed Elizabeth his letter. Will you help him, despite your aunt's behavior? I shall. This pleased her, he could tell. What he would not have given then to show her he was not devoid of all proper feeling. You are not happy, she said gently, startling him from his reverie. I am sorry the visit has not started well. It is not that which troubles me presently, he admitted, smiling ruefully at his own foolishness. She stopped walking and turned to him, all anxiety. Then what does? It is this place. My memories of it are inexpressibly painful to me. She lifted a hand to his cheek, and though her next words were teasing, her voice was as soft as her touch. Oh, Fitzwilliam, you dear silly man, I thought all that was forgotten. Forgetting is not my forte, as well you know. I left this place believing I had lost you forever. Yes, you do have a penchant for losing me, I have noticed. He choked out a surprised burst of laughter. Would that I had known then how I should come to be the constant object of your wit, teasing devil of a woman. He pulled her closer, then one arm at a time took hold of the front edges of his greatcoat and wrapped them around her, cocooning her against his chest. What would you have said had someone told you after that night you would be back here half a year on, wife to me, and increasing with my child? She looked up at him dubiously. If that is all I had been told, I think I would have been justified in being excessively alarmed. His smile faltered. She was perfectly right, of course, yet it made hearing it no less painful, for it served as further proof of how she had despised him at the time. She saw it, God love her. She saw it and immediately redressed the injury. Though, had I been told how blissfully happy you would have made me in that half a year, how wonderful it would be to be held the way you hold me and kissed the way you kiss me, how honored I should feel to be carrying the child of the best man I have ever known, had I been told how very dearly I should have come to love you, I believe I might have been more sanguine about it. It frightened him how fiercely he loved her. It had then, and it did still. He made no attempt to find the words to express it, however. He doubted any existed sufficiently profound. Instead, he took her by the hand and drew her to the nearest tree, from which he plucked one of the last remaining leaves. Silently, he pressed a tender kiss to her brow and the leaf into her hand, closing her fingers around it. Fitzwilliam? Yes? Kiss me. The way you do. Darcy's spirits seemed to improve drastically thereafter, and Elizabeth certainly did. They enjoyed a far pleasanter stroll through the grove than any they had shared the previous spring, and returned to the house in excellent humor. A happy sight greeted them upon reaching the lawn. Mr. Montgomery and a small boy, whom Elizabeth presumed must be his son, were playing a game of cat and mouse. Too busy watching his father over his shoulder to pay heed to where he ran, the boy promptly careened headlong into Darcy's legs, which had rather the same effect as a blancmange being hurled at a boulder. One moved not at all, and the other crumpled in a messy heap on the ground. Elizabeth crouched to help the boy to his feet, brushing his breeches clean. "Jonathan, do be careful," Mr. Montgomery called as he made his way towards them. "It is very nice to meet you, Master Jonathan. I am Mrs. Darcy, and this is my husband, Mr. Darcy." "You have introduced yourselves, I see," Mr. Montgomery puffed, arriving at the scene rather short of breath. To his son he said, "Mr. Darcy is Miss de Bourgh's cousin." Much to Elizabeth's delight, the boy gave them a dear little bow, and then craned his neck to look up at Darcy. "You are too big to be a mouse," he declared. "I shall be the mouse, you be the cat." Then he turned and toddled away across the lawn, leaving the three adults regarding each other, one apologetically, one skeptically, and the other vastly diverted. Elizabeth raised an expectant eyebrow at her husband. With a sigh and a perfectly solemn countenance, he removed his hat and greatcoat and handed them to her, then exploded into a run across the lawn. Jonathan squealed and tripped over his own feet, attempting to escape. Mr. Montgomery soon joined them, and Elizabeth watched with melting heart as two of the most serious and dignified men of her acquaintance darted about the lawn, drawing shrieks of happy laughter from the little boy.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality, listeners. She could not help but suppose Darcy's anticipation of fatherhood contributed to his rare eschewal of decorum, and her stomach did another of its little pirouettes as she fell a little further in love with him. Only as she looked about for a seat did she notice the solitary figure occupying a bench on the far side of the lawn. She presented a lonely picture, and Elizabeth set out at once to speak to her. "Good morning, Miss de Bourgh. May I join you?" "Mrs. Darcy," she replied, nodding at the space next to her by way of permission, but not moving to make it any larger. Not overly surprised and certainly not deterred, Elizabeth lowered herself onto the bench, balancing Darcy's hat and coat on her lap. Having imposed this far, she felt obliged to begin the conversation, but not knowing the least bit about her, was unsure which subjects were safe. She settled on inquiring after her health. "I am as well as I ever am." "Which is not very," answered Miss de Bourgh. "I beg your pardon. I was not aware you were unwell." "I am not unwell. I am simply not well." "I see. Such a contrary creature. You must be greatly anticipating your wedding tomorrow." "Must I?" "I hope for your sake that you are. Mr. Montgomery is a very kind, unassuming gentleman. I hope you will be very happy together. From what I hear, it sounds as though he has grown very fond of you." This remark brought Miss de Bourgh's head whipping around, and the first splash of color to her cheeks Elizabeth had ever observed. "He has? Why, yes, Darcy tells me he speaks very highly of you indeed. I understand he values your calmness of temper in particular." This evidently flustered her, leading Elizabeth to wonder whether she had ever received a compliment on aught other than the things her mother believed she might have accomplished had her health allowed it. "Master Jonathan seems a lovely, lively little boy." "He is certainly the latter," Elizabeth smiled. "Most 3-year-olds are, I think. Are you much in the company of young children?" "I have been, at various times. I have 3 younger sisters and 4 very young cousins." Miss de Bourgh picked at a fleck of dust on her pelisse, then looked into the distance with a sniff. "I never thought I would have children. I know not what one is expected to do with them." A small laugh escaped Elizabeth's lips before she could prevent it. Such a curious mix of uncertainty and arrogance she had never seen. "Does Master Jonathan have a nanny or a governess?" "Both." "Then all there is for you to do is love him." Her companion's only response was to look moderately terrified. "Miss de Bourgh," Elizabeth said cautiously, "our husbands are good friends. It is probable you and I shall be thrown together quite often as a result. I cannot but think it would be tedious to be always in each other's company and never at liberty to enjoy it. Do you not agree? Come to the point, Mrs. Darcy. I do not care for clever tongues." There really was no further proof required that she would never have truly appreciated Darcy had she married him. "Very well. I should like it if you and I could be friends." Elizabeth had rather expected her to be offended by this proposal, and she was surprised when spots of color once more pinked her cheeks, for she looked more abashed. It occurred to her that perhaps Miss de Bourgh did not have many acquaintances she could call friend. "Mayhap, in time," she pressed gently, "we might learn to be mothers together." She received no answer, but counted it as a great victory that neither did she receive a rebuff. "Shall we begin now?" she inquired, gesturing with a nod towards Jonathan. Miss de Bourgh gave the smallest of nods. As they walked onto the lawn, a slight movement behind her caught Elizabeth's eye. She looked up at the house and observed Lady Catherine peering from an upstairs window. She smiled up at her and inclined her head. Her ladyship's eyes narrowed furiously, the curtain dropped back down, and she disappeared from view. Elizabeth sighed, then just as quickly smiled, and turned to forge ahead with Miss de Bourgh, counseling herself that the walls of Badhaj were not brought down in a day. Tuesday, 6 October, 1812. Hertfordshire. "Oh, sister, I cannot recall ever seeing her so withdrawn, not even when Mr. Bingley went away last autumn. Is she very distressed? What did she say?" "Very little, only that it is certain she is not with child. Her courses arrived on Sunday." Mrs. Phillips shook her head sadly. "Well, she is not the first woman to be mistaken about such a thing. It breaks my heart to think how her hopes have been dashed. And yours, my dear." "Yes, mine too, for I was certain she must be increasing. She showed all the signs. She even asked me on Saturday last how long a woman must usually wait to feel the quickening. I see why you were so convinced. She obviously believed it to be true. And now all our hopes are dashed." "Only temporarily, sister.
With any luck, you will not have to wait long for better news, from Lizzie if not Jane. What use is it to me if Lizzie has a child, for I shall scarcely ever see it? I am getting too old to be forever traipsing hither and thither about the country. I am sure her husband will be vastly pleased to hear that, said Mr. Bennet, walking into the room and taking up a position before the fire. Perhaps that is why Mr. Bingley delays. He may wish to find a house farther away before he begets another excuse for you to visit him. Nothing Mrs. Phillips could do would settle Mrs. Bennet's nerves after that remark. There was nothing for it but to help her sister to bed and request a tonic from Hill that would allow her to sleep off her disappointment. Thursday, 8 October 1812, Kent. Fitzwilliam stifled a yawn. He wished he had not fought so prodigiously hard to remain awake throughout the wedding ceremony, for a brief nap then might have afforded the stamina required to endure this, the dullest celebration in the history of matrimony. Lady Catherine and all her cronies, whom she had been adamant must attend to sufficiently mark the vastly prestigious occasion, had collared him and Elizabeth on the sofas. Elizabeth, however, was too busy fluttering her eyelashes at Darcy across the room to pay any heed to the conversation, leaving him the sole casualty of the ladies' inane chatter, and he was rapidly losing the will to live. Of course, Lady Catherine croaked, had Anne's health allowed her to be in London more, she would have attended the opera very frequently, and enjoyed it better than most, for she has a discerning ear. That is not to be doubted, Lady Metcalfe replied. And had I had a daughter, I am certain she would have been blessed with superior taste, and enjoyed everything that is fine. Will you visit the opera while you are in London? Fitzwilliam inquired of Elizabeth, attempting to regain her attention and not being wholly successful. I hope not, she replied absently. I cannot abide the opera. Cannot abide it, Lady Rutherford repeated, aghast. Everybody in our sphere enjoys the opera, Lady Hartham said. No woman can consider herself accomplished who does not appreciate the finer arts. Lady Catherine said nothing, but then her lips were so contorted with disdain, Fitzwilliam thought she probably was not able. What of your husband? Lady Metcalfe pressed indignantly. Would you deny him the pleasure of it? By no means, ma'am. If he wishes to go, I am sure we shall. Well, I hope you do, for only by taking the trouble to attend will you begin to appreciate it as you ought. Elizabeth inclined her head. You must see Idomeneo in that case. It begins towards the end of the month and is certain to be superior to anything else being performed. I thank you for the recommendation, though my husband generally prefers Handel's operas. Miss Bennet, Mrs. Darcy, Lady Catherine interjected. It is vexing enough that you must give your own opinion so freely. Do not presume to begin giving my nephew's as well. He is perfectly capable of speaking for himself.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality, listeners. Lady Hartham, Fitzwilliam said hastily, feeling guilty for having embroiled Elizabeth in the discussion. Have you heard from your son recently? How fares he in Lisbon? As hoped, this set the ladies off on a different tangent. He turned slightly and whispered his apologies to Elizabeth. I quite fed you to the wolves. You must allow me to make amends. Shall I cause a distraction that you might escape? Too risky, she replied with a grin. But if you feel you must atone, you may fetch me a drink. Certainly. Wine? Do not trouble yourself, Fitzwilliam, Darcy said, arriving from nowhere to hand Elizabeth a glass. Oh, where is mine? I was not aware you were thirsty. Fitzwilliam looked between them, amused by a fleeting notion that they must communicate via blinks, 1 for thirsty, 2 for hungry, and 3 for your aunt has slighted me again, immediate rescue required. There you are, Darcy, Lady Catherine said loudly. What have you been discussing with Lord Rutherford all this time? The new theatre on Drury Lane, madam. Oh, yes, my husband is an avid patron of the arts, Lady Rutherford said, adding with a sly glance at her friends, and he especially enjoys the opera. Indeed, he considers it as one of the first refinements of polished societies. Would you not agree, Mr. Darcy? Of course he would, Lady Catherine answered for him. My nephew is a great lover of the opera and attends regularly.
Fitzwilliam caught Elizabeth's eye, rather enjoying the twinkle her amusement afforded them. "I expect you will go to see Idomeneo when it begins," Lady Metcalfe said to Darcy. "I have no plans to, madam." "Oh, that is correct," she replied in a tone of condolence. "Your wife has just been telling us she does not much care for the opera. We must not blame her. People of certain spheres do not generally have the opportunity to attend. Though I must say it is very good of you not to complain about the deprivation. I am sure I should not be so gracious about it." Fitzwilliam held his breath, awaiting the cataclysm Darcy's scowl portended. Yet in the end, a steady glance from Elizabeth was all it took to stay his reprisal. "I merely prefer Handel's operas," was his only reply. Fitzwilliam was still smirking over that inadvertent victory for Elizabeth when Montgomery and Mrs. Sinclair hailed them from across the room, prevailing upon Elizabeth to play the pianoforte. Darcy wasted no time in leading his wife to the relative safety of the instrument. The other ladies fanned out to find seats from which to criticize her performance, leaving him alone with his aunt. Her ladyship spent the next several minutes unable to speak as she succumbed to a fit of coughing that Fitzwilliam suspected she had been withholding for some time. He fetched her a drink and stayed with her until she recovered. "Anne seems very content," he said when she was composed. "No thanks to the contemptible strumpet at my pianoforte." He breathed a silent sigh and persevered. Content nonetheless. Lady Catherine sniffed disdainfully. "Would that Darcy could be." "He is, madam." "Do not attempt to mollify me, Fitzwilliam. It is my lungs that fail me, not my eyes. A fool could see he is not happy. If you will pardon me for speaking frankly, your incivility towards his wife is hardly likely to cheer him, nor your ill health." The latter seemed to surprise her, though she quickly covered it with affected hauteur. "I am glad to discover he is not lost to all proper feeling. He ought to be distressed that I am ill. We all are. She is not," she said, waving her hand towards the instrument. Fitzwilliam was unsure whether she was referring to Elizabeth or Mrs. Sinclair, and since at least one of them was not the slightest bit troubled, he opted not to answer at all. He caught sight of Darcy watching his wife play. Contrary to Lady Catherine's claim, he looked positively serene, which diverted him, for Darcy was not a man naturally given to serenity. To his mind, Elizabeth's influence was there for all to see. Would that he could dispel some of his aunt's prepossession that she might observe it herself. "You know, I was there when Grayson importuned Elizabeth," he said, surprising his aunt for a second time. "I rather think the incident has been elaborated by the fool who related to you." Lady Catherine made no response, but her expression invited him to explain. The man was in no way encouraged, and there was not prurient about the incident on either side. He had the temerity to offer for Elizabeth under Darcy's nose, despite their already being engaged. She refused and walked away. Grayson took hold of her arm to prevent her from leaving, and Darcy intervened to demand that he go. That is all there was to it. She received this information in silence, her lips pinched and her brow creased. Fitzwilliam thought he might as well take advantage of her rare quiescence. As to her being struck, the officer in question was violently drunk and attacked her in the street. She can scarcely be blamed. Of course she can. What was she doing anywhere near a drunkard in the first place? Attempting to defend Darcy's good name, I understand. He rather liked being able to surprise his aunt this often. She is not the coquette you believe her to be. Indeed, you do Darcy a grave injustice in continuing to think ill of her. Do I? Regardless of whether those reports are true, her descent, her connections, her vast unsuitability cannot be denied. It will not be long until it is widely known how poorly she has adapted to Pemberley. When he is ridiculed in every corner of the world by every person who knows him, Darcy will regret marrying her. It cannot go otherwise. Fitzwilliam shook his head. "I know not what nonsense has been passed your way, but I assure you, Darcy has nothing but praise for Elizabeth's endeavors at Pemberley. Doubtless, she has lessons to learn, but she is a perfectly capable, clever woman. There is no reason to doubt she will learn all she needs to with time, and you cannot but think Darcy will be a positive influence on her. Her ladyship faltered slightly, but quickly arrived at another objection. What of the visits of her uncle and aunt from the city? I dare say the walls of Pemberley won't crumble, Mrs. Sinclair said, hobbling up to join them. Unlike your walls, which seem to be crumbling of their own accord without any such provocation. Oh, take her away, Fitzwilliam, Lady Catherine wheezed. He thought that an excellent idea, and duly did as he was bid. A backwards glance, indeed several more glances over the remainder of the day, revealed an uncommonly pensive Lady Catherine intently observing a certain gentleman and his new wife. Friday, 9 October 1812, Hertfordshire. It is absurd, Caroline said, following her brother into the room and closing the door behind her. This is the 6th day in succession she has remained in her rooms. Yes, I am aware, he replied wearily, dropping into a chair. She walked behind the opposing one and leant over it with both hands on the back, glaring at him. You cannot allow it to continue. The servants are beginning to talk. Charles' head fell back, and he stared at the ceiling. Let Jane stay in her room for as long as she pleases. I have no wish to see her. What you wish is neither here nor there. You must put it right. Is it not enough that you married so far beneath you? Must you satisfy everybody's contempt by allowing it to be known the marriage is falling apart before the first 12-month is out? He only sighed. Charles! She slapped the back of the chair. His head whipped upright. What efforts have you made to persuade her to come down? Have you even spoken to her since she locked herself away? No. For a moment, Caroline squeezed her eyes shut in vexation, repressing the urge to hurl something at him. Never did I think the day would come that I should be defending Jane's character to you. But for heaven's sake, she is not a monster. You cannot mean to ignore her indefinitely. He sat up, all indignation.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. She slapped her sister, and never was there a woman more in need of a slap. I should rather give her a medal. Caroline! Her brother launched himself to his feet, though he appeared unsure what to do next and merely stood frowning uselessly. Oh, Caroline, nothing! When will you overcome this ridiculous fascination with Eliza Darcy? I am not fascinated, he cried, with more than enough affront to convince her of quite the opposite. I require no romantic inclinations to persuade me that slapping one's sister, a guest in one's house, and the wife of one's husband's oldest friend is a reprehensible thing to do. It was an impolitic thing to do, certainly, but she was distressed. Would you punish her forever and ruin all our reputations over one instance of passion? I should have thought you would be pleased to discover she had some. What had she to be distressed about? Caroline regarded him incredulously. How he had reached 23 unscathed with such a gaping want of penetration, she would never know. Well, let us consider. Could it be that her delightful mother announced to the entire family that she was with child when she was not? Or that her sister then tactfully informed her that she is? Or simply that, in general, she is cursed with the most lamentable relations in the kingdom? Her brother abruptly lost all color from his countenance and slumped heavily back into his chair. Lizzie is with child? She threw her hands in the air. Lord save us! It ought to be nothing to you if she is. It is nothing to me except a surprise. Darcy did not mention it. For which we must all be thankful, for if you had swooned in this manner before him, he would certainly have wished to know why. How do you know of this? He inquired weakly. As I said, the servants are talking, and they will continue to do so for as long as you give them cause. Pray, end this stupid quarrel before it becomes a scandal. And how do you suggest I do that when she will not see me? I thought you said you had not attempted to speak to her. I went to her twice before she and Lizzie argued, on Saturday evening after her family left, and again on Sunday morning. Both times I was refused admittance. She will not see me.
Caroline peered at her brother very closely. Why not? What have you done? I sincerely hope I shall not hear of any more maids being dismissed without reason. He jumped slightly and looked at her wide-eyed, though whether in affront or alarm she could not be sure. I have not done anything. Then why is she displeased with you? Would that I knew. Perhaps if what you say is true, it is because she is not yet with child. Then for heaven's sake get one on her. He pouted. It is not that simple. She clenched her teeth. Throwing something at him was becoming more and more of a temptation. I have heard it is. That was not my meaning, he cried, coloring deeply. I meant blasted. Caroline, I do not know. That we are not even speaking. I know. For 6 whole days I have had to look out of the window to discover what the weather is doing. Pardon? Oh, never mind it. Would that you only cease blaming her for one trifling little spat and make your peace before you become the laughingstock of the world. You are quite alone in thinking this a trifling concern, Caroline. In this house I am generally alone in thinking, but do surprise me. Darcy has excluded Jane from all his houses. Caroline's heart lurched into her mouth. What? Why on earth would he do that? What is it to him if his wife has words with her sister? Imagine if Mr. Hurst banished me from Farley House every time I squabbled with Louisa. Yes, well, as Darcy himself informed me, one does not slap the mistress of Pemberley and remain welcome there. Caroline stared at him for a moment, then threw her arms in the air. Tremendous! I do not believe I could conceive of a better way to ensure we become social pariahs, except perhaps if we were to contract leprosy and begin molting limbs on the dance floor at Almack's. Her brother opened his mouth to speak, but since it was exceedingly unlikely he meant to say anything of value, she shouted over him. Debarred from Pemberley! Have you any idea how low we shall sink in the eyes of the world if this is discovered? Remedy this, before anybody learns of it. She spun on her heel to leave, but turned back when he called her name. What is it? Is the staff talking about anything else? He looked excessively conscious. Why? Is there something else for them to talk about? No, nothing. Would that I had listened to you and never come back to Hertfordshire. He dropped his head into his hands, which was fortunate, for it meant it was marginally better guarded when, in the next moment, a pincushion, replete with a full continent of pins, was violently flung at it. Sunday, 11 October, 1812. Elizabeth's Wicked Rosings had never promised to, and had certainly not, delivered any significant improvement in relations, but neither had it been without its small advancements. With Mrs. Montgomery, she had formed the beginnings of a tentative understanding that, with a good deal of time and an even greater measure of patience, might eventually become something approaching a delicate sort of friendship. Darcy and Mr. Montgomery were steadily rekindling the familiarity they had enjoyed before one went abroad, and Elizabeth could not but be pleased to have gained such an amiable, steady gentleman for a cousin. Lady Catherine still looked on her with the utmost disdain, but she had mostly given over casting aspersions about her abilities in favor of not speaking to her at all and observing her with disconcerting application. Darcy was convinced it was to find fault. Elizabeth was more hopeful, choosing to believe she was searching for something of to approve, though if she had met with any success, she had not yet admitted it. Elizabeth and Darcy's happiness only increased. Every day was punctuated with blissful private moments, shared jokes, and all manner of discussions, from edifying to teasing. Of Master Jonathan they had both grown very fond, delighting in his sweet antics whenever he was brought down from the nursery, and secretly anticipating the time when their child might play with his or her new cousin. Thus, though Elizabeth was not sorry to be leaving on the morrow, neither was she sorry to have come, which was a better frame of mind than that with which she had departed Netherfield a week earlier. "You are very quiet, Charlotte," said as they emerged arm in arm from the church. "Nothing is amiss, I hope?" "No, I was only thinking of everything that has happened this week. Well, and since I was here in April, really. I have endured the worst and best moments of my life in these few short months. I never dreamt my life should end up so altered. Oh, do not look so worried. I am the happiest creature alive, but I cannot deny it is overwhelming at times. I am not surprised you feel that way. Every woman experiences some change when she marries, but rarely so vast or challenging an adjustment as yours. You are bearing it with remarkable fortitude, though. She patted Elizabeth's arm. You endure his family's incivility with far more forbearance than they deserve. I should hate to see you lose heart now. No fear of that, Elizabeth replied with a grin. She lowered her voice as they joined the back of the crowd of people milling about in front of the lich gate. My heart is well and truly bound to my husband's, and in no danger of being lost. Charlotte smirked, forever the romantic. Her teasing had not the chance to gain pace, for a young girl directly in front of them, about Lydia's age and with a similar grasp of propriety, drew their attention with a barely whispered exclamation. Did you see her? Even paler and more miserable than usual. Aye, very ill indeed. Her equally indiscreet companion replied. Who was the gentleman with whom she was sitting? Her husband, Mr. Montgomery. I thought she was supposed to marry Mr.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Darcy? The second girl giggled. Peter heard Mr. Darcy lost a wager to Mr. Montgomery and was obliged to give up his claim to Rosings Park to settle the debt. He cannot have been very distressed, for who would wish to marry that cross, sickly thing anyway? Perhaps it was Mr. Montgomery who lost the wager, and he was obliged to marry Mr. Berg in Mr. Darcy's stead. It is unlikely, Elizabeth said, unable to hold her tongue any longer, since neither the house nor the lady was theirs to wager. Mrs. Montgomery is a sensible woman from a distinguished family. She is quite at liberty to choose her own husband. She ought to be celebrated for having chosen to take on a little boy in need of a mother. I should wager he cares not one whit for the paleness of her countenance. The two girls turned to face her and looked caught between astonishment, shame, and indignation. Just as Elizabeth thought the latter might triumph and cause a scene, Charlotte hastened to say, Miss Webb, Miss Emily, allow me to introduce my very good friend, Mrs. Darcy. Both girls abruptly took on a pallor not dissimilar to the object of their earlier ridicule, curtsied, giggled, and ran away. With a rueful smile at her friend, Elizabeth set off again through the throng of villagers to where her party's various equipages waited in the lane. "You are not distressed by their idle talk, I hope," Charlotte said quietly. "On the contrary, I am comforted to discover my sisters are not the only thoughtless girls in England." The approach of the rest of the de Bourgh party prompted a hasty but heartfelt adieu between the ladies. They were both reunited with their husbands, whilst Fitzwilliam and Mr. Montgomery gallantly handed the other ladies up into their respective carriages. "Wait," Lady Catherine demanded. Her ladyship fixed Elizabeth with a steely glare. "Mrs. Darcy will ride with me." Thus, after a quick reshuffling of passengers between carriages, Elizabeth found herself traveling the short distance back to Rosings alone with Lady Catherine, rather than enjoying a final stroll back through the park as she and Darcy had planned. Her ladyship said nothing for the first several minutes. Elizabeth waited, wondering whether it was more likely that she meant to bestow a surprise blessing or take advantage of one last opportunity to abuse her. A hoarse intake of breath presaged what transpired to be the latter. "Let me be very clear, Mrs. Darcy. I shall never approve of you. You are of absolutely no importance in the world. You are impertinent, you are appallingly liberal in your thinking, and you have, against every appeal to common decency and reason, put my nephew in an unpardonably tenuous position in society." She looked away for a moment, coughing slightly as she peered out of the window. Eventually she looked back. "I do concede, however, that I may have underestimated your character." Had there been no sides to the carriage, Elizabeth might have fallen from her seat. Lady Catherine nodded brusquely as though satisfied with her astonishment. "Were you aware I was behind you when you were speaking to Mrs. Collins just now?" "Why, no, ma'am. I did not think so. You might still have spoken that frankly regardless, but she certainly would not have. You were discussing your situation." "Aye, a little. You spoke with more modesty than I have heard you admit to before. I am relieved to have heard it. You ought to be overwhelmed." Elizabeth frowned warily. "I am not sure because no matter how strenuously you deny it, you were not born to this sphere, and you cannot have been prepared for this degree of responsibility. Complacency would be disastrous. I assure you I have never been complacent. But you act as though you are. Your behavior shows nothing but an unjust assuredness of your success and an equal indifference to your failures." She paused and took a deep, rattling breath, continuing in a far calmer tone. "I am relieved to discover you are without such conceit after all. Modesty, where there is real inferiority of mind and situation, modesty will always be under good regulation." Elizabeth stared at her. "That may be so, but I think you credit me with too much. When I said I was overwhelmed, I was referring to the rapidity and magnitude of changes to my situation. I did not mean to imply I was suffering from any peculiar feelings of trepidation." Lady Catherine's eyebrows rose, and she gave a huff of displeasure that immediately dissolved into coughs. Elizabeth waited for her spasms to pass, then calmly but firmly pressed her point. "I am far from complacent, but I am assured of my resolve to be the very best wife to my husband I can be, and as long as he is satisfied with my efforts, so shall I be. Mrs. Darcy, I invited you to ride with me with the particular purpose of acknowledging that I may have been ungenerous in my assessment of your character. Am I to be repaid for my condescension with ingratitude and defiance? I am certainly not ungrateful, and I hope my endeavor to be honest will not be taken as defiance. But nothing would be gained by my accepting your approbation for modesty I do not possess. You would only be disappointed the first time I behaved otherwise, and that would pain Darcy all over again. Far better that you accept me as I am." Lady Catherine narrowed her eyes at her and did not reply for an uncomfortably long time. "I am able to count on one hand the individuals who are unafraid to speak plainly to me. You are among them. I abhor impertinence, but honesty and fortitude are qualities of which I can approve. I expect that is why Darcy admires you. Growing up with me as almost his closest relative has taught him to esteem strong women. You, no doubt, remind him of me." There was no response to that, but as usual, her ladyship required none. "You also spoke in defense of my daughter." Elizabeth had not been prepared for such an arsenal of topics, and was relieved to espy the gatehouse from the window, for it signaled an imminent end to the startling interview. "I did." Her ladyship grunted disdainfully. "I give you credit for that, though I cannot account for why you did it. You cannot have any regard for her, or you would not have poached her husband." Elizabeth schooled herself to restraint. Truly, from Darcy's first proposal to this thorny olive branch, her new family had the most extraordinary gift for delivering insulting compliments. "Perhaps your daughter and I are not the best of friends, but I should not like it if rumors that sprung up as a result of our union were to injure anybody in this family, and neither would Darcy. Besides, I happen to think it a very fine thing that Mrs. Montgomery will be mother to Master Jonathan." Again, Lady Catherine peered over long at her before replying. At length she lifted her chin and sniffed. "You are correct. It is your fault such rumors exist. It is only fitting that you exert yourself to quash them." That comment brought Elizabeth to the very brink of her forbearance. "And what of the many rumors about me? Will you exert yourself to quash those? When I remarked upon your willingness to challenge me, I did not mean it to be taken as an invitation to do it more often. Do not imagine you can dress up your insolence as courage and expect me to tolerate it. It is neither courage nor insolence that motivates me to speak thus, but my affection for Darcy. Can you not see how your willingness to heed every rumor about me is wounding him? And to what end? Your fears that I might make him a poor wife are irrelevant now. We are already wed." "They are not irrelevant. Your marriage does not mean the rest of his family should give up caring about him."
That is not what. I promised my sister I would take care of her children. If Darcy had married Anne, they would both have been set up forever, as would Miss Darcy. But he would marry you. I have salvaged my daughter's future, but his and his sister's could not be more uncertain. Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. It is unlikely I shall live out another year, and what guarantee have I that they will not end up ridiculed and despised the whole world over once I am gone? My fears could not be more relevant. Elizabeth rubbed her temple. Madam, I comprehend your attachment to him. Indeed, it is very touching, but I am his wife. I cannot see how turning the world against me will help him. Do not be absurd. I am not turning the world against you. I may hear things, but I do not repeat them. You repeat them to him, and that pains him more than you can know. He needs to hear them. He needs to know what people are saying. People might cease saying those things if somebody who knew better contradicted them. This is not to be borne. I shall not be made to account for myself to you. Her pique abruptly gave way to a convulsive barking cough that still had not passed when the carriage stopped before the house. Elizabeth pressed her own fresh handkerchief into Lady Catherine's hand, and when a footman opened the door, instructed him to close it again. "Forgive me," she said softly once her ladyship had finally quieted. A burgeoning suspicion that she had ruined her only remaining chance to win her over had dispelled much of her anger. "I meant no disrespect. Only, Lady Catherine, you may very well never approve of me, but I beg you would accept that Darcy does, and cease vilifying him for it. Trust him that the rumors about me are untrue. Visit us at Pemberley, and see for yourself how well we do. Let us convince you we shall not give the world cause to despise us. His happiness would be complete if you would only allow this rift to be mended before it is too late." Her ladyship took several shallow breaths and spoke slowly as though to prevent a relapse. "If nothing else, your tenacity has convinced me your regard for him is sincere. There can be no other possible advantage to opposing me on every subject. My regard for him—" She broke off, unsure how to adequately express the depth of her feelings. "I believe you will tire of hearing me say how dearly I love him long before I tire of saying it." Lady Catherine regarded her strangely. "I accept your invitation." She shuffled forward in her seat and rapped on the window. "I shall visit Pemberley at Christmas." The door was opened and she climbed out. Elizabeth followed her with mixed feelings. She knew not which was worse, an unresolved schism between nephew and aunt, or another prolonged stay under the same roof together. "And in the meantime," Lady Catherine said, as soon as Elizabeth's feet touched the ground, "try eating ginger." "I beg your pardon?" "It will aid with the biliousness." Elizabeth's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, how did you know?" Lady Catherine sighed impatiently. "I may have but one living daughter, but I have been with child more times than I care to recount. I am aware of the signs." "I see. Thank you. You must take care, Mrs. Darcy. That is my great-niece or nephew. Your responsibilities to this family increase by the moment." In accordance with Elizabeth's expectations, Lady Catherine's word was the last. She walked away into the house. "Elizabeth, are you well?" She spun around at Darcy's anxious voice in time to see him march onto the drive from the lane. "Oh, my word! Did you run the entire way?" "It felt like it," said Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Are you well?" Darcy repeated. "She has not distressed you?" "I am well, somewhat surprised, but perfectly well, I thank you." This appeased him but little, and he continued to scrutinize her countenance with the utmost concern. "What was said?" "Let us go inside, and I shall relay it all." "That will not do," Fitzwilliam said, laughing. "He passed the walk dreaming up every Rome motive conceivable for my aunt to wish to talk to you alone. You must put him out of his misery and assure him nothing dreadful occurred." Elizabeth grimaced. "That is debatable." "Why?" Darcy demanded. "What has occurred?" She looked up at him with playful contrition.
I seem to have invited her to Pemberley for Christmas. Rosings Park, Kent, October 12. To Lady Ashby. You have been industrious in your endeavors to unearth and report Mrs. Darcy's failings to me. A week in her company has disproved the vast majority of your information, calling into question your purpose, which, it can only be presumed, was to recommend yourself to me by undervaluing her. You are sorely mistaken if you believe such despicable schemes could ever win you my good opinion. Your information, in substantiating my greatest fears, has afforded me 3 months of the most painful and, I now discover, wholly unwarranted anguish, which has unquestionably contributed to my decline in health. You have shown yourself to be petty and vindictive without any of the probity exhibited by she whom you have so assiduously maligned. You have sunk beyond redemption in my estimation. Do not presume to write to me again. If I discover you have dared to engage in any further idle talk pertaining to any member of this family, I shall be extremely angry and shall act accordingly. When next our paths cross, I expect to discover your loyalty and discretion vastly improved. Should you require guidance in the endeavor, you may look to Mrs. Darcy for illustration. Tell my nephew I am seriously displeased. Lady C. de Bourgh. Tuesday, 13 October 1812, London. There you are, Elizabeth said when Darcy entered the parlor. She set her book aside and reached a hand towards him. Where have you been? He bent to kiss her hand. She was curled up on the sofa, and he sat down next to her feet, placing his hand on her stockinged ankle. I called on Bingley. Oh, he is in town? He nodded, caressing her calf. Bingley's calling card had been awaiting him when they returned the previous day, but he had wished to discover the purpose of his friend's visit before troubling Elizabeth with it, lest it signified further antagonism from her sister. What brings him here? He accompanied Miss Bingley to Farley House to attend her sister as she nears her confinement, though I suspect he simply does not wish to be at Netherfield. Relations are strained, I understand. Elizabeth's brow contracted. Because of my quarrel with Jane? He nodded again. I am sorry to hear that. Unpleasant though it was, it ought not to come between them. How could it not? Any man's esteem would be damaged by such a display. Elizabeth puffed out her cheeks. He will have to forgive her eventually. They cannot become estranged over an argument that is not even their own. You know how he dislikes disputes. I do not believe he knows how to resolve it. And, before you inquire, no, I did not advise him on the matter. She grinned at him. In this instance, you might have been forgiven. Oh no, it is for him to take his wife in hand, not me. And so I told him. Some part of that amused her, for she raised a satirical eyebrow. And what said he to that? He got absurdly affronted and asked if that is how I treat you. And how did you answer? I laughed. I could no more control you than I could control the weather. She gasped in mock outrage and lunged forward to poke him in the ribs. He grabbed her wrist and tugged her with him to recline into the cushions at his end of the sofa. I am sorry for Bingley, he continued as he laced his fingers with hers. It is not in his nature to expostulate, yet he will have to address her conduct, for it will injure his respectability if she continues thus. And hers, Elizabeth replied quietly. What a muddle. Her melancholy did not last, though, and with a deep breath, she pushed herself upright and twisted to look down at him. I hope you invited Mr. Bingley to join us at the theater tomorrow. I did not. He reached to toy with a few curls of her hair that had come loose. I wished to have you to myself. Well, you cannot have me to yourself, she said, playfully knocking his hand out of the way and standing up. I have asked my aunt and uncle to join us now, so you may as well invite him.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Darcy fixed her with a look, resisting the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth, lest it stretched so wide it made him appear ridiculous. You see? Utterly uncontrollable. Veritably wild, she replied, smiling wickedly over her shoulder as she left the room. No more than 2 heartbeats passed before Darcy was out of the door after her. Pevensey Hall, Ashby, Derbyshire, October 13, Jane. I am gravely vexed. Everything you have ever told me about your sister's arts has been proved true. She has somehow managed to inveigle her way into the affections of my husband's aunt and poison her against me. I believes D has likely done everything in his power to keep F's failures concealed from his aunt. That must be so, for how else could she, of whom that lady never approved, have achieved such an improbable coup? I am threatened with action if I speak out. So be it. Let them all suffer in ignorance and be disgraced in the end. You and I shall know better. I never wondered at your disliking her. Now I applaud you for it. In respect to the other matter of which you wrote in your last letter, my counsel is to spare it not another moment's thought. You are far from alone in suffering such a, let me call it, a disappointment. It is a universally accepted fact of married life. But attend, Jane, it is also a universally guarded fact, never spoken about in polite circles. Keep your counsel in this matter, allow B to do likewise, and in the fullness of time, when your house is filled with your children, an eventuality I personally would advise delaying as long as possible, such disappointments will no longer be of any significance to anybody. Be sure to write again with news of your sister's next calamity, that we may laugh together at our being entirely removed from her ruin and disgrace. Yours, etc., Lady Ashby, Wednesday, 14 October, 1812, London. Elizabeth had not comprehended quite how tiresome her time in Kent had been until she left. 48 hours later, her spirits had risen to more than their usual liveliness, and she was vastly anticipating her evening at the theatre. Indeed, such was her goodwill towards Darcy that she rather rued overruling his wish to come alone, but on that she thought it better to remain silent. There was a small stir as their party entered the theatre lobby. Darcy's prominence and her novelty still sufficient to generate some attention, but she paid it little mind. It was uncommonly busy for the time of year, and she was assured something or someone more interesting would soon steal everyone's attention. They made their way in the direction of the stairs, but before they reached them, someone quite literally threw themselves into their path, tripping over an unknown obstacle and almost barreling directly into Elizabeth. Darcy pulled her to one side, though the fellow still caught her arm with his shoulder, spinning her backward slightly. After several more tottering steps, he rediscovered his footing and turned with an apology on his lips, whereupon all three froze, and a painfully awkward moment ensued. Elizabeth! She closed her eyes. Of all the ways in which he might have withdrawn from the unfortunate encounter without exciting Darcy's ire, addressing her so familiarly was by far the least likely to succeed. Mr. Grayson. She inclined her head very slightly. Grayson! Darcy all but growled. My apologies, Mr. Darcy, he sputtered. Had I known you were here, I should never have attempted to speak to her. That is, it was not my intention to speak to her at all, and certainly not to impose myself upon you. It is well, sir, Elizabeth interrupted, to save him from his own runaway tongue. There is no harm done. Pray, do not let us detain you from your own party. He clamped his mouth shut, nodded, bowed, and backed away into the crowds. Are you hurt? Darcy inquired, turning to her all apprehension, his eyes darting pointedly to her stomach. Not at all. Was that Grayson? Bingley inquired, appearing next to them to puff up Darcy's affront with his own. The deuced cheek of the man! Where have my aunt and uncle got to? Elizabeth said hastily, peering about in search of her relatives, in no humor to permit either gentleman's indignation any latitude. Mr. Gardiner obligingly appeared, apologized for having been waylaid by a friend, and without delay they all joined the hordes going up the stairs. About midway up, a whisper, half overheard, half inferred from the accompanying look of contempt, alerted Elizabeth to the possibility that her encounter with Mr. Grayson would not escape elaboration by society's rabid imagination. A second remark soon sprang up from somewhere closer, this time with unmistakable references to the mistress of Pemberley and some manner of illicit affair. She could just imagine her father's delight were he here to witness such a plethora of folly. "Miss Bennet," somebody called in a vaguely familiar voice. She looked about. "Miss Bennet," the gentleman called again, coming down the stairs towards her. "Mr. Craythorne." She felt herself blush fiercely, for all she could think of in that instant was the last time she had seen him and his very evident admiration for her on that occasion. Being now a married woman, her understanding completed the explanation her aunt had given at the time of what his breeches had ill concealed, and she could scarcely bring herself to meet his eye for embarrassment. "What a delightful surprise," he said, resisting being shoved forwards by the people behind him. "You look exceedingly well. Pray, what brings you to London?" "I live here. I am married now. May I introduce you to my husband, Mr. Darcy?" Mr. Craythorne's face fell upon hearing her news, fell farther still when he heard the name Darcy, and almost dropped off his chin when he looked up and up to meet her husband's piercing stare. "To Darcy," Elizabeth said, "this is Mr. Craythorne. He used to lease Purvis Lodge near Meryton." Both men bowed, if perfunctorily, for they had gone past each other by then, and Mr. Craythorne was soon engaged in greeting Mrs. Gardiner on the steps below, though he did throw a forlorn farewell over his shoulder as he eventually relented to the momentum of the crowd and disappeared down the stairs. "He seemed excessively pleased to see you," Darcy remarked, as they reached the top. Elizabeth shrugged, not wishing to expound upon the gentleman's particular interest in her. Presently, her aunt, uncle, and Mr. Bingley arrived on the landing, and they all moved to the saloon serving their bocks. It was not as crowded as downstairs, nor as noisy. Thus she clearly heard the remark that Mr. Grayson's bumping into her had been contrived to facilitate a daring exchange of letters beneath her husband's nose. She pressed her lips together in amusement. "My, bad news travels quickly. Darcy, it is you!" boomed a large gentleman coming towards them, using his glass of wine like a scythe to clear a path through the crowd. "I thought it was. What brings you to London at this time of year?" Relieved that not every person was foolish enough to concern themselves with idle gossip, Elizabeth gladly consented to being introduced to Mr. Thatcher, and eagerly joined his discussion with Darcy of the Montgomerys' wedding. Thereafter, the conversation moved on to matters interesting only to landowners, and the party naturally divided. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner struck up their own exchange, and Mr. Bingley turned to Elizabeth to do the same. "This is precisely why I prefer balls, less talking and more dancing, and precisely why Darcy dislikes them," she replied, turning to him with a grin. "However did the pair of you end up friends? I sincerely hope Darcy has not deprived you of too many dances because he does not enjoy it himself. We are going to a ball in a few days as it happens. If I am very lucky, I might persuade him to one dance." She resisted the urge to turn and stare incredulously at whoever it was behind her, muttering about her carrying on with Mr. Craythorne and Mr. Grayson.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality. "And what are your plans in town?" she inquired, ignoring it. "Do you intend to stay long?" "Regrettably no. I must return tomorrow." "I am sorry. 'Tis with regret that you must return to Jane." "Pray, do not allow our quarrel to come between you." He grew excessively awkward and stepped closer, speaking in a hushed voice. "Lizzie, I am appalled by what she did to you. You are—" and she— His eyes flicked first to her stomach and then to the place Jane had slapped her. "I do not know that I can forgive her." "I beg you would." "I have just endured an exceedingly trying visit with Darcy's family, attempting to resolve the schism I caused there. Pray, do not require me to undergo the same unpleasantness with my own family." "Darcy said nothing of any difficulties at Rosings. What happened to you there?" Saving her the bother of answering, two absurdly plumed ladies walked past arm in arm, brazenly discussing Lady Catherine's displeasure at the new mistress of Pemberley's reputed ineptitude. Mr. Bingley frowned after them, and, shortly afterwards, at a young man dressed in regimentals who could be heard telling his companions about a Lieutenant Wickham who had attempted to murder Mrs. Darcy upon discovering she had forsaken him for her new lover, Mr. Grayson. "You must admire their inventiveness," she said, raising an eyebrow. "Hardly. I know not how you bear it. I pay it no mind, and I hope you will not either. Now, will you promise me you will forgive Jane? I should be far happier if I knew you were not at variance because of me." He smiled sadly. "For you, anything." Perceiving she had made him uneasy, Elizabeth thanked him and reinserted them both into conversation with the rest of their party. Having concluded his brief aside to his wife, and hearing Darcy's acquaintance mention railways, a burgeoning interest of his own, Mr. Gardiner eagerly engaged him on the subject. Their exchange was not energetic enough that he did not hear somewhere off to his right Elizabeth's name mentioned, followed in rapid succession by Mr. Wickham's, Mr. Grayson's, Mr. Craythorne's, and the telltale rumble of collective derision. Mr. Thatcher seemed not to have noticed, but Darcy bore it less well, withdrawing completely from the conversation and frowning furiously at the crowds. Mr. Gardiner was vastly relieved when Elizabeth ceased running on at Mr. Bingley and turned her attention to placating her husband. Just as she attached herself to his arm, however, a pompous wigged gentleman sauntered past, blathering some nonsense about Darcy of Pemberley being duped into marrying into trade, somewhat thwarting her efforts. Darcy abruptly bowed to his friend, obliging Elizabeth to relinquish his arm and, to all appearances, any imminent hope of appeasing him. "It was a pleasure to see you, Thatcher," he said with stiff formality, "but it is high time we all took our seats. I must bid you good evening." "Delighted to have run into you again, Darcy." Mr. Thatcher bowed to everyone and departed, revealing the woman standing directly behind him to be pointing at their group, her sneering lips curling disdainfully around the word trade. "Shall we?" Darcy barely waited for Elizabeth before stalking off. Considering the vast condescension the man had showed in hosting them in his box, Mr. Gardiner was not about to take umbrage if he found that the ensuing attention chafed somewhat. Elizabeth, he perceived, was not nearly so ready to excuse her husband. Her expression as she marched after him was indignant. "I believe that is our cue to go in," he said to his remaining companions. He began edging his way through the crowd, envying Darcy his height, or perhaps his peak, whichever had enabled him to cut through at such a pace. "The gossips are out in force this evening," his wife observed. "The place is crawling with them." Bingley agreed. "I pity Lizzie having to tolerate it." "Do not distress yourself on her behalf," Mrs. Gardiner replied. "She is a sensible girl. She can tolerate a few silly rumors very well. I am more inclined to worry for Mr. Darcy." "Darcy? Why?" Mr. Gardiner chuckled and answered for his wife. "Because little though he likes all this tittle-tattle, unless he learns to better direct his affront, he will find himself with a very unhappy wife on his hands." He left unsaid the glaringly obvious explanation that the only thing ever to come of an unhappy wife was an even unhappier husband, assured from what Mrs. Gardiner told him that Bingley was already well aware of the fact. Sharing a knowing smile with his wife at the prospect of their vastly spirited niece giving her illustrious husband a dressing down for his ill temper, they nipped into the box ahead of Bingley and took their seats. Bingley's trips to any theater were sparingly few, and this one was doing naught to convince him he ought to change his habits. Whilst it was true that people gossiped with equal zeal at balls, at least there one was never trapped in a blasted box, lit up by several thousand candles for every person present to scrutinize. Elizabeth and her relatives were doing their best to ignore the whispers. Darcy sat in icy silence with his arms crossed, glaring fixedly at the stage and giving monosyllabic responses to every attempt at conversation, the lack of which exposed them all to the whispers rippling through the surrounding boxes. By the end of the third act, Bingley had heard charges ranging from Elizabeth's total want of education and accomplishments to her scheme to turn Pemberley into a poorhouse. One report even had it that Darcy had killed Wickham, the only one of Elizabeth's lovers not present, in a duel. Most painful of all were the recurrent murmurs of the Darcys' discontent, something with which no one watching them this evening could argue. "It is quite different to the adaptation we saw in Cheltenham, is it not, Lizzie?"
Mrs. Gardiner said overly loudly, failing to completely muffle the strident remark from a gentleman in a box overhead that if his wife were such an incorrigible flirt, he would hand her over to her lover and wish him good luck. "Aye, very different," Elizabeth replied with laudable composure. "I hear they played it as Mrs. Siddon's farewell performance earlier this year." Mr. Gardiner chimed in as cheerfully as if somebody had not just replied to the other gentleman that if Mr. Darcy were handing his wife over to lovers, he should very much like to know where he might join the queue. "I am surprised they reprised it so quickly, though it seems not to have done them any harm." "Aye," Bingley said, adding as ebullient a voice as he could muster to their charade. Their endeavors to appear unaffected left Darcy unmoved. He continued to glare petulantly up the empty stage, as though incensed that Act 4 had the audacity not to yet begun. Bingley shuffled to the edge of his seat and leaned to speak quietly in his ear. "Darcy, this is absurd. If you are intent on being in such high dudgeon, you may as well admit defeat and go home." "I should like nothing more," he muttered back, "but, though it may have escaped your notice, not even the first performance has yet ended." They had been speaking extremely quietly, but Elizabeth must have heard none the less. She leant close to Darcy. "If you wish to go, let us go. I have a headache anyway." She twisted round to address Bingley. "Would you be so kind as to take my aunt and uncle home?" Bingley assured her he would, and after the arrangements were agreed with the Gardiners, Darcy stood up, sullenly tugging his lapel straight. Elizabeth made to stand also, but he prevented her with a gruff instruction to remain seated. "I shall arrange for the carriage and come back for you. I would not have you standing about if you have a headache." A nice enough sentiment, to be sure, though Bingley thought his surly tone rather belied his solicitude. The curtain went up on stage just as the door to the corridor closed behind Darcy, preventing ordinary conversation.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Nevertheless, Elizabeth and her aunt immediately struck up a fervid whispered exchange that Bingley strained to hear despite himself. He could not make out Elizabeth's opening remark, what with her back to him, only Mrs. Gardiner's response. "I am sure it is not intentional. He must be excessively uneasy." Though he still could not hear her words, the agitation in Elizabeth's voice as she whispered back was unmistakable. "You forget what deference he is used to," her aunt replied. "You may be able to shrug it off without another thought, but you are being unfair to expect a man of his consequence to do the same. Rest assured, your uncle and I are not offended." Frustrated at not being able to hear Elizabeth's responses, Bingley resorted to pretending to refasten his shoe, bringing him within earshot in time hear her reply emphatically that she was. He sat up again, heart hammering with dismay. Elizabeth and her aunt looked around, and for a moment he thought his eavesdropping had been discovered until he heard Darcy say behind him that the carriage had been summoned and realized it was at him the ladies were looking. He let out his breath and eased back into his chair, regarding the Titan sidelong while Elizabeth bade her relations good evening. There he stood, caught up in the injury to his consequence, impervious to the fact that Elizabeth suffered not only the scorn of the entire theater, but that of her husband as well, and with a damned sight more forbearance than he. Bingley scarcely wondered at Elizabeth's resolute composure. No doubt, were she to reveal aught of her own misery, Darcy would take her in hand as he had, only yesterday, suggested he do with Jane. He launched himself to his feet to speak, but it achieved him naught. Elizabeth was done bidding her relatives goodbye, and after a cursory farewell to him, she and Darcy were gone. It was accurate to say Elizabeth did not leave the theater quite as happy as when she arrived. She held Darcy's arm for the sake of appearances only, beyond caring for the tension in it that evinced his displeasure. Barring a curt instruction to his coachman, he maintained an obstinate silence from the moment they left the box to the moment he stiffly handed her up into the carriage. She afforded him the same courtesy for the remainder of the journey home. The consequence of her silence was the escalation of her indignation, as her mind substituted conversation with seething. She cared not what the rest of the world wished to say about her. She had told Darcy over and again she would be unmoved by any such disapprobation. But his petulant and public brooding over it, his unpardonable incivility to her relations, and her suspicion of Lady Catherine's influence in all of it, had reduced her patience for his present ill humor to a resounding nil. Godfrey met them at the front door, inquiring with a well-trained blind eye to their early return whether they should like supper to be served directly. "I have no appetite," Elizabeth said. Leaving Darcy to answer for himself, she took her leave and stormed upstairs to her bedchamber. She was unsurprised when her door clicked open again moments after she slammed it closed. She finished peeling off her gloves, dropped them onto her dressing table, and turned to face her husband, all defiance. "Elizabeth, are you unwell?" It was not how she expected him to begin. "Unwell? Yes, unwell," he snapped. "You have claimed a headache and no appetite. These are common symptoms of illness, are they not?" "I dare say. They are also common symptoms of serious vexation." His evident surprise exasperated her no end, provoking her to give poor Baker short shrift when she arrived, expecting to help her mistress undress. "How could it possibly come as a surprise that I am vexed?" she demanded of him once the maid had been unceremoniously dismissed. "Did you expect me to enjoy your incivility this evening?" He frowned and looked aside, his jaw clenched. Elizabeth crossed her arms and awaited his answer, declaring with her silence that she required one. "I was not aware my distraction was obvious," he said at length. "You have sulked the entire evening." "I have not sulked." "Call it what you will," she replied, beginning to tug pins from her hair and toss them forcibly onto her dressing table. "But you barely spoke 2 words together the whole night. You ignored my aunt and uncle, and you flinched every time I so much as touched you. I call that sulking." "I apologize if I was not as attentive as you would have liked, madam, but my mind has been less agreeably engaged." "You have suffered no more than I less, I should say. Most of the rumors were about me, after all, and I have not hurled my rattle from the crib for the whole of London to see." "What rumors?" No 2 words could have more effectively doused for anger. She lowered her hands and stared at him. "What do you mean, what rumors?" "I mean precisely what I said. I have no idea to what you are referring." "I am referring to all the hostile attention we received this evening." He only stared at her, nonplussed, prompting her to press. "Are you telling me you were not aware of any of it?" "I am sorry to say it escaped my notice," he replied, frowning. "What was said?" "Nothing of substance, but much of it." His countenance darkened. "It grieves me to hear this." "Oh, for heaven's sake, do not become vexed about it now," Elizabeth cried, returning to taking down her hair with still greater impatience than before. "There is even less advantage in allowing it to distress you after the fact." He looked affronted. "Let us both hope I am improved enough in character that the whisperings of a few imbeciles with pretensions to consequence can no longer distress me. I am grieved that you were distressed by it, and that I was too distracted to act as I ought to have done." "I was not distressed by it. I have told you many times I care nothing for the world's scorn." "Then might I inquire why the devil you are upbraiding me, woman?" "Because I thought you were distressed by it, unreasonably so. You certainly made it seem that way with your insufferable brooding. You ignored us all evening." He stepped towards her abruptly. "Is not discovering my wife has been intimate with another before me enough to consume my thoughts to the exclusion of all else?" Elizabeth recoiled, unable to do aught but stare at him, no less bemused than incredulous. Her astonishment kept her silent too long. "You do not deny it?" His anger did not quite mask the note of panic in his voice. "I am unsure of what precisely you are accusing me, sir. With whom am I supposed to have been intimate?" Her words, or tone, or perhaps both, gave him pause. Doubt flickered across his features, and he did not sound at all sure of himself as he answered, "Mr. Craythorne." Her mouth fell open. Yet, even as her affront rallied itself to be unleashed in its fullest force, she recalled his strained observation that Mr. Craythorne had seemed excessively pleased to see her.
The insult of his absurd assumption notwithstanding, the burgeoning suspicion that her dear, sensible husband, paradigm of reason and man full grown, was suffering a jealous pique worthy of a stripling boy, tempered her indignation with more than a pinch of amusement. "I understood you did not care for rumors? Would that be rumor and not your own aunt's testimony? My aunt? What had she to say on the matter? That it was thanks to Mr. Craythorne you knew far more about the marriage bed than a maiden ought to before she found herself in one." Elizabeth bit her lips together. In his defense, that did sound hideously damning. "Why on earth did she say that to you?" "She said it to your uncle," he mumbled, "while I was speaking to Mr. Thatcher." She raised an eyebrow. "It is not my habit to eavesdrop," he said angrily, "but I heard Gardiner inquire of your aunt why you blushed so violently upon seeing Mr. Craythorne."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listener's Craythorne. And since I wondered the same, I made a point of listening to her answer. Oh, dear Lord, how she loved him, her dear, foolish, jealous husband, so wild with envy that reason had quite deserted him. Nevertheless, in a long line of strong contenders, this was possibly the most offensive of all the charges he had ever laid at her door, and she would have him admit the injustice of it before absolving him. And from that answer you took it that I had, what? Line with another man out of wedlock? And this you thought me capable of concealing from you? After a moment's silence, he let out a harsh breath and lowered his head to pinch the bridge of his nose. Had I felt less, I might have given it more thought, Elizabeth, or indeed any. He looked up at her then, frowned, possibly at the grin she could no longer conceal, and stiffened indignantly. "I beg you would trifle with me no longer. Tell me Mrs. Gardiner's meaning." With a quiet sigh, Elizabeth raised her hands to feel for the few remaining pins in her hair, as much to shield herself from her imminent mortification as to finish the much interrupted task. "Mr. Craythorne took a fancy to me some time ago when he lived near Meryton. He approached me in the garden one day and attempted to charm me with some pretty words, at least I presume they were pretty. I have never been able to recall them, for it was not his speech that formed the memorable part of his address. His prevailing claim to affection was more inelegantly displayed in the distension of his breeches. Darcy's appalled expression made her laugh a little. She set the last pin down and turned to face him fully. "I beg you would trifle with me no longer. Tell me Mrs. Gardiner's meaning." With a quiet sigh, Elizabeth raised her hands to feel for the few remaining pins in her hair, as much to shield herself from her imminent mortification as to finish the much interrupted task. "Mr. Craythorne took a fancy to me some time ago when he lived near Meryton. He approached me in the garden one day and attempted to charm me with some pretty words, at least I presume they were pretty. I have never been able to recall them, for it was not his speech that formed the memorable part of his address. His prevailing claim to affection was more inelegantly displayed in the distension of his breeches." Darcy's appalled expression made her laugh a little. She set the last pin down and turned to face him fully. "I cannot say what his intentions were, for my aunt intervened almost immediately. But I later insisted she explain what I had seen. And after some persistence on my part, she consented to tell me far more about the marriage bed than a maiden ought to know." Darcy stared at her for a moment, then closed his eyes and shook his head. "My God, forgive me, I am a damned fool." Elizabeth well knew how he would now berate himself for accusing her thus, yet she could not be overly angry. In addition to the compliment of his possessiveness, reason had by then arrived to remind her of all the ways in which he had cared for her this evening that anger had prevented her admitting at the time. His concern for her fictitious headache, his having arranged for a hot brick to be placed in the footwell of the carriage home, his care for her well-being when she refused supper, his regret for not comforting her in the face of society's derision, all of it done whilst struggling under a most heinous misapprehension. Yes, you are, but you know how I love to laugh at folly.
Unfastening her necklace, she turned to lay it carefully on her dressing table. "How fortunate for you that I am not so unreasonable about your previous lovers." It was a passing remark, ingenuously made, and she did not comprehend its impact until she turned back and observed his horrified countenance. "How did you?" He clamped his lips closed and ran a hand over his face. She pulled a wry face and set about removing a stocking. "I may have come to your bed a maiden, but I did not come to it a simpleton." "Elizabeth, it is not Fitzwilliam," she interrupted, holding a hand up to stay a conversation neither of them wished to have. "I harbor no resentment for the life you lived before you met me, but I have absolutely no wish to dwell on it. I ought not to have teased you." She bent to remove her other stocking. By the time she was done, Darcy was by her side, tenderly turning her towards him. "You are the most remarkable woman I have ever known. I do not deserve your clemency after my behavior this evening. It has not been your finest few hours as a husband, but there were a few redeeming performances. You have not done as badly as you think." He was so very serious, his eyes black in the candlelight. "I love you." She slid her arms about his neck and pulled herself up to lightly kiss the scar on his cheek. "I know. That is why you are forgiven." He rested his forehead against hers and wrapped his arms around her, whispering his heartfelt thanks. "Though I would have you cease walking alone in gardens," he added. "You are entirely too prone to being propositioned in them." "Fear not. I only accept propositions in churchyards." He smiled the understated smile she loved so well. "And bedrooms." He stopped smiling and, upon having his propositions agreed to, bestowed upon her such attentions as went a considerable way to earning him the clemency he claimed not to deserve. 11. Distinctions in Connubial Felicity. Friday, 23 October, 1812. Derbyshire. The weather took a decidedly wintry turn towards the end of the month, hindering the Darcys' journey home with persistent rain and icy winds. They endured 2 days of uneven, occasionally jarring passage over deeply rutted roads, and by the 3rd day, to Darcy's dismay, it had begun to take a toll on Elizabeth. Sickened by the motion of the carriage, she had not once slept as she had become accustomed to doing on long journeys. Fatigue and nausea had rendered her pale of countenance and dull of spirits. When they stopped at noon to change horses, he insisted she order something substantial to eat, but watched her poke it ineffectually around her plate. "Did I tell you I had to prevent my aunt from writing to Jane?" she inquired quietly, breaking a piece of bread into 2 pieces and putting neither in her mouth. "You did not. She mentioned it after dinner on Monday. She meant well, yet I cannot see that a reprimand could possibly improve Jane's opinion of me." "Your sister ought to be concerned with improving your opinion of her, not the reverse." Elizabeth's miserable expression bade him regret speaking so severely, and he hastened to redirect the conversation. "At least the gardener's opinion of me is salvaged. They seem to have forgiven my incivility at the theater. They were not angry with you to begin with, least of all my aunt." He chuckled quietly. "I confess I was relieved by our reception at Donaldson's ball on Friday also. My behavior seems to have done us no lasting damage. I was never concerned that it would. Your reputation has survived this long, and I speak with authority when I say that was not the first time you have been seen brooding in public." She smiled at her joke, but weakly, then put her bread down and pushed her plate away with a sigh. "Elizabeth, you need to rest. I shall take a room for the evening." She snapped her head up. "Do not dare. We are almost home." "We are 25 miles from home. That is half what you call an easy distance. On good roads, of which we do not presently have the luxury. And if it rains again, which is very likely, the roads will only worsen." He gritted his teeth. "You are unwell." "I am not unwell. I am with child, and unless you intend for me to remain here until my confinement, I shall simply have to endure the journey." "You worry unnecessarily. I am only tired. 'Tis nothing more serious." "Excuse me, Mr. Darcy," interrupted a servant. "Your coachman asked me to inform you your carriage is ready." "Thank you," Elizabeth answered for him. "Tell him we shall be there directly."
Darcy shook his head resignedly and stood to offer her his arm. "Nothing more than tiredness, my eye. You suffer from terminal obstinacy, woman." She grinned at him and whispered her thanks. Yet for all her bold assurances, the jouncing of the carriage continued to make her ill. By the time they reached the final coaching inn, her countenance had lost.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listener's craythorn. And since I wondered the same, I made a point of listening to her answer. Oh, dear Lord, how she loved him, her dear, foolish, jealous husband, so wild with envy that reason had quite deserted him. Nevertheless, in a long line of strong contenders, this was possibly the most offensive of all the charges he had ever laid at her door, and she would have him admit the injustice of it before absolving him. And from that answer, you took it that I had, what, lain with another man out of wedlock? And this you thought me capable of concealing from you? After a moment's silence, he let out a harsh breath and lowered his head to pinch the bridge of his nose. Had I felt less, I might have given it more thought, Elizabeth, or indeed any. He looked up at her then, frowned, possibly at the grin she could no longer conceal, and stiffened indignantly. "I beg you would trifle with me no longer. Tell me Mrs. Gardner's meaning." With a quiet sigh, Elizabeth raised her hands to feel for the few remaining pins in her hair, as much to shield herself from her imminent mortification as to finish the much interrupted task. "Mr. Craythorne took a fancy to me some time ago when he lived near Meryton. He approached me in the garden one day and attempted to charm me with some pretty words. At least, I presume they were pretty. I have never been able to recall."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. "I have never been so happy to be home in my life," she exclaimed. He smiled, never tiring of hearing her speak of his home as hers. "I am sorry it was such a difficult journey, love. Even you cannot assume the blame for the weather. Besides, I believe it was I who refused to stagger the journey." "True," he said, climbing from the carriage and turning to help her down. She took his outstretched hand and leaned forward to duck through the door. "But promise me we shall not go anywhere again in—" "Oh!" she cried out and sat back down heavily on the seat. "What is the matter?" he cried, leaping back into the carriage. "Are you in pain?" His heart leapt into his mouth upon noticing her hand on her stomach. "Dear God, is it the child?" "Yes. Oh!" she gasped again. Far from looking distressed, however, her countenance was a picture of wonderment. She raised her eyes to his. I felt it. There truly was no end to this woman's assault on his sensibilities. His heart returned to its rightful place with a thud and promptly swelled to overfill the cavity with elation. "Oh my!" she said softly. "Oh, Fitzwilliam, I have been so anxious. Something must be wrong, today more than ever. But 'tis really true." She reached for his hands. "I am so happy." Magnificent though her jubilant relief was, the intensity of his own feelings rendered Darcy silent and serious. All doubt was removed, all anxiety for the most uncertain stage allayed. His beloved Elizabeth would be mother to his child. Nothing and no one had ever been so precious to him. He lifted both her hands to his lips and kissed them with wordless reverence. Twice more over the course of the evening did Elizabeth feel the fluttering of their child. Each time she gasped, not yet accustomed to what she described as a most uncommon sensation. Each time he reeled, likely never to grow accustomed to how profoundly he loved her. She fell asleep early. He stayed awake watching her until the very last candle guttered out, unwilling to miss a single moment of her existence, now so irrevocably and blissfully entwined with his own. Longbourn, Hertfordshire, October 29. Dearest Lizzie, our happiest congratulations! You cannot know with what joy you have filled your parents' hearts. I am glad to hear Mr. Darcy is looking after you properly. Your task is to do everything in your power to ensure you provide him with a son.
With that in mind, I have enclosed a list of every method I ever employed to beget a boy, which you must read in detail and avoid at all costs, for none of them work. You will very soon find that all those fine gowns Mr. Darcy has bought you will no longer fit, likely never to again. Some might lend themselves to adjustment, but those that do not, I ask that you send to Jane, for she has not yet managed what you have achieved and could do with a little assistance. She is exceedingly dull of late, Lizzie. Miss Bingley is gone off to town to stay with her sister, who was delivered of a daughter this week, and Mr. Bingley manages to keep himself excessively busy for a gentleman without an occupation. Therefore, Jane is often alone at Netherfield. Your sisters and I visit as often as may be, but all our best efforts have not succeeded in making her any livelier. A child would occupy her creditably. I cannot comprehend why she delays. My head is aching today, and I can write no more. Pray do not resist your Mr. Darcy's attempts to take care of you, for I know you will not do it properly yourself, and I shall have no rest unless I know you are well. Love, Mama. Pemberley, Derbyshire, November 8. To Jane. Be not alarmed that this letter contain any mention of those events which transpired at Netherfield. I have no wish to dwell upon them, and since you have offered neither explanation nor apology, I must assume neither do you. Nevertheless, we cannot continue to ignore one another, else family occasions will become impossible and our husband's friendship will suffer. Moreover, I miss you, Jane, and I worry for you. If we can exchange letters without animosity, perhaps in time we shall be able to meet again as friends and forget these few difficult months. With the sincerest hope of achieving such an end, here is my beginning. Darcy and I have been back at Pemberley for 3 weeks now. He indulges me almost every morning by walking out with me, and the countryside hereabouts is growing dearer to me by the day. The view from the rise behind the house has become my favorite in all the world, though the one from Oakham Mount will forever retain a special place in my heart. We are to dine tomorrow evening with our neighbor, Mr. Peterson. He is shortly to be married to Miss Howes, whom I have met twice now and like very well. I hope we shall see much of them and believe they will make charming neighbors. I imagine it is much the same for you as it is for me, being thrown into new circles. Quite apart from becoming acquainted with all of Mr. Bingley's friends, with Charlotte and me gone, your own circle is depleted to fewer people your own age. I heard from Kitty, though, that Marianne Etheridge has returned from her uncle's establishment. Have you had opportunity to see much of her? November 15. Mrs. Ferguson, whom I met in London, but whose husband's estate is in Dumfriesshire, has written to invite us to their 12th night ball. I should have loved to go, but apart from being quite unequal to the journey, we shall have a house full of guests of our own to entertain. There will be Aunt and Uncle Gardiner and the children, of course, then Lord Matlock, Colonel Fitzwilliam, Mrs. Sinclair, and, I have recently been informed, Lord and Lady Ashby. Lastly, Lady Catherine, Mr. and Mrs. Montgomery, and their son, Master Jonathan, will join us from Kent. I hope especially, despite all our differences, to make their Christmas enjoyable, since it is likely to be Lady Catherine's last. Indeed, I believe that is why Lord Matlock insisted that Lord and Lady Ashby join the party. I own I am a little daunted by the prospect of being hostess, but anticipate it nonetheless. To have such a gathering, such a mix of characters, it ought to be entertaining at the very least. November 18. Jane, the tone of Mary's most recent letter to me was rather downhearted. I believe she is missing our presence at Longbourn. I shall invite her here as soon as may be, but in the meantime I believe she would be pleased to spend more time with you at Netherfield. Might you perhaps invite her to practice on the pianoforte there? Then you could sing with her, as you used to do with me. November 20. I am a little forlorn today. Mrs. Annesley, Georgiana's companion of above a year, has given us notice. I shall be sorry to see her go, but we shall not replace her, for, barring the weeks of my confinement, I ought to be able to act as companion whenever Georgiana requires it. Just as she is leaving us, we must begin the search for a monthly nurse and nursery maid. I should be happy to employ one person to fill both positions, but, though it seems a sensible economy to me, it has been impossible to achieve. Lady Catherine has provided a list of names as long as my arm, all of whom Darcy has dismissed out of hand based on the ill-fated experience with another of her recommendations, Mrs. Young, if you recall. Have you been required to appoint any new servants as yet? I should be grateful to hear how you went about it. November 21. I have given much more time to practicing the pianoforte since I arrived, and my playing is at last beginning to reflect my efforts. Even better, when Georgiana and I play together, we have perfected the art of arranging the pieces so that her proficiency disguises my weaker talent. We played a duet for Darcy after dinner yesterday, and he seemed genuinely delighted with our performance. Whether we receive such generous praise from a less partial audience remains to be seen. I do not doubt that some of my eminent guests will prove suitably severe critics.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. November 23. Much though I have taken pleasure in writing this letter, as though it were for the Jane I knew before all our recent difficulties, sending it to the Jane I left behind at Netherfield 2 months ago is a truly daunting prospect. I dread that you will receive my news unwillingly and reply in bitterness. I dread more that you will not reply at all. Regardless, you can hardly respond to a letter that has not been sent, thus I have at long last summoned the courage to post it. I hope you and Bingley are both in excellent health, and wish you both a very merry first Christmas together. Yours in love and hope, Lizzie. Monday, 7 December 1812. Hertfordshire. It was several years since Jane had been in company with Marianne Etheridge, and she was surprised by how little the woman had altered. She had gained none of society's graces, despite her time in town, and had returned home after 2 seasons, still plump, awkward, and single. It was polite of her to call, however, and were it not for Elizabeth's unsolicited and presumptuous counsel on how she might broaden her circle of acquaintance by seeking just such an audience, Jane might have been better pleased that she had. "How are you finding it here at Netherfield?" Marianne inquired. "Is it strange to be away from Longbourn?" "On the contrary, it is delightful to be mistress of my own house." "I imagine it must be very agreeable," Marianne replied, though her tone gave the impression she was wholly indifferent to Jane's domestic felicity. "And you," Jane said, "do you find Meryton much changed since you went away?" "Very little, for which I am excessively grateful. I have never been suited to London society. I am only sorry it took me so long to convince the rest of the world of that fact." Jane smiled. "As my very good friend Lady Ashby says, a woman ought to be sensible of her station." "Indeed." Marianne looked at the clock. "Pray tell me, how does Lizzie? Her marriage is quite the talk of the town." "Curious, then, that you feel the need to ask me about it," Jane replied, before thinking, pained by the very mention of Elizabeth's popularity. She hastily affected a laugh to disguise her bitterness, and added, "But she is at Pemberley, and means to stay there for Christmas, I understand. One does not wonder why. I am sure that will be delightful." Jane knew of at least one person who would not agree. In her most recent letter, Lady Ashby had expressed her dismay at having been summoned to Pemberley, and joked of being made to sit down with the tenants for a Christmas meal served with a garnish of gaucherie and a second course of impudence. Jane felt the vast compliment of her ladyship's admission of envy for her own humbler arrangements. Rather than speak any more of Elizabeth, she inquired as to the Etheridges' plans for Christmas, which they discussed until the clock struck the hour, and Marianne all but leapt from her chair, insisting she would not outstay her welcome, and left. Jane would not have objected if the visit had lasted longer, for she was expecting no other callers that day, and was rather offended by Marianne's resolve to go. She consoled herself with Lady Ashby's assurances that, contrary to what Elizabeth might think, it was not for her to associate with a woman who had been slighted by the rest of society. Pemberley, Derbyshire, December 18. To Miss Mary Bennet. I thank you most sincerely for your last letter.
Life at Longbourn sounds very lively. Until recently, I should have said Pemberley was quite different, but that has not been the case these past 24 hours. All but 2 of our guests have now arrived for Christmas, and yesterday there was such a commotion. I have not seen my brother so cross since for quite some time, but I am ahead of myself. Allow me to explain. My aunt, Lady Catherine, arrived yesterday. I was shocked to see how frail she has grown. She was scarcely able to walk into the house, even with assistance. Whilst everybody was fussing over her, attempting to get her indoors and make her comfortable, your cousin Anna ran into the hall without looking and knocked her ladyship's cane from her grip. I was very sorry for her, for she had been an angel until then and chose such an unfortunate moment for a spell of mischief. The cane fell across her ear and made her scream until she was snatched up by her father and carried off to the nursery. It was then that Lady Catherine discovered the Gardiners were staying at Pemberley. Oh, Mary, she was so angry. I should never have thought from that first sight of her that she would have the energy for such a tirade as she then gave. I am ashamed to say she was very unkind to your aunt and uncle and demanded they leave. When my brother told her none of his guests would be leaving, she turned her anger upon Lizzie. Lizzie bore it with impossible civility, but brother was not nearly so forbearing, and there was a terrible scene. In the end, when nobody would yield to her demands, my aunt attempted to leave instead, but was too weak to walk back to the door and almost fell. Mr. Montgomery and my cousin Fitzwilliam were obliged to escort her against her will to her room, where Lord Matlock, her brother, instructed her to remain until she could recall in which trunk she had packed away all her dignity. Be assured, I have spent some time with Anna since, and she is quite recovered from her fright and the trifling injury to her ear. Lady Catherine will not so rapidly overcome her wounded pride, I fear. Lizzie, however, spent an hour with her last night. Truly, Mary, your sister is fearless, and whatever she said seems to have persuaded her ladyship against leaving. Your aunt and uncle have been astoundingly gracious throughout. You must be proud to be able to claim such relations. Excepting Lizzie and the children, they are the only 2 people here of whom I am not at least a little bit afraid. Even my brother, nay, I dare say especially my brother when he is as angry as he was yesterday, can be a fearsome creature. My cousin Fitzwilliam assures me matters will settle down in a few days, but his grandmother thinks otherwise and insists that when my other cousin, Lord Ashby, and his wife arrive, the fireworks will begin in earnest. I am not afraid, though, not with Lizzie here. She has such a way of maneuvering people out of ill humors and encouraging them to good cheer. Already she has persuaded my brother to overlook Lady Catherine's incivility and have her seated next to him at dinner this evening. All apprehension aside, I believe this year will be the liveliest and, I hope, the merriest Christmas Pemberley has seen in many years. To answer your query, yes, Lizzie does very well. Very occasionally she tarries abed of a morning, but she assures me a little fatigue is quite common, and thus you must be similarly assured that she is in perfect health. I share your anticipation for the arrival of a niece or nephew. Lizzie teasingly suggested that I watch Lady Catherine closely during her stay for ideas on how best to go about the business of being an aunt. At least I hope she was teasing, but I would prefer to be more like Mrs. Gardiner. Enclosed is the music for 2 cradle songs I thought we might learn and play for the baby when he or she arrives. Mention it not to Lizzie in your letters. Let it be our surprise when next you visit, which I hope will be very soon. Wishing you a very happy Christmas. Yours sincerely, Miss Georgiana Darcy. Thursday, 24 December, 1812. Derbyshire. "'Tis a play," Fitzwilliam shouted. At Mrs. Gardiner's nod he gave a bark of triumph, it being his only correct guess of the entire game. It was a game to which everyone's mostly willing participation he could only attribute to the vast quantity of mulled wine and punch collectively consumed over the course of the evening. Whatever had brought on the singularly peaceable interlude, he approved of it, for against all odds, everyone seemed to be having uncommonly good fun.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. "'Tis but one word," Elizabeth surmised from her aunt's raised index finger, and then one syllable. "You might actually guess this one then, Dickie," mumbled Ashby from the chair next to Fitzwilliam. "Fie, you have not guessed one correctly yet either." A host of calls loosely apropos of horses erupted around them as Mrs. Gardiner began enacting her clue. "Mayhap, my understanding does not run to a mercantile bent," Ashby said under his breath. "Oh, untwist your bollocks, man. The Gardiners are very good people." Indeed, Mrs. Gardiner was presently proving what a very good sport she was, galloping back and forth before the fire, to everyone's delight. "Stallion," Fitzwilliam guessed. "One ruddy syllable, you ninny," Ashby grumbled. "And my manservant is a very good person. It does not mean I wish him to cease pressing my shirts and begin playing parlor games with me after dinner." "Mare?" called Mrs. Sinclair. "Upon my word, you are a fastidious arse," Fitzwilliam hissed. "Even Lady Catherine has condescended to converse with them. She and Mrs. Gardiner exchanged 10 words at least over dinner." Ashby snorted. "Lady Catherine only approves of the woman because she believes it is deference that makes her blush and mumble whenever Darcy addresses her." Fitzwilliam had to smirk. He, too, had noticed Mrs. Gardiner's appreciation for his fair-favored cousin. Let her think it is deference if it makes the situation more palatable to her. "Trot," Mr. Gardiner tried. "It makes it no more palatable for me," Ashby replied. Fitzwilliam gave up attempting to placate him with reason and handed him his hip flask instead. "Here, have something spiritual to cleanse the injury to your pride." Ashby accepted the flask with a broad grin, then shouted, "Charge!" Mrs. Gardiner shook her head. Still she galloped about on the rug, now looking exceedingly vexed. "Horse," Lady Ashby said for possibly the 3rd time, seeming bemused it was still not correct. "Steed," Montgomery guessed. Again, Mrs. Gardiner shook her head and galloped furiously back the other way. Fitzwilliam heard Elizabeth hoot with laughter. "Reins," Mr. Gardiner attempted again. "Horse? That has already been said. Nag, then. Pony? Mule? Goat? I do not know. Do something else, for heaven's sake." Mrs. Gardiner ceased galloping and stood on the rug with her hands on her hips, glaring at her husband. "The provoked wife," Matlock called. The room erupted into laughter, though a feeble exclamation, barely audible above the merriment, caught Fitzwilliam's notice. He turned to his aunt, sitting on his left, and inquired whether anything was the matter. Lady Catherine withdrew an emaciated hand from her blankets and pointed at Darcy. "You are correct. He is happy. He looks the picture of my sister when he laughs." The observation was as unexpected as it was moving, and Fitzwilliam knew not what to say. His aunt, never plagued by such difficulties, spoke on. "And she is jousting." "Pardon? Mrs. Gardiner is jousting. Inspired, madam." Fitzwilliam swiveled back to the room and called, "Joust!" over the hubbub. Mrs. Gardiner pounced upon it, waggling her ear forcibly. "Sounds like joust! Faust!" Mr. Gardiner roared, coming to his feet exultantly. "About time, sir," his wife replied, to the delight of the entire room. Mr. Gardiner doffed an imaginary cap and scuttled past her in deep obeisance, apologizing facetiously. He then began his turn by reenacting the exact same gallop across the room as she had. A chorus of groans went up from everyone else, but Mrs. Gardiner instantly and correctly guessed canter, showing her husband how easy a thing it could be to make a sensible suggestion. "The Canterbury Tales!" Fitzwilliam exclaimed, to an uproarious round of applause. "How can you find these two aught but agreeable?" he whispered to his brother, before standing to take his turn. "I think they may be the most diverting couple of my acquaintance." Ashby only grunted, but notably refrained from demurring. Fitzwilliam left him to brood upon his prejudice, full in the belief that it was as much at risk as every other prepossession in the room of being overturned. All the hilarity sank in Darcy's awareness, next to the sound of Elizabeth's laughter. Her countenance glowed, and her eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Her merriment was wholly unaffected, demure, yet altogether without ceremony. He marveled at it, for despite all their prior hostility, she was genuinely enjoying his family's society. Moreover, his family appeared, quite against their will in some cases, to be genuinely enjoying hers. It was all her doing. This was Pemberley as it was intended to be, a true family seat, and this was his family, with Elizabeth at its heart. Because he was watching her, Darcy noticed her laughter ebb. She shifted in her chair and rubbed the swell of her stomach. He reached to lay his hand over hers and whispered a query as to her well-being. She bit her lip and slid her hand from beneath his to press his palm to her belly, whereupon he felt a small but unmistakable nudge. His heart thudded in his chest, and he waited, staring at his own hand, and was rewarded with another palpable shove. Overcome with wonder and delight, he raised his eyes to Elizabeth's. She was beaming, her countenance suffused with joy. "Happy Christmas," she whispered. It was a moment before he composed himself to whisper back how very dearly he loved her. Absorbed in their own private rejoicing, they missed the end of the game, alerted to it only when Anne guessed Fitzwilliam's charade, and he roared an exasperated hallelujah. After that, the festivities drew to a natural conclusion. The elders took themselves off to bed, and everyone else adjourned into the great hall to check that the Yule log was still burning, and to enjoy a last glass of mulled wine before bed. Fitzwilliam came to stand next to Darcy, giving him a firm slap on the shoulder. "I own I was not convinced even you could accomplish it, old boy, but a pleasanter Christmas I cannot recall. Do not believe me ignorant of the fact that is because you won your wager with Ashby. You wound me, Darcy. What wager? Whether or not I would exclude at least one relative from the house before Christmas Day." Fitzwilliam grimaced. "I am discovered, though still 10 pounds richer than my brother. Not so, regrettably, for I wagered him 15 pounds he could not make you give up your hip flask. By my reckoning, that makes him 5 pounds richer and significantly drunker than you." Fitzwilliam muttered an unseasonable imprecation. Darcy returned the slap on the back. "I am delighted you are here, Fitzwilliam. It has been the happiest Christmas in my memory also. Pemberley, Derbyshire, January 11. Jane, I shall not pretend I am not deeply grieved by your silence. Yet because I love you, and because I cannot dispel my concern for your happiness, I am making another attempt. I have weathered my first Christmas at Pemberley. We made merry on Christmas Eve, attended church on Christmas Day, and danced that evening after all those who would despise us for it had retired, toasted the servants and tenants on St. Stephen's Day, and feasted with our neighbors on Twelfth Night. On the whole, it was merrier than we could have hoped, though not without incident. I like to think, however, that Lady Catherine felt better for being able to inform me of at least 3 ways a day in which I erred. I jest, but I found I did not mind her imperiousness half so much as I thought I would. She and I have had an exceedingly tumultuous acquaintance, but she is esteemed by so many of the people I have come to love, I cannot but be moved by her plight. Darcy and I sat with her in the gallery one morning, listening to her tales of all the people in the pictures there, including a few about Darcy's mother he had not heard before. Notwithstanding all her antipathy, I will ever remember those few hours with great fondness. Now the decorations have been taken down, all my guests are gone, and Pemberley is quiet once more.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Is it the same at Netherfield? We heard from Mary that Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst did not join you. I hope that did not make your celebrations any less agreeable. I wish you would write and tell me about it, though it seems probable you will not. I am not entirely without hope, though, for if I can make peace with a woman so wholly prejudiced against me as Lady Catherine, surely I can reconcile with my own sister. Wishing you a Happy New Year, Elizabeth. Saturday, 23rd January, 1813. Hertfordshire, Pevensey Hall, Ashby, Derbyshire, January. Jane, I must say I was rather alarmed by the tone of your last letter. You sounded rather hysterical. Yes, I received your previous note, but had not yet found the time to reply, nor, indeed, realized there was any urgent need to do so. Certainly, none of your news was remarkable enough to warrant any haste on my part. Neither was your eagerness to hear how dreadful my Christmas was likely to induce me to be prompt. I do congratulate you, of course, on being satisfied with your first Christmas as mistress of your own house, though I do hope you will not make a habit of petitioning me for compliments. As your friend and better, you must allow me to tell you it is excessively coarse. Objectionable though your sister's self-sufficiency may be, it does at least make her easier to please. I hope you are not too disappointed to learn that in truth I had a very agreeable Christmas. My stay at Pemberley was tolerable, but then the splendor of the place is such that even your relations being there could not lessen the elegance of our party. Your sister continues to be Lady C's favorite, but that also turned out to my advantage, for it saved me the inconvenience of her notice. Temyet boasts the same graceless independence and brazen coquetry of which you have ever accused her. But her novelty, and thus her potency, is diminishing. She is becoming less interesting by the moment, so let us speak of her no longer. Of much more interest was my attendance at Lady O's 12-night ball. I know you will congratulate me when I tell you of the favorable reception I enjoyed there. Mrs. Bennet is here to see you, ma'am. Jane shoved her letter between the cushion and her leg, acting not a moment too soon. Seconds later, her mother burst into the room, coming to roost on the sofa next to her. "Good afternoon, Mamma. Would you like some tea?" "No, I am too vexed for tea. Your father has had a letter from Mr. Collins." That sly Charlotte Collins, whom we all treated as a friend for so many years, has begotten herself a boy-child, and they have written to boast of it. I am sure they did not mean to boast. Oh yes, yes they did. We must already endure being turned out of our own home as soon as your father draws his last breath. There is no call for them to taunt us with heirs as well. And you can count on their knowing that you are not yet increasing. How cruel of them to gloat of their issue in the face of that failure. Tears sprang to Jane's eyes. I would hardly call it a failure. Well, it scarcely qualifies as a success. A tear dripped off her chin, followed by others she did not trouble herself to wipe away. Her mother peered at her with some confusion. "Jane? Oh, Jane, Jane, calm yourself. Let not those wretched Collinses' artlessness distress you. You will be blessed eventually. If your sister has managed it, I dare say you will." Jane let out an exasperated wail and shook her head. "No, I begin to think I shall never do as well as Lizzie. Even my Christmas celebrations were inferior to hers, apparently." "Never mind," Mrs. Bennet replied, patting her hand. "Perhaps you could go to Pemberley next year and spend Christmas with her." Jane barked a harsh laugh. I am sure that would please my husband no end. She regretted her outburst immediately. To no one other than Lady Ashby had she admitted the truth of Bingley's inconstant affections, and her mother was the last person to whom she would have chosen to disclose it. Yet Mrs. Bennet did not seem to be appalled by it, only mildly surprised. "Oh dear, he still admires her, does he?" "You knew he admired her?" "I had an inkling, but I was sure it was a fleeting attachment. All men admire a comely figure, and goodness knows Lizzie has ever displayed hers better than you. But then she had to learn, for she has not your looks. How could you allow me to marry a man you knew had feelings for another?" Mrs. Bennet sat back, looking offended. "Because, had I not, you would very likely not have been married at all. Though you are making such a muddle of it, I am beginning to think that might have been for the best. Would that you had not imposed upon me to secure him with a well-aimed swoon, then." Her mother looked genuinely bemused. "Is that how you ended in his arms on the sofa? I should very much like to know that also."
Jane's heart pitched into her mouth, and her gaze snapped to the door, which had been closed moments before, but was presently occupied by her observably appalled husband. "You tell me now it was your design when you swooned that day to coerce me into marriage?" "No, indeed," Mrs. Bennet answered for her. "Only to encourage you." "Mamma, you swooned deliberately?" "Well, you see. Your hedging is rather a confirmation of it. Perhaps I did, but only in panic, because you—" "And you, madam?" Bingley exclaimed, turning to Mrs. Bennet. "Was it by design you brought Sir William into the room at that moment?" "Indeed it was not, sir," she replied indignantly, and for a moment Jane thought she was vindicated. The moment quickly passed. That was Mr. Bennet's doing. He forced his way past me, knowing full well what he was interrupting. "Mamma, pray leave us, Mrs. Bennet," Bingley said, his voice cracking on the last word. Mrs. Bennet flapped and blustered and attempted to set all to rights, but in the face of both Jane and Bingley's resolute silence, she had no choice but to go. "Charles," Jane whispered into the supervening silence, "what have you done?" "It did not happen as my mother implied. All of this might have been avoided had I but known." She gasped. "Is that what you wish? That you could have avoided marrying me altogether? Is it that disagreeable to you?" "Discovering I was duped into it has rather lessened my enjoyment of it, I must say." "No, you are wrong. It was never my intention that we should be discovered, but I was expecting your addresses. Instead, you seemed about to change your mind and leave me again. I thought you must still not comprehend my feelings." "I didn't. How could I, when you were so cold and reserved all the time? Could you expect me to behave differently after you abandoned me so cruelly?" Bingley ran both hands through his hair, grasping two fistfuls and squeezing his eyes shut. Releasing them abruptly, along with a gruff sigh, he took 2 strides towards her. "Yes, I left. It was ill done, and I have never apologized properly for it. But I came back. I braved the reproach of your friends and family to return and court you in the best way I knew how. And you barely spoke to me. The only person who ever showed any pleasure in my return was Lizzie." Jane lurched to her feet with a wordless cry. "Yes, Lizzie, perfect, wonderful Lizzie. Why did you simply not marry her?" "I would have, had you not come to the room where I awaited her and draped yourself all over me. It was not as shocking as it ought to be, only bitterly predictable. Had she not suspected all along he preferred Elizabeth? In retrospect, she supposed every other appalling consequence of his thwarted affections had been inevitable. "Would that you had never come back," she whispered. "I could have lived far better with the memory of a man I believed loved me for a few short months than endure a lifetime with a man who does not love me at all." She dropped her face into her hands and burst into tears. For a while she could only sob, her distress heightened by Bingley's continued silence.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. After a few minutes, he did speak, but his words, far from comforting her, cast her into a tumult of confusion and alarm. The same graceless independence and brazen coquetry of which you have ever accused her. Jane gasped and looked up. He was reading from her letter. "Are you in the habit of exchanging insults about your sister with Lady Ashby?" His expression was furious, yet his defending Elizabeth vexed Jane as nothing else could, curdling her dismay into righteous anger. "Better to say I am in the habit of commiserating with her." "Commiserating? Yes," she cried, wiping her tears away with the heel of her palm. "I know you will find this difficult to comprehend, but I am not alone in my aversion to her unending teasing and impertinence." Bingley gaped at her. "Are you out of your mind, maligning Lizzie to this woman? She is Darcy's cousin." "Precisely." She snatched the letter from him. "That is why she is as mortified by Lizzie's behavior as I am." The more she said, the angrier Bingley's expression became. The angrier Bingley grew, the more indignant she became. "Think you any of Mr. Darcy's family approves of her determined coquetry?"
Imagine their horror when they learned what trouble her flirting has already brought about from Mr. Wickham and Mr. Grayson. I assure you they are far less impressed than you were by her efforts at Pemberley, and even more dismayed to hear how she argues constantly with her husband. So you see, she is not as—" He thrust his face towards hers, his eyes huge and his complexion flooded crimson. "Good God, that all came from you?" She recoiled and fell silent, stunned by his ferocity, though too angry herself to regret any of what she had said. "What possessed you to write such things of your own sister? It is all true. How can you be so obtuse? True or not, everything you have ever whispered in that woman's ear has now been spread over the whole of London. The Darcys are a laughingstock. I witnessed it myself when I was there in October. Twisted versions of everything you just said, things only you could know, flung at Lizzie in contempt. I wondered then where it all began. Never could I have suspected it originated with my own wife." He returned to clutching fistfuls of his hair. "They have been sunk into a scandal of your making, and Darcy is punishing Lizzie for it. You have made her the contempt of society and condemned her to her husband's resentment and disdain. Damn you, Jane, you have ruined your sister's marriage." "That seems just," Jane cried, "for she has ruined mine. She has condemned me to my husband's complete indifference. Why can you not care about my happiness half as much as you care about hers? Still you accuse me thus?" he roared. "Upon my life, I forswore my own heart to preserve yours." Jane wilted in the face of his vehemence, dropping into the nearest seat and looking wordlessly upon his escalating fury. "Ignorant as I was of your scheme to entrap me, I offered for you without excuse or objection, and have endeavored ever since to make the best of the situation. To love you, if I could." She shook her head helplessly as he wound himself into a greater and greater pique. "I may not always have done it well, and God knows you have not made it easy, but nonetheless I have tried. My sacrifice was evidently in vain, if you are as miserable as you say. So be it. I see no benefit to prolonging our mutual agony. Allow me to relieve both our suffering and leave." His pronouncement was so unexpected that it rendered Jane speechless. She uttered not a sound from that instant to the moment the door closed behind him. Not while he informed her he would remove to his London townhouse directly. Not while he informed her he meant to remain there for the foreseeable future. Not while he forbade her from obtruding upon his seclusion with either letters or visits. And not while he informed her she ought to go about the business of being Mrs. Bingley in the same way she ever had, as though his being her husband bore no relevance to the situation whatsoever. He was gone before dinner. By breakfast the next day, Mrs. Bennet had learned of his decampment, returned to Netherfield, and said enough words to compensate for Jane's want of them several times over. By the end of a week, Jane began to fear that, on this occasion, Bingley truly meant not to return. Monday, 8 February, 1813. Derbyshire. Elizabeth looked up from her breakfast as the door opened, and tried not to appear impatient when her sister entered. She and Darcy both wished her good morning. "Has Mr. Bingley been down yet?" Georgiana inquired as she seated herself at the table. "Not yet," Darcy replied. "I do hope he is not ill." The door opened again, but it was only Maltravers with a letter just arrived for Elizabeth. She took it, feeling some apprehension upon perceiving her mother's hand, for the previous two from that quarter had borne little in the way of good tidings. According to Mrs. Bennet, Bingley had removed to town after a disagreement with Jane and had sworn never to return, leading to all manner of unpleasant rumors circulating about Meryton. Having witnessed firsthand the ugliness of Jane's recent behavior, Elizabeth and Darcy could not fault Bingley for wishing to escape it for a while, but they were nonetheless grieved by the apparent severity of their squabble. Darcy had written to his friend, inquiring if there was aught they could do to assist.
They had not heard a whisper in response until he appeared at their door the previous evening, unannounced and in a vast discomposure of spirits, begging that he be allowed to retire directly and promising to explain all in the morning. Thus, they were all on tenterhooks to hear what he had to say. "He is not unwell. My man confirmed it with his this morning," Darcy informed them, replacing his cup in its saucer and inquiring with a raised eyebrow and a nod as to the provenance of Elizabeth's letter. "Mamma," she informed him, breaking the seal. She very soon after refolded it and set it aside in disgust. "What news?" Darcy inquired gently. "My Uncle Gardiner called on Mr. Bingley and was told he was traveling here. My mother has dedicated 3 whole sides to her displeasure." "Nothing more about the nature of their disagreement?" Elizabeth shook her head. "Only a demand that we send him back directly. Then we shall have to wait for Bingley to enlighten us. Regrettably, I can wait no longer. Peterson is expecting me at 11. A quarter of an hour after Darcy's departure, when Bingley still had not appeared, Elizabeth encouraged her sister to attend to her pianoforte practice and went out for a walk, not 5 minutes into which she came upon her errant house guest. "Mr. Bingley, we thought you still abed." No, I beg you would forgive me. I do not make you uncomfortable. I meant not to upbraid you. We were only concerned." He inclined his head, but seemed no less ill at ease. "I was about to walk around the lake. Will you join me?" He readily accepted, and as she hoped, the pursuit lost him a little of his awkwardness, though not enough to persuade him to speak. "You will have to satisfy my curiosity at some point, sir," she said at length. "Are we ever to know why you have come?" "I came to see you," he said wretchedly. "I wished to see a friendly face." "I can understand that. I am glad you know you will always receive a friendly welcome from us, though I am exceedingly sorry you do not feel there would be one at Netherfield." He looked glummer than ever. "Will you not tell me what it is that you and Jane have quarreled about?" He gave her a strange look, then sighed and frowned at the ground. "You." Elizabeth's heart sank. No wonder Jane resented her still. "I thought you agreed to forgive her for what she did to me? She and I will never be able to forget it if you will not. I did. At least I endeavored to, but something else has since come to light that I cannot forgive." He looked at her, then away, several times. Then he removed his hat and ran a hand through his hair.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Would that I could avoid speaking of it, for I know it will give you pain. I am afraid you cannot escape speaking of it now. He shoved his hat back on and sighed deeply. It cannot be avoided anyway. You need to know. But is there somewhere we might sit? If I am to be vexed, I should rather keep walking. He looked uncertain, but since there were no seats in the vicinity, he had little choice but to acquiesce, and they walked on. She was glad of the activity when he eventually, and not very fluently, gave her to understand that Jane had been exposed as the source of every damning piece of gossip they had heard flying about London and regurgitated on Lady Catherine's lips. "I had not thought Jane so bad as this," she cried, pain and fury hastening her steps. "Though I had supposed her to be resentful of my station, I did not suspect her of descending to such malicious revenge." "Pray take care," Bingley cried. "I would not have you trip." She slowed a little, not for him, but because her baby had begun kicking as though in support of her indignation. She laid a hand on her stomach to soothe it. "Are you well?" Bingley inquired in alarm. "I am not unwell, but I am scarcely happy." He directed a pained grimace heavenward. "Lord, I cannot forgive her for wounding you thus, first with violence, now with calumny, for which you have suffered doubly, what with society's disdain, and Darcy's." She frowned, bemused as to his meaning, until she recalled the last time they were in company. "If you are referring to our evening at the theater, you must not concern yourself a moment longer. There was much talk, but Darcy's overhearings at least were easily gainsaid. The matter is quite settled between us. I am in awe of your forbearance, Lizzie." Supposing him to be resigned against resolving his dispute so easily, she regretted boasting of her own marital harmony, and though the circumstances were hardly comparable, she found herself saying, Do not suppose yourself incapable of the same. Grievous though Jane's indiscretions may be, they must not be allowed to come between you, not after all you endured to be together." He made a derisive sound and looked away. "All I endured, indeed. When you were persuaded she did not love you, I meant. I took your meaning, and had not your sister graciously informed me 2 weeks ago that she tricked me into marrying her, I might still have shared the opinion that such was the greatest injustice I have endured." Elizabeth stopped walking. "Sir, notwithstanding my present feelings towards her, that is still impossible to credit." He shook his head slowly. "You will recall the attitude in which she and I were discovered the day we became engaged. I could scarcely forget it. It was not the happy celebration everybody took it to be." He blew out his breath and rubbed the back of his neck. "Moments before that, Jane swooned, or so I thought. She fell in such a way as toppled us both to the sofa." Elizabeth made a noise of protest, but he interrupted. "She has admitted doing so by design." "Then, pardon me, but then she kissed me. Why would she do such a thing? And, pardon me, but why would you object?" He appeared confused by this and abruptly turned away. "I like your method of walking off vexation. Might we continue?" She consented, and they walked for 200 yards at least in silence before he ventured to speak again. "Your sister's demeanor was altered when I returned to court her after Easter." He paused to heave a heavy sigh. "What with all the other unpleasantness and distractions that occurred during those weeks, well, suffice to say that by June I had begun to question my wishes. It seems she perceived my indecision and conspired with her mother to act. Mrs. Bennet has freely acknowledged our being interrupted at that moment was deliberate. I do not recall that in that way. My mother tried to prevent our going in." He looked unsure for a moment, but then dismissed it. "It scarcely matters. By then, Jane had thrown herself upon me, and it was assumed by everybody that we had reached an understanding. But why did you not explain the situation to my father? Or, very well, perhaps not him, but to Darcy?" "I could not tell Darcy." He seemed to regret his tone, and in a calmer voice added, "Not even he could have extricated me without severely injuring your sister's reputation. Or yours. Besides, I was not deficient in any feeling for your sister. I believed, I hoped, we might be content." In a pitiable voice he concluded, "I knew not then how embittered she would become. If Jane had indeed condescended to despicable means to secure an offer, condemning herself to a marriage of vastly unequal affection, then Elizabeth hardly wondered that she should have grown jealous of her genuine happiness with Darcy. The injustice of punishing her for it with malice and disloyalty was insufferable. "I am very sorry for you," she told Bingley. "I understand now why you wish to leave. Do I ask too much to stay on a little longer? You are more than welcome. You must return only when you are ready, and not merely because I have forced you, no matter how my mother begs me to try." Thinking of her mother and father, she added, "There can be nothing more wretched than being unable to respect one's partner in life. I refuse to have any part in committing you to such a fate." He did not reply for a time. When Elizabeth gave up glowering fiercely at the lake and looked at him, she was surprised to find him watching her with some concern. "Would that I could offer you such words of comfort as you have given me, Lizzie." How she pitied him then, for she had Darcy to ease the pain of Jane's betrayal. He had no one. "Perhaps we can be of comfort to each other," she offered, and was pleased to see his expression lighten. Her anger was too great to accommodate much in the way of comfort at that moment, however, and she sought to end their tête-à-tête by suggesting they return to the house before breakfast was cleared away. The prospect of food persuaded him to abandon the subject, and they returned indoors without taxing themselves to discuss anything more significant than the whereabouts of the other members of the household. "There, you see," Elizabeth said as they came through the front door. "I can hear Georgiana at her practice still." "She is a good girl," Bingley remarked. "Vastly less trying than my own sisters were at her age." He could not have known the very great anxiety this comment would cause her, and Elizabeth did her utmost to conceal any sign of it,
But his reference to Georgiana's steadiness of character sent her mind racing down a most unwelcome path. She excused herself on the pretext of some menial task and went to her husband's study to fretfully await his return. And has he stopped her writing to anybody else? He did not say, but that is not the worst of it. Pray cease pacing and come to it then. Elizabeth obliged him, insofar as she ceased pacing, yet she continued to prevaricate. I am almost afraid to tell you, for I know how angry you will be. Darcy was already a good way beyond angry, with Jane, with Mrs. Bennet, and with Ashby and his bloody wife. He watched Elizabeth bite her lip and rub her temples, and grew angrier still at all those who continued to obtrude on her happiness. Tell me, Jane knows about Georgiana's near elopement. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. I am sorry, Fitzwilliam. I meant not to break your confidence. Only on the very day I returned home from Hunsford, Jane and I met Mr. Wickham in the street. He was so vile, so charming, I could not bear to see Jane taken in. Thus I told her. But I trusted her then. I never dreamt. Darcy stepped forward and took her by the shoulders. Calm yourself. I do not blame you for telling Jane. She is your sister. You could not have known how she would change. She let out a shaky breath and gave a weak smile of thanks. But think you she will tell Lady Ashby? I know not.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. I should never forgive myself if Georgiana's reputation were tarnished because of me. It would not be any fault of yours if it were, he said firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Leave it with me, love. I shall deal with it. Knightsbridge, London, February 11, Ashby. I am in no way surprised Darcy has written you such a letter, if your wife has indeed been playing arson with his reputation, and neither ought you to be. I shall overlook the colorful rant you sent me on the assumption that you were not brave enough to direct it at him. Frankly, you ought to count yourself fortunate that his threats ended where they did, and were not extended to include the removal of one or both of your bollocks. May I presume, dear brother, that this is the reason for Lady Catherine's displeasure? Your wife is making friends hand over fist, is she not? I suggest you encourage her in future to better select her enemies. The wives of men such as Darcy are not generally prudent marks. Do not trouble yourself writing to father. He will not intervene, and neither will I, for we both dislike your wife as much as you do. Knowing you prefer an uncomplicated existence, my advice is to shake off your indignation and concede to Darcy's embargoes. Opposing him will only cost you money and respect, and possibly a bollock. Your younger and eminently wiser brother, Fitzwilliam, Friday, 19 February, 1813. Derbyshire. Darcy gritted his teeth. Your turn, Bingley. Oh, I beg your pardon? Bingley ceased staring from the window and turned over a card. Darcy played another of his and returned to waiting. After a minute, he cleared his throat. Bingley turned over another card. For pity's sake, that was a king, Darcy exclaimed, tossing his hand down in disgust. This was precisely the inattention that had forced a premature end to their game of 21 and piquet before that, reducing them in desperation to playing beggar my neighbor. It was? I thought I had missed my turn again. I comprehend now why you disdained the idea of foils. Wool-gathering such as this would have seen you skewered within moments. 'Twas you who turned your nose up at billiards. Thank God, else it might have been my cloth you skewered. Besides, I thought some air and exercise would do you good. It is February, Darcy. I have no wish to be outside, be it on a horse, on my feet, or on my arse by the lake catching frozen fish. I was quite content merely sitting here till you came along, resolved on entertaining me. I shall never comprehend your need to be constantly occupied. Darcy maintained a blank expression, keeping his exasperation well hidden. He would have been equally content to leave Bingley to his musings, had not Elizabeth's vexation at her mother's latest letter persuaded him this discussion could be postponed no longer. Yet, having long ago lost all taste for interference,
He was presently guilty of some vastly uncharacteristic procrastination, whilst he summoned the will to delve into the quagmire of Bingley's affairs du cœur. "Pray forgive my ill humor," Bingley said with a sigh. "You are very good to have me here. I would not be ungrateful, only I have much on my mind." Darcy inclined his head. "I have received a letter," Bingley sullenly informed him. "From Caroline." "I see. She has discovered you are here then." "Aye, and she is displeased, to say the least. Jane is apparently gone to Farley House to escape the gossip in Meryton." "Indeed?" Elizabeth received word from her mother that Jane was gone to town, but she made no mention of her staying with the Hursts. He could imagine with what delight they had received her, and wondered whether Hurst might soon arrive at Pemberley seeking refuge as Bingley had done. "Dare I inquire what else Mrs. Bennet wrote?" Bingley inquired. Elizabeth had not shown Darcy the letter, but had summarized her mother's position with telling consternation. Jane had gone to London, allegedly fanning speculation that Bingley meant to auction her off to the highest bidder. Mr. Bennet was imminently about to die of shame. Thus, the Collinses were banging down Longburn's door, and Mrs. Bennet and her other 3 daughters were busy packing their worldly belongings in preparation for living out the remainder of their days at Pemberley. Suffice to say, she is eager to see you soon returned. Then, I am afraid she will be disappointed. Do you not intend to return directly?" "I do not intend to return at all." Darcy tensed with the endeavor not to sit forward in his seat. "Ever. Do not judge me, Darcy. It is no longer any secret that I did not wish to marry her in the first place." "Indeed?" Darcy had been significantly less astonished by the revelation of Jane's scheming than Elizabeth. In his opinion, no despicable deed was beneath a woman content to strike her own sister, full in the knowledge she was with child. He only pitied Elizabeth her disappointment, and Bingley his unenviable predicament. Never mind that it was before noon. It was most definitely the hour for brandy. "Why did you not cease visiting Longbourn if you were decided against her?" he inquired, as he poured them both a glass. "Because of Lizzie." He turned around. "Elizabeth?" Bingley looked up sharply, then launched himself from his chair and stalked to the window, before Darcy could make out his expression. "Yes, well, while you were off being a lovelorn arse about town, I was supporting her family in the wake of your friend Wickham's attack. Or had you forgotten?" "I had not forgotten," Darcy replied, chastened though no less perturbed. "I could not conscionably have abandoned Jane a second time, whilst her sister lay insensible abed. Of course not." It was a reasonable explanation. Darcy fought prodigiously hard to ignore the unjust flicker of wariness occasioned by the recollection of Bingley pulling Elizabeth into his arms in the churchyard. "I see now that my lingering must have prolonged her anticipation," Bingley mumbled. "I suppose it is what prompted Jane to act as she did. Impatience is no excuse for duplicity. She was very wrong to deceive you." Darcy handed him his drink and sat back at the card table. "But have you truly had no pleasure from the marriage? Is there no possibility that you might learn to esteem one another again? You did love her once, after all." "Aye, but she is not the same person she was then." "No, but there is every reason to hope she might improve." "I did, once I was made aware of my faults." "You mistake me, Darcy. I have no wish to redeem the situation. Even were she to revert to the sweet girl you thought smiled too much, she would not be the woman I want." He lifted his empty glass in query. "May I?" Darcy acceded with a nod. "Besides," Bingley added, whilst he poured himself another drink, "people do not alter as much as all that. You are no less proud than you were. Lizzie has merely learned to tolerate it better." His conversational tone belied any hostility. Nevertheless, Darcy was wounded, appalled at the merest possibility of its being true. Such was his agitation that he missed what Bingley said next, and was obliged to ask him to repeat himself. "I said I planned to settle in Nova Scotia." Darcy stared at him, endeavoring to judge whether he was in earnest. "You will advise against it, I know," Bingley added, returning to the table. "But I have learned the perils of yielding too easily to persuasion." "I am glad to hear it. It is a shame you have not yet learned to yield to good sense." Bingley flinched. "You mean to lecture me on how the country is at war?" "No, I should think in that part of the country you would be as far from their army as we are from Napoleon's here. I meant only to express my sincerest doubt that going so far and giving up so much would ever improve your situation. It is a vast undertaking, not easily undone." When Bingley did not respond, he added more frankly, "This is not the same as hopping in your carriage and racing off to London on a whim." Bingley pulled himself up indignantly in his seat.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. I am aware of that. Darcy regarded him intently for a moment, then leant forward and began gathering up the playing cards. "What will you do with Netherfield? Let Jane keep it. You would purchase it for her, or lease it indefinitely? Yes. Where will you live when you arrive? I mean to purchase an estate." Darcy tapped the pack of cards into alignment on the table. "What will you do for companionship? You could not simply remarry." Bingley reddened. "I do not recall expressing any wish to remarry." He placed the cards in their box and returned the lid. "And what of Jane? Would you consign her to a life without a husband or children? Let her tell everybody I have died and take another husband. That would create far more problems than it would solve. Blast it, Darcy. After the way she has treated Lizzie, I know not how you can care. Mayhap I have learnt some of Elizabeth's compassion." He leant forwards with his elbows on his knees and fixed his friend with a serious look. "The imprudence of my attempting to persuade you one way or the other speaks for itself, but I must say you do not appear to have given it much consideration. I beg you would not act with your usual precipitance here. Give the idea some more thought." Bingley slammed his glass down on the table. "I have given it thought. I have done nothing but think on it these past 2 weeks, whilst I have sat here watching you have everything I want, and knowing I shall never have it." Darcy sat back, startled by his vehemence and heartily sorry for it. He was well aware of his own extraordinary good fortune, and pitied his friend's plight, for it was probable Bingley would never know equal felicity with a woman such as Jane. "I am sorry the succor you sought here has come at such a price. Yet you must not permit my situation to influence yours. At the risk of sounding like persuasion, I will say this. You are a very good friend, and I should be excessively sorry to see you go." Bingley stammered his thanks and promptly excused himself to seek out some of the air he had earlier disdained. Darcy rubbed a hand over his face and stood up, pondering where he might find Elizabeth, that he could relay the whole of it, and rather uncharitably attempting to guess how much it would cost him to purchase Netherfield in the event that Bingley did not, that Mrs. Bennet's threat of coming to live at Pemberley need never come to fruition. Saturday, 20 February 1813, Derbyshire. "You must go. I absolutely insist. I should feel as though I were deserting you." The look Elizabeth gave her made Georgiana feel silly. "That is, I know you do not need—" "Dear Georgiana," Elizabeth interrupted, reaching to squeeze her hand, "I did not mean to imply that I would not miss you, only that you must not feel guilty for wishing to go. Miss Castleton is your friend, and her invitation is an excessively generous one." "It is it not?" she replied, allowing herself to smile at the prospect of a week's dancing instruction from Mr. Thomas Wilson himself, alongside half a dozen of Henrietta's school friends. "Indeed it is. I am quite jealous, which is why you must go. Then you may relay to me in detail all that you learn." She fidgeted in her chair as she spoke, attempting to find a more comfortable attitude. "Here, allow me," Georgiana offered, leaving her own seat to help better arrange her sister's cushions. "You poor thing, this is why I do not wish to leave you. When I am grown so fat I cannot even arrange my own cushions, I shall simply give up sitting in the orangery and take to my bed. It still would not be a reason for you not to go to Hornscroft." For a fleeting moment, Georgiana felt chastened until she caught herself and laughed, feeling rather pleased to have grown better used to Elizabeth's sportive manner. "Besides," Elizabeth continued, "I shall not be without female company. Tabitha is coming to Pemberley." A week at Hornscroft Hall abruptly quadrupled in appeal. Mrs. Sinclair. Her dismay must have been obvious, for Elizabeth laughed outright.
She is not so very objectionable, you know. Maybe not, but she is disposed to be quarrelsome. Ought you not to be avoiding such excitement? On the contrary, I have great hopes the trouble she is bound to cause will provide a creditable distraction from any anxiety I might be feeling. The remark took Georgiana aback, having never before seen or heard of Elizabeth suffering any uneasiness. "Are you very anxious?" she inquired softly. Elizabeth wrinkled her nose. "Daunted, certainly, but I think there are few who would not be. I am endeavoring not to think about it overmuch. Will your mother come? I am trying very hard to make sure she does not. I need my wits about me at the best of times when dealing with her, and I do not anticipate that being the case in the throes of my confinement. I shall not be alone, though, for my Aunt Gardiner has agreed to come at the end of March." After a pause, she quietly added, "I always thought I would have Jane with me." Only since Mr. Bingley arrived at Pemberley had Elizabeth divulged what transpired between Jane and her at Netherfield. Georgiana could not have been more shocked or more indignant, though she had not expounded upon the latter sentiment to Elizabeth. "I am sorry for you, Lizzie. I know not what to say to ease your mind. It is the most painful thing in the world, but there is nothing to be said or done. But enough melancholy," she said, drawing herself up and leaning to pour them both more tea. "Are we agreed that you will visit Miss Castleton in 2 weeks?" Georgiana grinned. "Aye, very well. Would that you could accompany me. You dance so beautifully." "Not these days, I assure you. I am all clumsiness and inelegance." "You judge yourself too severely. You are still remarkably graceful. If you will pardon my frankness, I have seen ladies far more unhappily altered by their increase than you. Your condition becomes you very well." "She speaks true, Lizzie. It most certainly does." Georgiana jumped. She had not heard Mr. Bingley come in. "Our sanctuary is compromised," Elizabeth cried, one hand held to her breast in feigned dismay. "I come alone," Mr. Bingley protested, holding his hands up in surrender. "And I swear Darcy will not learn of your hiding place from me." "Oh, my brother knows we are here. He had business in Kympton, or he would have joined us." "Kympton this day? I declare I have never known a man with more business than Darcy. He is scarcely ever at home." Georgiana rather thought that if Mr. Bingley troubled himself to rise earlier in the day, he would see more of his friend. Elizabeth was kinder in her response, gesturing for him to join them as she agreed that Darcy had many demands on his time. "You are singularly forbearing not to demand more of it for yourself," he replied, choosing the chair nearest to Elizabeth. "Come, you of all people know he would never neglect his responsibilities on my account." "No, I do not suppose he would. Besides, he is not absent as often as that implies, or so very far away. It is not as though he has gone off to another country, never to return." Mr. Bingley paled. "Darcy told you?" "He did," Elizabeth replied. "Shall I call for another cup?" Georgiana said hastily, eager to remove herself from what suddenly promised to be a most awkward conversation. Her escape notwithstanding, the orangery was not so large that the distance to the door took her out of earshot. "Are you angry?" she heard Mr. Bingley inquire. "No, I am not angry," Elizabeth replied. "I am sad. I wish you did not feel you had to go. Forgive me. The last thing I would wish is that my leaving should cause you any distress. Yet I know not how much longer I can live in this ghastly suspension. It distresses me to see you make a decision so evidently contrary to your happiness. It will be inconceivably hard to leave, I grant you. Then why do you not stay, at least until you are more certain of your feelings?" Elizabeth said gently.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Georgiana reached the door, but waited, curious what he would answer. "I am in no doubt of my feelings, Lizzie, but I cannot countenance making you unhappy. I shall not go just yet. I shall tarry a little longer." Satisfied, Georgiana opened the door and requested more provisions of the footman waiting without. She took her time walking back, vastly undesirous of obtruding onto aught delicate. "I feel in part to blame," Elizabeth was saying. "Had I not argued with her? We were discontented long before that.
Aye, and had I not championed your suit with her so single-mindedly, regardless of the changes in her character or your regard, she might never have acted as she did, and you would never have suffered as you have. Through the plants lining the path, Georgiana could see that Elizabeth was measuring out more tea from the caddy, and seemed oblivious to Mr. Bingley's drawing closer to her, seemingly captivated by her every word. "Had I not dithered in coming to know my own heart," he replied, "neither of us would have suffered as we have." "Ah, good! You are still here." Georgiana jumped for a second time. "Brother," she exclaimed, turning to see Darcy come through the door. "Forgive me, I meant not to startle you." He looked wholly unrepentant as he bowed to kiss Elizabeth's fingers. "How have you all been amusing yourselves?" "Merely talking, Darcy," Mr. Bingley said. He had abandoned his chair and was examining whatever plant it was that clung to the back wall. "Lizzie has been persuading me to accept Henrietta's invitation," Georgiana said. She chose to feign ignorance of Darcy's baffled glance at Elizabeth, as well as her mouthing Miss Castleton to him in return, thinking it a rather sweet exchange. Her father has engaged a very fine dancing master in preparation for her coming out, and allowed her to invite all her friends to partake in his instruction. That is exceedingly generous of him. It is a shame Lizzie will not be able to join me, though. I shall be sorry to miss it, Georgiana, but there is little hope of my dancing elegantly enough at present to do justice to such a master." "What has your present inelegance to do with the matter?" Darcy inquired. "You were not heavy with child when you knocked Tobias onto the floor." "He is right, Georgiana. Hornscroft Hall is too full of ornament and finery to be safe from me. It is for the best that I do not go." Georgiana listened with but half an ear, her attention instead fixed upon Mr. Bingley, who observed this exchange with a rapidly deepening frown. She could not blame him for his disquiet. From his vantage, he could not have seen Elizabeth's broad grin, only Darcy's severe expression. Such was always the way with her brother, she had learnt. Whatever joke he made was made with impenetrable solemnity, so that it was impossible to tell whether he spoke in jest unless one knew him to be stating an opinion not his own. It was an aspect of his character with which she had been wholly unfamiliar until Elizabeth came to Pemberley. Though her new sister certainly did not treat him disrespectfully, she yet wielded a mysterious and unashamed sort of power over him, daring to tease him, and in return provoking him to some decidedly surreptitious teasing of his own. When presently the footman arrived, and they all convened at the table for refreshments, Mr. Bingley appeared to be struggling to conceal his confusion. Though it was a little ungenerous, Georgiana triumphed to see him suffering under the same misconceptions she once had, happy in the knowledge that she, at least, was no longer a bystander to her brother and sister's repartee. Sunday, 21 February, 1813, Bingley threw aside his covers and scrabbled at the bed curtains in an attempt to find the join. They opened a yard to the left, courtesy of his man. "Are you well, Mr. Bingley?" "No, I am not well." Indeed, he was exhausted, having been unable to sleep a wink for recurrent nightmares of succumbing to the temptation to kiss Elizabeth and then being murdered on the spot by Darcy. It was outside of enough. Could he expect his feelings to ever subside while he remained in such close proximity to her? Could he expect Darcy would not truly run him through if he ever came so close to exposing his desires as he had yesterday in the orangery? No, regardless of Elizabeth's plea, he must leave this place, and soon. Snatching his dressing gown from Banbury's grasp, he seated himself at the desk in the corner of the room and pulled out a sheet of paper. "Perhaps some breakfast would restore your humor, sir." Bingley answered distractedly that breakfast would be most welcome, and Banbury must have left to fetch it because when he stopped to dip his pen, the man was no longer there. By the time you returned with a tray, Bingley was done. He handed him the 3 letters he had dashed off and sat down to eat. "I cannot find my blasted address book anywhere, Banbury," he said, slicing into a hunk of gammon. "Be a good fellow and see to it they are addressed properly, would you?" "Certainly, sir." A moment later he added, "Mr. Forsyth, sir."
Bingley looked up to discover him peering dubiously at the uppermost letter. "Netherfield's freeholder," he explained around his mouth full. Banbury bowed slightly, and though he said no more, he did raise both eyebrows. It made Bingley nervous. The man knew far too much of his private affairs, which made him wonder what conclusions he was drawing. He forced his mouthful down before he had properly chewed it and choked out, "Why I write to him is no concern of yours." "Indeed, I made no inquiry, sir." "You did, of a fashion. You are doing it again now. Your eyebrows are all up in the air." Banbury apologized and frowned. "No, I do not require you to scowl. Leave your eyebrows where they were." He sliced some more meat and added sullenly, "I am inquiring about it if you must know." "Indeed, there is no obligation for me to know, sir," Banbury replied coolly as he shuffled the letter to the back of the pile, and regarded the next no less disdainfully than the last. "The harbor master, sir." "Yes, the harbor master. Which harbor, might I inquire, sir?" Bingley threw down his knife and fork. "Blast it, Banbury, that is not your business either." "Undoubtedly not, sir. Though if you were to make it so, it would be much more likely that I should address it correctly." Damnation! Right, breakfast had lost its appeal. He pushed the plate away. "Send it to Liverpool, if you would." "Very good, sir." Bingley watched closely as Banbury flicked to the last letter in the pile, anticipating a raised eyebrow, a frown, a sneer, a twitch, some indication of disapprobation, yet the man was taking his own good time peering at the addressee. "My cousin, before you ask." "I would never be so impertinent, sir." He pursed his lips and slipped the letters into his pocket. "Dash it all, Banbury, I mean to settle in Nova Scotia, and that is all there is to it." In truth, he had absolutely no desire to live out his days in a foreign country. Yet trial and error had proved nowhere in England was far enough removed to keep him away from Elizabeth for long. Thus abroad he must go. Banbury inclined his head. "A shrewd decision, sir." "Shrewd?" "Certainly, sir. At such a great distance, there is almost no possibility your troubles in Hertfordshire might follow you there." Bingley felt himself color. "Just dress me for services, would you?" he muttered, hauling himself to his feet. "Services are over, sir." "What?" Bingley whipped about to look at the clock. It was gone midday. "Upon my word, why did you not tell me the time when I sat down to write those letters?" "I would never have presumed you could not tell it yourself, sir." Bingley narrowed his eyes at him. He swore Darcy never had this much trouble with his staff. "Very well, dress me as you see fit. Only get to it, that I may be left in peace." Banbury did as he was bid, with mercifully little more impertinence, and made to depart.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Banbury, one other matter before you leave. I would have you take those letters to the receiving office in person. Entrust them to nobody else. Mrs. Darcy is not to get wind of my plans. I shall not have her distressed. They parted ways after that, Banbury to wherever it was he went when he was not attending Bingley, and Bingley to escape into the park to reflect, with no little alarm, upon the very great moment of the course upon which he had just resolved. Wednesday, 24 February, 1813, Derbyshire. "There you are. I thought you meant to join us in the library." Darcy looked up from his letter. Whatever Elizabeth saw in his countenance turned hers from happy to alarmed in an instant, and before he had the chance to respond, she was hastening to his side. "What is it?" she inquired, laying a comforting hand on his arm and peering at him with the utmost concern. He raised a hand to cover hers. Then he changed his mind, tossed the letter onto his desk, and used both hands to pull her gently onto his lap. "I am summoned to Kent." "So soon? Is she?" "Not yet, but the physicians do not believe it will be long, and Montgomery writes to beg my assistance in the preceding days." In answer to her puzzled look, he added, "He respectfully alludes to my experience in matters of probate. In other words, he does not know what he is doing and needs your help making all the arrangements." Darcy smiled at her turn of phrase and inclined his head. One wonders what his attorney is doing to earn his fee. Even the best attorney is no substitute for the counsel of a trusted and experienced friend. Then I am grateful he has so many others to call upon. She pulled an odd face, half frown, half question. He could not fathom her confusion. "You cannot think I mean to go? I cannot imagine why you would not. Why do you suppose?" He spread a hand over her stomach. "I will not have you make the journey again after last time." She smiled ruefully. "Much though I know you love my obstinacy, I am afraid I cannot argue with that. But that does not mean, and I will not go without you. Thus we shall both remain." She gave him a pitying look. "I beg you would pardon me for putting this so bluntly, but it did not sound as though you would be gone more than a few weeks." She laid her hand atop his. "I believe this little one and I might look after ourselves for that long." It was true. He did love her obstinacy, particularly when it was unconsciously done, and she believed she was being complying. Still, he shook his head, unwilling to countenance any length of time apart while she was in so delicate a condition. "Consider what you would be denying yourself, Fitzwilliam," she pressed softly. "One is not always blessed with the opportunity to pay one's final respects. I have made my peace with Lady Catherine. I will not go to Rosings without you." He did not like the way in which she regarded him, and said peevishly, "Anybody would think you were attempting to get rid of me." She smiled at him and kissed his cheek. "I know you will regret it if you do not go." Of course she knew. She comprehended him perfectly, just as he knew she grew anxious, despite her endeavors to conceal it. Yet still she encouraged him to go. She was without doubt the most selfless person he had ever known. Loveliest Elizabeth. He held her face and ran his thumb along her jaw. "I swore to myself I would never leave you again. I shall detest every moment you are gone. Yet it is for but a few weeks, and it is not as though I shall be alone. Georgiana will be here for most of that time. Tabitha arrives on Saturday, and Mr. Bingley has promised not to rush off. I am sure, if you ask, he will agree to stay until you return." The notion of Bingley being Elizabeth's protector in his absence sat exceedingly ill with Darcy, yet he could not deny the wisdom of it. Indeed, the enforced delay might give the man time to come to his senses and eschew his absurd plan to emigrate. He conceded with a sigh and a lingering kiss, after which she nestled against him with her head upon his shoulder. "I shall be back in good time, whether or not she succumbs rapidly," he said. "If I miss the funeral, so be it. I refuse to be farther from you than this room whilst you are confined. I did not expect otherwise, but at least you will have said your goodbyes and helped Mr. Montgomery. Though, if you did happen to be there as long as 3 weeks, you could bring Mrs. Gardiner back with you. I am sure she would vastly enjoy 3 days in your sole company." He shook his head, smiling at her teasing, and nudged her to stand up. "What have I been missing in the library?" "Nothing of consequence. Georgiana has given up waiting for you and gone to practice the pianoforte, and when I left, Mr. Bingley was brooding, as he is disposed to do these days." "Good," he replied, taking her by the hand and leading her from the study and directly past the library door to the stairs. "In that case, our absence will not be noted by either of them. There was much he would need to arrange if he were to travel to Kent, but if he must go, he meant for them to take full advantage of what time they had remaining before he departed. Sunday, 28 February, 1813, Derbyshire. The heavens were the purest indigo blue, bedizened with myriad stars, and buttressed on all sides by the even darker silhouettes of the surrounding peaks. Moonlight bounced off the frozen lake, flooding the snow-frosted lawn with eerie blue light. There could not have been a more enchanting scene to behold, or a more perfect vantage from which to view it. Darcy's arms tightened about her. "Are you cold, love? You shivered." Elizabeth shook her head. "How I shall miss you," she sighed, her breath frosting the window. "You delight in torturing me, woman. It is objectionable enough that I must leave you tomorrow without pronouncements of that nature. I would not say I delight in it, though neither shall I say I am sorry. I shall miss you. Though, if you remind yourself often enough what a vexing creature I can be, you might not miss me at all." "Then only one of us need be miserable," he replied with a soft chuckle. "I decided almost from the first moment we met that you were the most maddening woman of my acquaintance. It did not prevent me from pining for you for the half a 12-month till we met again." She twisted her head to kiss his cheek.
Then we must be thankful only you have improved in civility sense. If you fell in love with me because you enjoyed being vexed, you might fall out again if I suddenly learned to be agreeable." His lips curled into a wonderful little smile, and he shook his head. Maddening. She turned back to the window and hugged his arms to her. "Have I improved in other ways?" Darcy inquired after a moment. "That is, am I still proud?" The question took her aback. "What makes you inquire?" "A passing comment of Bingley's. But it has been troubling me, as you will comprehend." She tried to turn around, but he resisted it, his arms stiff. "I would have you answer frankly." Her heart went out to him. He was ever as unforgiving of his own defects as he was of other people's. "A little, then," she said gently. "Very occasionally. But I do not blame you for it. So you have merely learned to tolerate it?" She did turn around then. "Yes, I dare say I have. But is that not what love is? Tolerating, accepting, even holding dear one another's imperfections?" She placed her hands on his chest. "I would have you know your imperfections are better than most other people's finest merits, and I love them very much." He cradled her face with both hands and fixed her with the full force of one of his inimitable gazes. "If my imperfections are tolerable, it is because you have made them so. I would be nothing without you, as would I be without you." He shook his head. "You have no imperfections." She slid her hands around his neck and pulled herself up until their lips were a hair's breadth apart. "I love you more dearly than I knew it was possible, Fitzwilliam."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. After that, the view from the window was forgotten in favor of the unseen pleasures of the darkened bedchamber. And though Elizabeth could not see him, she felt his gaze as intimately as she felt him love her, and she knew he felt the same. "God, I shall miss you," he breathed into her hair as they lay together in bed some time later. "I am sorry I shall not be there to comfort you," she whispered. "Knowing I have you to come home to will be comfort enough. I shall be here, growing fat and relying unreasonably on others to relieve the tedium of waiting." "Voila!" he murmured sleepily. "What? I forgot your impatience when I said you had no imperfections." She smirked, and for his benefit, because he could not see her expression in the dark, poked him in the ribs. He caught her hand and brought it to his lips. "I do not think you ought to rely much on Bingley for company. I am not sure asking him to remain was wise." Elizabeth delighted in the turn of events that had Darcy bemoaning Bingley's solemnness. "He might be in a better humor when you are gone, for I begin to suspect our felicity is contributing to his wretchedness." "Yes, he has said something of that sort to me," Darcy replied, yawning. "It has much to do with his reasoning for leaving, if one can call it reason." Elizabeth had given considerable thought to Mr. Bingley's professed intention to leave the country. Though both Darcy and she were convinced it was a foolhardy scheme, neither of them wished to interfere so far as to tell him outright he ought not to go. In truth, there was only one person who could. "Fitzwilliam, if I write to Jane, will you deliver the letter to her while you are in London to make certain she reads it?" She felt him adjust his head down to look at her, though he could not have seen much in the darkness. "Have you not had your fill of being shunned by your sister?" "More than enough. Yet I cannot help but think she is the person best placed to convince Mr. Bingley to stay." "You assume she wishes it?" "To the best of my knowledge, she has not written to him the entire time he has been with us." "I know, but consider, she does not know of his plan to go abroad. I cannot allow him to leave without giving her the chance to try and stop him." He rolled his head back to where it had been on the pillow, pulling her more snugly against him as he settled into his repose. "I should never refuse you anything, love, but I beg you, enough of the Bingleys now. I would not have them obtrude any longer on my time with you." She stretched to kiss his cheek and whisper her thanks, then settled her head back onto his shoulder to listen to his breathing, already slowing as sleep overtook him. She would rise early to write to Jane. Until then, she meant to remain in Darcy's arms all the night long, where she belonged. 12. Disguise of every sort. Thursday, 4 March, 1813. London. The nearer to Farley House the carriage took him, the hotter burned Darcy's resentment. He had not laid eyes on Jane Bingley since October, when she slapped Elizabeth at Netherfield, and the intervening months had done naught to diminish his displeasure. Contrary to what Elizabeth believed, however, he was not averse to delivering her letter. Indeed, her request provided the perfect pretext to pay the visit he had been desirous of making for some weeks. The carriage drew to a halt, and after presenting his card, Darcy was shown into a small room at the rear of Hurst's house, where Jane Bingley sat at her needlework, for all the world as though her most pressing concern was where next to stick her needle. Her serenity deserted her upon seeing him. "Mr. Darcy," she cried, launching herself to her feet, "what are you doing here?" Darcy waited for the servant to close the door, taking advantage of the brief time to bring his temper under regulation. Once the door had clicked shut, he turned his eyes upon her, feeling no contrition when she visibly quailed. He made no effort to moderate his tone, which even to his ear sounded exceptionally cold. "I would have your word that you will never cast aspersions about Elizabeth's good character again, by any means, to any person, or in any manner that might threaten her reputation or well-being." "Oh, pardon? I thought you must be come about Charles. I imagine you did. I have noticed your first thought always tends to your own interests." "Your word, madam." "I did not know any of what I said would be repeated. It was never my intention to gossip, only to confide in my friend." "You are mistaken if you consider Lady Ashby a friend. She has been known to my family since childhood, and long acknowledged by all of us as self-serving. She had the temerity to look affronted. I might also add that Elizabeth is troubled far less by those to whom you whispered your vile misrepresentations than that you yourself believed any of it." She frowned a little, but seemed otherwise disinclined to remorse. He could not say he was surprised. "I, on the other hand, take an excessively dim view of your propensity to gossip about my family to anybody. If it happens again, you will discover that being excluded from my homes is but the merest expression of my displeasure. Your word, madam." She paled and gave it with a nod. He knew not why she should be alarmed. She could not have expected he would allow her to continue unchecked with behavior so injurious to his family. "And now, your word that you will not repeat what you know of my sister's dealings with Mr. Wickham to another living person." Her eyes widened, and she stared at him. "Do not pretend ignorance, madam. Elizabeth assures me you know." "I do, but you must think very ill of me indeed if you believe me capable of so cruelly exposing her. I assure you I never would. I am not the sort of person who does such things to innocent young ladies." "Evidently you are." Her countenance contorted with emotion, and for one brief moment he thought she might cry, before indignation got the better of her and she began to bluster instead. "You do not know what I have suffered. It is scarcely my fault I have grown bitter. Do not dare suggest it is Elizabeth's. She has done nothing to deserve your contempt. You, whom she ever held in the highest possible regard, and in whom, for some reason unfathomable to me, she still has not given up hope, have abused her in every imaginable method. You have disdained all the particulars of her new situation, from her home to her capacity to run it. You sabotaged her relationship with my family. You marred her entrance into society, and you have abandoned her when she most needs you." He lowered his voice. "You struck her, not only knowing that she is with child, but because of it." She backed away, shaking her head. "You misunderstand. It is only that my husband has—" "You would blame him also?" Darcy exclaimed, turning to walk with quick steps across the room to distance himself from her. "As might you if you only knew what I have endured." "What have you endured but Bingley struggles to overlook the defects in your character and esteem you regardless?" She laughed bitterly. "He does not esteem me. That is hardly any great wonder. What, pray, have you ever done to earn his esteem? I am his wife." She appeared to think this would rouse him to compassion. Presumably, she did not suspect him of knowing how it came about. "That alone does not entitle you to his unwavering affections. You cannot expect his good opinion to endure when you treat him and all those around you with such utter disdain." "Sir, you are unjustly severe," she cried, her eyes moist with unshed tears. "In voicing such censure, perhaps, but not in thinking it. And since you have not scrupled in speaking ill of Elizabeth, I am not presently inclined to be overly sympathetic to your sensibilities. You do not No, I don't." Determined to hear no more of her self-pity, he reached into his pocket for Elizabeth's letter and held it out to her.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Neither does Elizabeth, yet such is her devotion to you that she has written again with news she considers imperative for you to hear. Jane took the letter gingerly, as though it might burn her. She wondered whether you had troubled yourself to read any of her others, since you have never deigned to reply. I recommend that you read this one. He turned on his heel and quitted the room without taking his leave. She deserved no such attention. He was unsurprised to discover Miss Bingley loitering outside the door and only wondered that her sister was not with her. "I hope you are well, Mr. Darcy." "I am, thank you. If you will excuse me, I must be on my way." "Oh, yes, of course. If I may, though, might I inquire as to my brother's whereabouts?" "He is at Pemberley still, madam." "With Mrs. Darcy?" "Yes." She looked more concerned for her brother than he had ever seen her, prompting him to add, "He is in good health, despite his troubles. You need not worry for him." She gave a poor approximation of a smile. "I do, though, Mr. Darcy. Pray, send him home as soon may be. Pemberley is not the best place for him. He ought to be with Jane." Darcy was no longer certain where the best place for Bingley was, but gave Miss Bingley all the assurances she sought to avoid being further delayed. He later reflected, as his carriage sped across the Kentish countryside, that it was telling with what alacrity he hastened to his aunt's deathbed, infinitely preferring it to the scene of his objectionable audience with Jane Bingley. Rosings Park, Kent, Saturday, March 6th. Dearest Elizabeth, be not surprised if what I write is incomprehensible. It is late and I am weary, but I find I do not wish to end another day without speaking to you. Lady Catherine is still with us, though barely. I am increasingly relieved that neither you nor Georgiana accompanied me. No quantity of pastille burners can mask the scent of illness in the house, and her appearance grows no less shocking upon subsequent visits to her bedside than when I first arrived. When my mother passed away, her mind wandered and her limbs trembled, but her person was otherwise unchanged. My father's death was so sudden I never saw him aught but hale. Lady Catherine is wasted away to almost nothing. Nonetheless, you were correct. I am pleased to have come. She sleeps a good deal, but this evening she stirred sufficiently to acknowledge me for the first time. Our exchange was brief, for she can scarcely breathe enough to speak, but we were able to share a few thoughts. We touched on Rosings, Anne, Georgiana, our unborn child, and you. It does not surprise me in the least that what might be her last ever words to me were about you. I am pleased you married Elizabeth. I always liked her. I shall say no more on that. I trust we are of equal minds on the matter. Montgomery and I spent 2 hours this morning with his steward and another 3 this afternoon with his attorney.
all of which seemed painless in comparison to the 10 minutes I spent with Mr. Collins afterwards. I am finding the role of advisor even more onerous than I had anticipated, not least for its tedium, but also the unexpected remembrance of the days following my father's passing, which were dark indeed. I have seen very little of Anne. It would seem her delicate health has not lent itself to the rigors of nursing a dying relative, and I understand she spends but little time with her mother. Your good friend Mrs. Collins, however, has been stalwart in attending her ladyship, despite not having been long out of her confinement and having a newborn infant in need of her attention. I mean to speak to her at church on the morrow to express my deepest thanks for her troubles. I have already given her your letter. I have also given Master Jonathan the gift you sent for him, with which he was delighted, of course, though he was most disappointed not to have his Aunt Darcy in person. I am not sure how much of him you would have seen had you come, however, for he is largely being kept to the nursery, presumably to spare him from the general malaise in the house. I should not object to such a reprieve myself. Much though I esteem my family here, the dismal circumstances have made poor companions of us all. Fitzwilliam has written to say he is delayed with imperative business at his barracks. Ashby will likely only come for the funeral, for he has never had much attachment to Rosings. My uncle has not made his plans known. This place has never seemed more remote. I miss you more than words, Elizabeth. I have not heard from you, which you must not take as a complaint, for I know you prefer to add to your letters over a number of days, but I miss your voice. I miss your good sense and your teasing. Being here without you to talk to recalls me disagreeably to the time before you were mine. Thank God that is in the past. I count the days until I am home with you and feel no compunction for desiring it, for it would be a mercy if Lady Catherine were released from her sufferings sooner rather than later. From what I saw of her this evening, it cannot be much longer. I trust you are receiving sufficient attention from our guests to allay your impatience and not overburdening yourself. I know you will laugh at me, but I cannot refrain from reminding you of your promise to send an express should any need occur. Good night, dearest Elizabeth. I am away to my bed, with any luck, to dream you are there with me. Pray take every care of yourself and our beloved child. As ever, I adore you. Fitzwilliam. He tucked the leaf he had plucked from the vine in the conservatory into the folds of the letter and sealed it securely within. Then he climbed into bed and succumbed to the blissful oblivion of sleep. Saturday, 13 March 1813, Kent. 4 days had passed after Lady Catherine succumbed before Fitzwilliam was able to escape his duties and journey to Rosings Park. His father remained indisposed after a recent relapse, and Ashby had been indecently eager to claim Fitzwilliam's delay as his own. Thus, the two brothers had not arrived until the eve of her ladyship's interment. The funeral had been what most funerals are, gloomy and tedious. On this occasion, thanks to Mr. Collins's interminable orations, it was also so protracted as to prevent half the mourners traveling home that day, forcing them instead to trespass overnight upon Rosings' empty rooms and Anne's less than enthusiastic hospitality. Darcy, having been there the longest, and being therefore the most desirous of leaving, was by far the least forbearing of the delay. Fitzwilliam was therefore surprised not to find him in better spirits as they readied to leave after breakfast the next day. His mind, however, seemed fixed on one thing and one thing only. "I am certain all is well, Darcy," he said, as he trotted down the stairs ahead of him. "Her letter has obviously been lost in the post. They cannot all have been lost in the post. Is she likely to have written more than one? You have not been gone a fortnight." Darcy's voice, when he answered some 5 or 6 steps further down, was divertingly peevish. Yes, it is likely she wrote more than one. Fitzwilliam inferred from this that Darcy had written several, and his concern was founded mostly on disgruntlement that his wife was not as mawkish as he. He stopped at the foot of the stairs, a short distance from the gaggle of mourners milling about by the front door, donning their coats and hats and bidding their hosts farewell. If aught were amiss, you would have been informed. In cases such as these, no news is good news.
No news is damned troubling, as well you know. She was in perfect health when you saw her 12 days ago. Men are sent to war on less reliable information than that. Darcy looked wholly unmoved. Thus he added, "Have you heard from nobody else at Pemberley?" "No. I have written to them all, but too recently, I fear, for I have yet to receive any replies. No post has arrived here today."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. I hope to find something awaiting me in lawn. He ended abruptly. Why are you grinning at me in that stupid manner? Who do you mean by all? The staff? Your grandmother? Georgiana? Bingley? Fitzwilliam could not constrain his laughter. The poor boy was a lovesick fool. What is this about Bingley? Ashby inquired, peeling away from the crowd by the door and ambling over to join them. What has the idiot done now? Darcy did not answer. Fitzwilliam glanced heavenward in exasperation. There had persisted an iciness between the pair of them these past 2 days, of which he was grown excessively weary. Darcy has written to him to inquire as to the state of play at Pemberley. Indeed, Ashby snorted. That man is more trouble than he is worth. Still, with any luck, he will be gone by the time you get back, cousin. Darcy? A moment of your time before you go, if you would. Anne called. It was a fortuitous interruption, forestalling the angry retort heralded by Darcy's steely glare. Fitzwilliam wished Ashby would cease provoking him, but knowing his brother's petulance was directly proportional to the injury Darcy's recent letter had done to his pride, he thought it more probable that it would continue for some time to come. "I doubt Bingley will be gone," he said quietly, once Darcy had turned to speak to Anne. "Indeed, I think I have understood that he has not much idea of ever returning to Netherfield again." "Yes, I know," Ashby replied, taking his proffered hat from a footman and lowering it precisely over his impeccably oiled hair. "He is taking the Hertfordshire chit and decamping to Nova Scotia." He tugged the brim to a suitably jaunty angle and turned his back on the servant to receive his greatcoat about his shoulders. "Bon voyage and good riddance, I say." Though why he would not simply wait and find himself one in a less interesting state when he arrives there is anybody's guess. The man is a fool. Fitzwilliam raised an eyebrow. "You are singularly well informed, brother. I believe you are mistaken, though. Darcy did not mention to me that Bingley was contemplating taking anybody with him." "What does Darcy know?" Ashby muttered, tugging on his gloves. "I heard him say just now that he has not heard from his wife at Pemberley in 2 weeks. Mine had a letter from Bingley's but 2 days ago. They are not supposed to be writing to each other." "Sod Darcy and his bloody decrees," Ashby grumbled. "Am I to stop every man's wife putting pen to paper?" He resorted to pouting like a schoolboy thereafter, glaring sullenly at Darcy as he and Anne joined them. "What have you there?" Fitzwilliam inquired, indicating the small velvet drawstring bag Darcy had evidently received from Anne. "A brooch my mother gave to Lady Catherine when she married. She desired that it be given to Elizabeth." "Why?" Ashby scoffed. "She did not even like her." Fitzwilliam cringed, but he was surprised when Anne answered, not Darcy. "My mother had many objections to Mrs. Darcy, but disliking her character was never one of them. Indeed, by the end, she had formed a stout respect for her, a sentiment I suspect was as much attributable to Mrs. Darcy's consistently principled qualities as to the invaluable contrast to your wife's consistently vexatious ones." Ashby colored deeply, and his lips went from pouting to snarling, but he did at least refrain from voicing his umbrage to his newly grieved cousin, instead settling for glaring yet more viciously at Darcy. Darcy walked away, leaving Fitzwilliam to bear the brunt of his brother's prodigious indignation. "Do shut up, man," he interrupted at length. "It does you no credit to carry on in this manner. I comprehend that you took objection to Darcy's letter, but it is not Elizabeth's fault that her own sister conspired with your wife to spread gossip all over town.
If Darcy does not like gossip, he ought not to have married so far beneath him. And if you do not like your wife being unfavorably compared to other women, you ought not to have married such an irksome termagant. Ah, go to the devil, Dicky, you really are an arse. Thus, though he had travelled here in his brother's carriage, Fitzwilliam returned to London in Darcy's, whose humour thankfully improved every mile farther north they went. The spat with his brother did not trouble him a jot, for such was their customary mode of discourse. Ashby would likely have forgiven him by dinner-time. He would no doubt forgive Darcy also in due course, and unquestionably before Darcy forgave him. That thought provided Fitzwilliam with the first true moment of wistfulness in the whole affair. For though they would resolve their differences eventually, Lady Catherine would have scolded them all back into harmony far sooner had she still been alive. Saturday, 13 March 1813, London. "You know where it is," Darcy said, leaving Fitzwilliam to pour his own drink as he walked directly to his desk and the stack of letters thereupon. It had been a longer than usual journey home as a consequence of Rosing's stablemaster sending out every other carriage before his, meaning they arrived at every coaching inn last in the procession of all Lady Catherine's other London-bound mourners. Fitzwilliam had readily accepted his offer to dine at Darcy House before returning to Knightsbridge, though he declared his need for sustenance was not half as great as his need for alcohol, since he had emptied his hip flask before they left Bromley. "Anything?" his cousin inquired. Darcy finished rifling through the letters and tossed the lot back onto the desk. No. It was only the expectation of finding news awaiting him here that had allayed his alarm in Kent, but there was nothing from Pemberley. He rubbed a hand over his face and attempted to reason away his disquiet. "There you are then, you see, I was right." "How so?" "I have no letter from Elizabeth, and neither do you have a letter from my grandmother or Bingley telling you some harm has befallen her. Cheer up, old boy," he added, proffering a drink. "There is nothing more troubling afoot than the discovery that your wife is a dreadful correspondent." Though he disliked it intensely, Darcy would rather that explanation than have his misgivings substantiated. That she would have written was in no doubt, yet he supposed she might not have written often. Indeed, she could not have much news except in an emergency, and then she or someone else would have sent an express. And, as Fitzwilliam had said, it was possible, even likely, that a letter had gone astray. Yet one solitary note of commiseration seemed scant comfort from a woman more commonly overflowing with compassion. And 2 or more letters were unlikely to have been lost. Comprehending that reason might not prove sturdy enough armor against his encroaching sense of foreboding, he reached for the drink his cousin held out and took a sizable swig. "Come," he announced, "let us eat. Give them a fair chance to get it on the platters, Darcy. We have only been here 5 minutes. Let us do something else then. I have no wish to sit about brooding." Fitzwilliam grinned roguishly and pointed to Darcy's scar. "How about I give you a matching gash on the other cheek? That one gives you a shocking failure of perfect symmetry." Darcy gave him an answering smile. "My imperfections have a new advocate. But by all means let us see if your countenance can be evened up a little." A little under 2 hours saw both men back in Darcy's study, exercised, fed, and sufficiently distracted from their troubles to enjoy a last quiet drink together before the colonel returned to his barracks. "I may have had 1 too many glasses of wine with dinner," the latter said, "but I do believe I shall miss the old bat." Darcy looked up from the letters he had retrieved from his desk and smiled ruefully. She was too imposing a character not to leave a noticeable void in her absence. True, true. Visiting Rosings will not be half so much fun without having to run the gauntlet of her disapprobation.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Darcy did not reply, for he had come across a letter from an unexpected quarter. "Bad news?" Fitzwilliam inquired. "I cannot decide. It is from Colonel Forster. Wickham is being tried for attempted murder." "Surely not. His punishment was meted out months ago. The matter was done." "This has nothing to do with his attack on Elizabeth. Darcy interrupted. Holding up a hand to stay his cousin's questions, he read to the end before summarizing. He has seduced another young girl and been caught up in some violence with her brother. I see. Fitzwilliam sucked in his breath. I hate to say it, Darcy, but he ever had a whiff of inevitability about him. Darcy folded the letter closed. He has asked that I meet his bail. He what? He ought to hang for insolence alone. Darcy pushed himself to his feet and crossed to one of the bookcases flanking the chimney to retrieve the stack of other correspondence from Forster that was filed there. He set the letters down on his desk and pulled at the ribbon tied about them, slowly unraveling the bow. I shall not be paying his bail. The girl has died after a miscarriage. Good God! There was nothing more Darcy could add to that sentiment. He was done with Wickham, and could only be thankful his father was not alive to see him sunk so low. The pile of Forster's letters collapsed as the ribbon untied completely, spilling in all directions over his desk. His eye went immediately to one that was too crumpled to be folded neatly, knowing exactly which it was, but not recalling how it had come to be filed with the others, for his recollections of the day he read it were hazy at best. He picked it up, unable to resist reading it. Even now, its contents left him cold. She never awoke. He shook his head and refolded it, chastising himself for even looking. As he restacked the pile and added Forster's latest to it, another letter drew his notice whose seal had not been broken. He turned it over and was perplexed to discover it addressed in Bingley's distinctive hand, though even more untidily than usual. With the strongest curiosity, he opened the letter, smiling at first glance, for the spatters of ink, diligently noted time of writing, and general effusiveness of the first few lines told him Bingley was far into his cups when he wrote it. By the start of the second paragraph, his amusement had well and truly died. Netherfield, June 5th, June 6th, 3 a.m. Darcy, you must congratulate me, for I am engaged, or at least I shall be tomorrow, once I ask her, which I mean to do, for my mind is made up at last. Indeed, I cannot recall, as I write this, why it was not made up before. She is everything a woman ought to be. Handsome, witty, comely, clever, handsome, and so wonderfully affectionate. I never see her that she is not pleased to see me also. I never knew a woman who enjoyed my company so well, or made me feel so welcome. It is unpardonable how long it has taken me to comprehend my feelings. I suppose my wish not to disappoint her sister a second time made me reluctant. Can you guess what has made me acknowledge them at last? A song! One I heard sung in the tavern this very evening. A coarse, bawdy song of which I ought not approve, yet I cannot condemn it, for it has taught me my heart at last. Henry Lucas calls it the Bennet ballad. It has a verse for each of her sisters. Miss Lydia is said to. I shall write it out as best I can recall it. Marry the fifth. Take the fifth for a wife only if you dare, for a man bound to her will needs must share. Wed the fourth if you value not common sense, for silliness, there is something about folly here. Take the third for a wife to atone for your sins, shall preach you to death, but yield not her quim. Ha ha! Marry the first, and be every man's envy, till ennui strikes and witless rends ye. This has been my struggle. Hail the man that marries the second. She is the jewel, alluring and fecund. Shall fill your days with laughter and wit, and by night beguile ye with that arse and those tits. Is that not a fine verse? You will object to it, I know, but then you are not as drunk as I, and even you cannot deny it is witty. Inaccurate, though, for I am constantly beguiled by her figure, day and night. Not that I do not anticipate her nighttime charms being unparalleled. She is an angel, and I shall marry her and make her mine.
The next time I write, it will be with the news that I am engaged to Miss Elizabeth Bennet, Bingley." It was necessary to read it twice before he was able to grasp the full magnitude of the revelation. 1,000 remembrances of past conversations, insinuations, and looks swirled in his mind's eye, demanding that he reassessed their import. But there were too many to make sense. Errant fury overwhelmed him as every thought in his head coalesced into one abhorrent memory. Elizabeth in Bingley's arms! Good God, Darcy, what in blazes does it say in that letter? He looked up to meet Fitzwilliam's troubled gaze. "I will kill him." He thrust the letter at his cousin and turned in mute rage to slam both hands down on his desk. The nearest candlestick skittered sideways, its flame guttering. There he stayed, forcing air in and out of his nose. He could not speak. There were no words to express what he felt, and no way of unpicking the knot of deception such a letter presented. The bastard was there now with Elizabeth. He shoved himself away from the desk and stalked across the room. There was not enough space to contain his savage indignation. The sheer audacity of Bingley taking up in his house, dining at his table, conversing, joking, playing cards, dancing with Elizabeth, all the while wishing she were his? It was a worse betrayal than Wickham's, who at least had done him the courtesy of being furtive. Behind him, Fitzwilliam let out a long, low whistle. Darcy whirled about, having almost forgotten he was there. "A whistle?" he challenged, barely able to contain his fury. "The discovery that my brother-by-law, who has been one of my closest friends for above 10 years, and who is presently at my house under orders to safeguard my wife from harm, has in truth coveted her since before we wed, draws from you not more than a puerile whistle? Untwist your bollocks, Darcy. I do not make light of it. It is objectionable in every way. Yet it is evidently drunken prattle, written, if I am not mistaken, before he knew of your attack to her. I care not when he wrote the damned thing. He is in love with my wife." Fitzwilliam flicked the letter straight and ran his eyes over it again, shaking his head. "Nay, it says nothing of love in here. 'Tis naught but sot's ardor. I dare say Bingley has lusted after most every woman of his acquaintance at some point or another in his cups. He no doubt forgot the sentiment as soon as his head cleared." Darcy wished with all his being that were true, yet foreboding had pursued him all the way from Kent, and it would not be so easily satisfied. Indeed, he must have, Fitzwilliam insisted, for it was her sister he married. He did not intend to. Icy tendrils of alarm knifed through Darcy's gut. Jane threw herself at him and contrived to be discovered. He had no choice. Fitzwilliam squeezed his eyes closed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Are you certain? I cannot imagine why a woman such as Jane Bingley should need to entrap a husband." Jane's pitiful objection last Wednesday rang in Darcy's mind. "He does not esteem me." She must have known he meant to offer for Elizabeth. "There is no evidence of that beyond these few impolitic ramblings," Fitzwilliam said, gesturing at him with Bingley's letter. But Darcy's mind was already far beyond that point. "He all but admitted it the night before the wedding," he muttered incredulously. "How could I have forgotten? He drank himself into oblivion and came to me complaining that he doubted his affection for Jane. Perhaps he was merely nervous of marriage. That is as I assumed at the time." He sneered bitterly. "No wonder he claimed he could not speak of it with me."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. His cousin made a dismissive noise and stalked to the sideboard, slapping the letter into his chest as he passed him. "This is all too tenuous for my liking, Darcy. You are too apt to see the worst in every situation. Besides," he said as he refilled his glass, "Bingley is hardly the most discreet of men. If he was enamored of Elizabeth, more people than Jane would have seen it." Such a comment was guaranteed to send Darcy's mind whirling off into the annals of his memory, searching for evidence of just that.
Regrettably, he found it. "Mr. Bingley is at Longbourn, sir, mourning the loss of Miss Eliza." Even the damned butler had known it. True to form, gentlemen. One has his bird in the bag afore the other has decided which to aim for. Facetiousness had masked that speaker's better knowledge admirably, but retrospection stripped all such illusions bare. "Bennet knew," he said with utter, sickening conviction. "And pray, what sudden penetration that was not previously in your power has led you to this unhappy conclusion?" "Retrospect is a pitiless exponent, Fitzwilliam," he retorted, in no humor to be persistently gainsaid. "When I sought his permission for Elizabeth's hand, Bennet remarked that had I offered sooner, I might have saved Bingley weeks of indecision. So Bingley dithered about a bit? It is not unreasonable to think he was uncertain of his reception, having abandoned the lady once already." Darcy clenched his teeth. Each of Fitzwilliam's objections was sound, yet he could not share his sanguinity. Too many unexplained anomalies were piecing together, though God knew he wished they would contrive to make a different picture. "I asked him recently why he continued visiting Longbourn after he had decided against Jane." "And? What reason did he give?" "Elizabeth." "What, just that?" Darcy nodded. He would much rather his cousin had continued adamant in the belief there was not troubling afoot. As it was, the doubt flickering over his countenance tied his stomach in knots. "I must get to Pemberley," he announced, reaching for the bell-pull. "You cannot mean this instant?" "I can, and I do." Fitzwilliam stepped in front of him, preventing him from summoning anyone. "Darcy, be reasonable. I grant you this looks very ill, but all of it could be perceived in a different light. There is no need to do something as foolhardy as rushing off to Pemberley in the dark on the basis of one addled letter and a few spurious suspicions. Only they are not few, and they seem ever less spurious. I cannot think of one good reason for half the occasions Bingley has arrived at my door in the last year. He has followed Elizabeth halfway around the country and back, invariably appearing in places we have told him we will be, always contrary to the plans he has previously claimed, and never with any real purpose. He could as easily have been following you about as Elizabeth. You have ever spent a good deal of time together. If that were the case, he would be here, and not at Pemberley with her." "No, I cannot believe it," Fitzwilliam said, shaking his head. "Not of Bingley. He would not be so devious to impose upon your hospitality if it were the case. If, indeed, he was attracted to her at one time, we must assume he has overcome it." A dreadful feeling of nausea accompanied Darcy's next remembrance. "Even were she to revert to the sweet girl you thought smiled too much, she would not be the woman I want." He rubbed a hand over his face. "You are inclined to think otherwise?" his cousin inquired. He took a deep breath, for it was strangely difficult to speak. When I urged him to give the idea of going to Nova Scotia more thought, he replied, and I quote, "I have done nothing but think on it, whilst I have watched you have everything I want, knowing I cannot have it." I assumed he referred to my general contentment. Fitzwilliam's eyebrows rose. "I should like to say he might have been, but there is only so long I can continue to defend him without looking a churl," Fitzwilliam replied. "I suppose we might credit him with some morals for attempting to extricate himself from the wreckage and take himself off to another country." Darcy gave a bitter laugh. "Oh yes, he was all benevolence, until Elizabeth suggested he stay, and he abandoned all his plans in an instant. At another word from her, he would probably stay forever. Yes, well, she would never ask it, and you would never allow it. So, pray waste no time brooding on it. Besides, did Ashby not say something this morning about him being gone by the time you got back? What does Ashby know?" Darcy strode across the room to snatch up the poker and unleash some of his anger upon the fire. "That is precisely what he said of you," his cousin said behind him. When he said nothing further, Darcy looked over his shoulder,
and upon seeing Fitzwilliam's brow contracted into his deepest frown yet, turned fully to face him. "What is it?" "Nothing dire, only now that I recall what Ashby said, I think you have less reason to be concerned." "And what did he say?" "That Jane wrote to Philippa last week to inform her Bingley was taking her. Hold fire. Is Jane with child?" Every sinew in Darcy's body went taut. "Not to my knowledge." "Why?" Fitzwilliam said nothing, only paled and stared at him in alarm. "What did Ashby say, Fitzwilliam? Verbatim, if you would." "As best I recall, he said, he is taking the Hertfordshire chit and decamping to Nova Scotia." He swallowed. Darcy waited. Then he said something along the lines of it making more sense to find a girl who was not already with child when he got there. All the air left Darcy's lungs in one violent exhalation, and a hideous pall fell over them both. Fitzwilliam looked at him with an expression of horror that presumably matched his own. "Bloody hell, Darcy, I thought he was talking about Jane." "He might have been." "Are you absolutely certain she is not with child?" It was possible, Darcy supposed. Yet it was many weeks since she and Bingley were last in company, and he had not received the impression from him that they were often in the same room before that. Was it possible that since reading Elizabeth's letter, they had reconciled and agreed to go away together? The alternative did not bear thinking about. He tossed the poker aside, sending plumes of ash into the air from where it landed in the grate. "I am for Farley House. I would speak with Jane. Will you accompany me?" "Try and stop me." This time, Fitzwilliam rang the bell for Godfrey. While they waited, Darcy, as if to exasperate himself as much as possible against his erstwhile friend, chose for his employment the examination of all the letters Bingley had written to him since his return to Hertfordshire. It was fortunate their horses were saddled as expeditiously as they were, for the endeavor achieved naught but the unchecked escalation of his dread. "But you would have heard, Darcy. I say again, no news is good news." Much though Fitzwilliam comprehended Darcy's concern, he remained unconvinced that there was sufficient foundation for any of his worst suspicions, and he was reasonably confident that if Jane were unable to allay their fears, Ashby's reply to the express he had sent before they set out would clarify matters for them. "Still you maintain that," his cousin said darkly. "After all this, you are content to believe that a complete want of communication is not even a trifle concerning? What do you propose? That Bingley has stolen every sheet of paper and pot of ink in the house that nobody could send for you? Has he also hobbled all the horses and bribed all the staff to prevent their going for help? Bingley has the trust of my entire household. He could take Elizabeth away from Pemberley and tell everybody I had authorized it, and nobody would blink an eye. I think Elizabeth might have something to say about it. He thought he saw Darcy flinch. She also trusts him. They have found an affinity in both being betrayed by Jane."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. That does not mean she would agree to his bundling her onto a boat. Besides, he does not have my grandmother's trust. I assure you, she would not sit by quietly and allow him to sail off into the sunset with your wife. I do not know what has happened, Fitzwilliam. I do not know what he plans or what lies he has spun to achieve it. What I know is that I have received no letters from Elizabeth in 2 weeks, and that means something is wrong. He urged his horse to go faster, forcing an end to the conversation. Fitzwilliam pushed his own mount to match his pace, not so easily deterred. You are assuming that a want of correspondence necessarily means Bingley has acted against her in some way. The two matters may be wholly unconnected. Then I have 2 reasons to be concerned: what has prevented her from writing, and what he may yet be planning. For God's sake, she is heavy with your child. Even Bingley could not turn a blind eye to that. He is impetuous enough to do anything once the thought to do it occurs to him. I will not allow it. The child is mine, and so is Elizabeth. It seemed perturbing memories were not solely Darcy's prerogative,
for this remark recalled Fitzwilliam to an incident he had thought passing strange at the time, and which, in this new light, appeared downright damning. Having followed his cousin to Hertfordshire the previous year and waited at Netherfield all afternoon for him to appear, Fitzwilliam's first question had been whether Elizabeth was truly dead. Darcy had responded that she was very much alive and very much his, at which Bingley had inexplicably groaned and excused himself to bed, claiming a wish to be spared Darcy's raptures. Was it possible Bingley truly held an enduring romantic attachment to Elizabeth? Lamenting Darcy's engagement to her whilst sober was a very different matter to scribbling a drunken ode to her tits. He was still frowning over it when Darcy directed them into a row of mews, where they were divested of their mounts and escorted through a small passageway between the row of houses opposite and up the steps at the front to Hurst's door. "Jane will not be pleased to see you," he muttered as they were ushered towards the drawing-room. "Not if your account of your last meeting was accurate." "That is not my concern," Darcy replied. It turned out not to be hers either, for the only two occupants of the room were Hurst and his wife. They both expressed their surprise at receiving such guests at such an hour, but nonetheless assured them they were welcome. Darcy refused their offers of refreshments, wasting no time in explaining his object of speaking with Jane. "I am sorry to disappoint you, Darcy, but she is not here," Hurst replied. "There you are, you see, Darcy," Fitzwilliam said, feeling inordinately relieved. "It is she who has gone off with Bingley after all." "Ah, no, forgive me, sir, but Jane has not gone anywhere with my brother," Mrs. Hurst said, dashing his reprieve. "She has gone back to Netherfield. Might I inquire where it is my brother is supposed to have gone?" "Aye," Hurst added, "we understood he was at Pemberley." "Where is Miss Bingley?" Darcy inquired abruptly. "Why, she escorted Jane to Hertfordshire," Mrs. Hurst replied warily. "Is there nobody here who can tell me what is going on?" he growled. Fitzwilliam rather thought the Hursts must be thinking the same, but his cousin gave neither of them any time to inquire before fixing Mrs. Hurst with a steely glower and saying, "When I was here 2 weeks ago, your sister made a remark about Pemberley not being the best place for Bingley to be. I would know what she meant." The lady's cheeks were instantly overspread with a most dreadful shade of guilt, and she looked to her husband in alarm. "Best speak up, madam," he told her. "It seems serious. Tell them everything." That did not bode well. Not well at all. "Well, the fact of the matter is—" She wrung her hands. Darcy looked as though he wished to wrung her neck. "Hurst," Fitzwilliam prompted. He took the hint and lay all before them with laudable brevity. "Bingley is in love with Mrs. Darcy. Has been from the off." Fitzwilliam shifted to the balls of his feet, taut and alert as he watched Darcy close his eyes and become stock still but for the grinding muscle in his jaw. "Has he done something stupid?" Hurst inquired. "Is he likely to?" Darcy demanded, suddenly and fiercely reanimated by the mere suggestion of it. Hurst did not quail, though there did not look to be much blood left above his collar. "Caroline seems to think he might cause some trouble. She wrote to tell him to come home, but he never replied. I apologize," he added when Darcy bared his teeth. "Once Bingley got himself tangled up with Jane, there did not seem any way of mentioning it without causing more harm than good. It was a blatant lie. An addlepate could have guessed their true motivation for silence was the preservation of Darcy's favor." "To whom?" Darcy roared, clearly of a mind. "Darcy," Fitzwilliam said, gesturing at Mrs. Hurst, who was visibly trembling. "There is nothing more to be done here. Let us go." With not more than a quick appraisal of each person in the room and a single nod of concurrence, Darcy turned and left. "Bad form, Hurst, bad form," Fitzwilliam said before following his cousin from the house. "This does not make it any more likely that he has absconded with her," he remarked to his mute and unmistakably seething cousin as they steered their horses back across town. "It is an abhorrent abuse of trust, but he has not acted upon his feelings in a year. There is no reason to suspect he will do so now." Darcy did not respond.
I had not thought Hurst the sort for such deception, he continued. It is reprehensible that he should have concealed this from you. That said, I cannot comprehend why Jane never said anything, to Elizabeth, if not to you. Never mind either of them. I would know what the hell Ashby is about, keeping this from me. Fitzwilliam had been hoping he would not raise that issue. It cannot have been his intention to keep it from you, or he would not have mentioned it to me. Intelligence such as this ought to have been brought to my attention as a matter of urgency, not tossed away in a careless aside half a week after the event. He, too, may have thought the letter referred to Jane. Do not rush to accuse him before we know the facts. Darcy scoffed contemptuously. The facts are that he begrudged my severe words against his wife and thought to punish mine in return. Do not attempt to convince me otherwise. We both know I am right. He must be lost to every feeling of decency and family honor to be so indifferent to Elizabeth's well-being. With his brother's remark, good riddance, and observation that Darcy ought never to have married Elizabeth fresh in his mind, Fitzwilliam was painfully aware of what little regard Ashby had for her. Nonetheless, he was deeply grieved by the possibility that he should prove capable of such casual betrayal. "Will you go to Netherfield to see Jane?" he inquired. "No, I shall go to Pemberley to see Elizabeth. I shall come with you if you will have me along. When do you leave? Had we left when I wished, we might have been into Hertfordshire by now." He sighed quietly. "I am sorry, Darcy, but Elizabeth would never forgive me if I allowed first light. Do not be late. I shall not tarry." Monday, 15th March, 1813. Somewhere between London and Derbyshire. Darcy awoke with a jolt, his heart thundering in his chest as he tried to dispel the memory of a nightmarish figure that was half Bingley, half Wickham, kissing Elizabeth against her will. All was black, but for the feeble light of the torches at the front of the carriage bleeding through the edges of the carriage. "What time is it?" Fitzwilliam inquired with a yawn. Darcy took out his watch and peered at it, but it was too dark to make out.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. It had gone 2 in the morning when they left the last inn, but the brick in the footwell was still warm, and there was not a hint of dawn on the horizon. "Not past 3, I think. Where are we?" Fitzwilliam said, hooking a finger behind a blind and peering out into the night. "Not near enough." Indeed, despite having set out at the break of dawn yesterday, and spending the entire day and night on the road, it was not likely they would reach Pemberley until late that afternoon. "All will be well, Darcy," his cousin said quietly. "He tried to take her, Fitzwilliam. It is already long past well." "Yes, he did, but he failed. And who is to say he will fail next time?" Everything had changed since leaving Farley House on Saturday evening. He had gone to bed that night plagued by fears that Bingley would attempt to steal Elizabeth away with him, and awakened on Sunday morning to have all those fears transformed into fact when Fitzwilliam arrived, stony-faced, and bearing a letter that had been awaiting him at his barracks. March 11, Pemberley, Thurson. Mrs. Darcy has just received a communication from her husband informing her that, despite his aunt being dead at last, he does not mean to arrive home until the middle of next week. I am at a loss as to why this should be. After his lunatic friend's escapades, he ought to be hastening home to ensure his wife's well-being, not dallying by her ladyship's graveside lamenting her long-overdue passing. You will, of course, have heard from him what has happened, for I know Mrs. Darcy has written to inform him. You will agree this Bingley creature is unhinged. What madness convinced him to impose upon her, I know not, and in her present condition. Somebody ought to see to it that he is actually gone, lest he make another attempt to get her on board a boat. By which I mean, I have seen men less set upon a purpose resort sooner to more forceful means to achieve it. One can expect nothing but trouble from a man capable of such preposterous aspirations. Pray tell your cousin to leave off weeping over Lady Catherine's corpse and get himself back to Pemberley forthwith. I shall have someone write this out again and send a copy to Knightsbridge, lest this one arrives at Rosings after you have left. Yours in perplexity,
Mrs. T. Sinclair. They had been in a headlong sprint to Pemberley ever since. He and Fitzwilliam were exhausted. His own horses had long been replaced with post, and his desperation to reach Elizabeth increased with every second that ticked by. What manner of imposition she had suffered at Bingley's hands was not revealed in the letter, only that he had not succeeded, and Elizabeth was evidently well enough to be writing to him about it. There was small mercy in knowing she had indeed sent at least one letter, though the mystery of why he had not received it, or any subsequent ones, gave him an entirely new reason to be alarmed. 21 hours' travel with nothing to do but agonize over things he did not know had left Darcy sick to his stomach with worry, and angrier than it was sensible to be in such a confined space. Sleep brought him no relief. It only tortured him with the same picture of Elizabeth in Bingley's arms over and over again. He feared he would go out of his mind if they did not begin to make better time. "He cannot succeed," Fitzwilliam said, "for they are forewarned this time. He will not be able to get within 50 miles of her. Besides, we cannot be sure he will make another attempt." Darcy did not respond. This was a topic they had abandoned more than once, for it offered nothing in the way of hope. Mrs. Sinclair's letter was dated March 11. Having received no response from Ashby to the express sent on Saturday evening, they had no option but to treat his remarks in Kent as fact. And he, based on information received well after the first attempt to abduct Elizabeth, had averred in the future tense that Bingley meant to take her to Nova Scotia. No matter which way they looked at it, this only seemed to confirm Mrs. Sinclair's concerns that he meant to attempt it again. Darcy let his head drop back onto the cushions. He stared into the pitch-black interior of the carriage, wishing for the 1,000th time that he had never sent Bingley back to Hertfordshire. Brooding over how soon the curse's feelings must have changed after he got there proved an endeavor of pure torment. "Hurst is right. He has always admired her," he said into the darkness. Fitzwilliam did not reply. Darcy was not entirely sure he was still awake, but he did not wish to sleep or dream himself. Thus he continued, "I reread all the letters he sent me from Hertfordshire. They were all about Elizabeth. They hardly mentioned Jane at all, but to say she was reserved." The carriage rolled on. "It was his suggestion that we all marry on the same day. I never did get a straight answer from him as to why he wished it. He clenched his fists. And I knew he thought her handsome. I have often heard him compliment her. It was he who first recommended her to me. The horses clattered through the lightless countryside, but he saw nothing of their inexorable progress. He knew only smoldering resentment. He even kept a crayon sketch of her on his desk that one of the gardener's children drew. I can still remember Jane's expression when I discovered it. I could not understand why it vexed her so." He closed his eyes. He thought he might as well, for the image of Elizabeth in Bingley's arms now haunted him, whether or not they were open. How could I have been so blind? We all were. Not asleep then. If he hurts her, stop torturing yourself, Darcy. All will be well. He pressed a fist to his mouth, lest the dread constricting his throat escape. He knew not what he would do if it were not. Pemberley's driveway had never seemed so tortuous. They wove in and out of woods, around crags, over streams, and for the first time in his life, Darcy found himself envying Rosing's contrived and formal avenue. He could feel Fitzwilliam's eyes on him. He let him watch and continued staring from the window. They crested a rise, and the roof reared into sight. Pemberley still stood at least. He pulled the window down and leant out to call to the driver. Not the stables, go directly to the front. He returned to his seat, but kept his hand on the edge of the lowered window, drumming his fingers on the frame. As though in a dream, they scarcely seemed to advance, despite the cracking of the whip and thundering of hooves. Trepidation filled his heart and crowded his mind. Every hope of seeing Elizabeth instantly superseded with the sickening thought of finding her in Bingley's arms. There was no one to be seen. The windows were empty and dark. The gardens were devoid of workers, the lawn devoid of visitors. There were not even any cursed ducks on the lake. No one opened the front door as they rolled through the gates and began to slow. That was as much as Darcy could bear. He stood, thrusting his hand out of the window to reach for the handle. The door flew open and he leapt out, hitting the ground at a run, taking the steps 2 at a time. As he neared the top, the front door finally opened, and he almost stumbled, for through it walked the last person in the world he expected to see. Cold fury flooded his veins. With a roar, he leapt the remaining steps and charged him into the wall and pinning him there with a forearm to his throat. "Where is my wife? I know you mean to take her. Tell me where she is." Bingley did not fight him, or look afraid or even ashamed. With a stirring of horror, Darcy realized he was crying. "You are mistaken," he croaked past Darcy's stronghold. "She is not with me. She is dead." 13. Mistaken. Wednesday, 3rd March, 1813. Pemberley. His 5th tour of the lake brought no more relief than the previous 4. Bingley remained wretched, still utterly befogged as to how he found himself in such a hellish bind.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality, listeners. No man intends that his every choice should lead to calamity. Yet it seemed that at every juncture where he might have acted prudently, external influences had steered him into misadventure. Had his sisters not been so adamant Jane neither loved him nor was worthy of his love, his heart might never have been laid open to the charms of another. Had Darcy not encouraged him to return to Hertfordshire, assuring him of a warm welcome and successful suit, or had Wickham not assaulted her, putting her in need of his rescue and protection, it might never have been Elizabeth to whose charms he succumbed. Had Jane not forced his hand, had Darcy not claimed Elizabeth for himself, had Jane not grown bitter and cold, the list of obstacles to his felicity were endless. He cuffed a low branch from his path. It rebounded to slap him on the back of the neck as he stomped past, sending him tripping forwards and doing naught to improve his humor. Even his decision to leave had been thwarted. No sooner had he booked passage on the next ship from Liverpool than he had been prevailed upon to stay. Though he risked forfeiting the vast sum laid out for a first-class berth if Darcy did not return within a fortnight, he had agreed to the delay, for he was not prepared to abandon Elizabeth in such a delicate state, even if Darcy was. He required no instruction to look to her well-being. His first thought upon waking each day was to attend to her happiness and to provide the appreciation and companionship she did not receive from her husband. With that in mind, he undertook to spend every available moment in her company. And how well they did together! Always they found something about which to converse. Always she was interested in what he said, never with any of the ridicule he had come to expect from his sisters, or the indifference he so often perceived in Jane. It was the cruelest form of torture, being trapped here, admiring her in such close neighborhood, yet forbidden from expressing, or, God forbid, acting upon his feelings. Likewise, it would be torture to leave, knowing he would never see her again. That might be less painful if only he could be sure of her happiness. Yet he would leave full in the knowledge that her husband did not respect her, and she was as miserably allied as he. The deplorable affair marked the death of his good opinion of Darcy. For above a year he had struggled with conflicting notions of respect and disappointment, but the latter had finally triumphed. Deep as their connection ran, Bingley could no longer excuse the pride that overshadowed any concern his erstwhile friend ought to have felt for his wife's happiness. Over and again he had watched Darcy put duty before any thought to her. Familial obligations, estate business, spurious social commitments, anything with half a chance of gratifying his need to be indispensable, seemed sufficient grounds for neglect. Presently, it was the draw of a reviled and dying relative justifying his absence. Resentment gave haste to his ramblings. Bingley gave up the narrow path and stormed onto the lawn, railing at how the rest of the world rode roughshod over his life. But for Darcy and his blasted jaunt to Kent, he might have been in Liverpool by now. Damn him and his self-serving conceit, ever directing people hither and thither to suit himself.
Where was it written that all lesser mortals must dance to the tune of the Titan's whims? What right had he to look to his own pleasure when all around him were so damned miserable? He had not the time to draw any conclusions. As he walked towards the house, the mistress of it herself suddenly came forward from the path that led behind it to the orangery. So abrupt was her appearance that it was impossible to avoid her sight. "Lizzie, I did not expect to see you." "I live here now, you know," she replied, amusement dancing in her eyes that, despite how distractingly beautiful her teasing rendered them, Bingley could not but notice were tinged with red. "Have you been crying?" Her amusement ebbed. "Oh, pay me no mind. I am being silly." As she said it, she folded a piece of paper he had not noticed was in her hand and slipped it into her pocket. "Upon my word, I am sorry if I embarrassed you, but I shall not ignore it if something has upset you. Come now, what are you crying over?" She smiled sadly and whispered her admission to the ground. "Darcy." It was but one word, yet it was enough to stir his indignation into a furnace of resentment. What the devil had the man done now? Written to her with his disapprobation, lest she become complacent in his absence? "It is too much," he cried. "I cannot bear to see you, you, loveliest, fairest Lizzie, condemned to this misery and disregard. It is the hardest thing in the world to watch you suffer so." She stared at him and said nothing, which left his mind unfettered to make its next improbable leap of reasoning. "Come with me. By God, why did I not conceive of it before? You can escape this insufferable oppression if you come with me to Nova Scotia." Her countenance was the dearest picture of confusion, part frown, part smile. "This is a strange sort of joke, sir." "Indeed, it is not a joke." He stepped forwards and reached for her hands. "Come with me, Lizzie. Be with me." She snatched her hands from his and stepped backwards. "Why would you ask such a thing of me?" It seemed the whole world ceased what it was doing to watch. Never had Bingley thought this moment would come. Yet here she was, lovelier than ever, anxiously awaiting his assurances. He regarded her earnestly, willing her to comprehend his sincerity. "Because I love you." She made a little noise, but after that seemed unable to catch her breath. She looked somewhat horrified, though he supposed that was to be expected, for what he proposed was seriously audacious. He was somewhat horrified by it himself, yet he could not find it in himself to retract it. "I love you," he said again, giddy with exhilaration for being finally at liberty to declare it. "Did you fall and hit your head while you were on your walk?" "No," he cried, almost laughing at her sweet disbelief. "I am in complete earnest. Indeed, it cannot be wholly surprising. You must have suspected, for I know I have made a poor job of concealing my feelings." Her expression was now all frown and no smile. "Pray, be not angry with me for not declaring myself sooner. I know it would have brought you comfort had you known you were loved properly by somebody all this time, but I could never perceive any advantage in it. I never thought we would have such an opportunity as this to act." He stepped towards her, closing the space she had put between them. "But that does not mean I did not feel it. Every moment of every day, almost since the beginning of our acquaintance. Stop." She threw her arms in the air and turned to stride away from him towards the house. "I cannot listen to any more."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. No man intends that his every choice should lead to calamity. Yet it seemed that, at every juncture where he might have acted prudently, external influences had steered him into misadventure. Had his sisters not been so adamant Jane neither loved him nor was worthy of his love, his heart might never have been laid open to the charms of another. Had Darcy not encouraged him to return to Hertfordshire, assuring him of a warm welcome and successful suit, or had Wickham not assaulted her, putting her in need of his rescue and protection, it might never have been Elizabeth to whose charms he succumbed. Had Jane not forced his hand? Had Darcy not claimed Elizabeth for himself? Had Jane not grown bitter and cold? The list of obstacles to his felicity were endless. He cuffed a low branch from his path. It rebounded to slap him on the back of the neck as he stomped past, sending him tripping forwards and doing naught to improve his humor. Even his decision to leave had been thwarted. No sooner had he booked passage on the next ship from Liverpool than he had been prevailed upon to stay. Though he risked forfeiting the vast sum laid out for a first-class berth if Darcy did not return within a fortnight, he had agreed to the delay, for he was not prepared to abandon Elizabeth in such a delicate state, even if Darcy was. He required no instruction to look to her well-being. His first thought upon waking each day was to attend to her happiness and to provide the appreciation and companionship she did not receive from her husband. With that in mind, he undertook to spend every available moment in her company. And how well they did together! Always they found something about which to converse. Always she was interested in what he said, never with any of the ridicule he had come to expect from his sisters or the indifference he so often perceived in Jane. It was the cruelest form of torture, being trapped here, admiring her in such close neighborhood, yet forbidden from expressing or, God forbid, acting upon his feelings. Likewise, it would be torture to leave, knowing he would never see her again. That might be less painful if only he could be sure of her happiness. Yet he would leave full in the knowledge that her husband did not respect her, and she was as miserably allied as he. The deplorable affair marked the death of his good opinion of Darcy. For above a year he had struggled with conflicting notions of respect and disappointment, but the latter had finally triumphed. Deep as their connection ran, Bingley could no longer excuse the pride that overshadowed any concern his erstwhile friend ought to have felt for his wife's happiness. Over and again he had watched Darcy put duty before any thought to her. Familial obligations, estate business, spurious social commitments, anything with half a chance of gratifying his need to be indispensable, seemed sufficient grounds for neglect. Presently, it was the draw of a reviled and dying relative justifying his absence. Resentment gave haste sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Though not consciously done, she was relieved to be able to put his vast desk between herself and Bingley when he ignored her plea and followed her into the room. "Come no nearer, or I shall scream. Lizzie, I do not call me that. I am Mrs. Darcy to you, and shall never be anything else." He had the nerve to look unhappy about that. "I comprehend that you are apprehensive of what Darcy will do, but I know precisely what my husband will do, and believe me, it is you who ought to be apprehensive. I am more concerned with what you intend to do." She stepped towards the bookcase to pull the bell for someone, anyone. He held up his hands. "Pray do not summon anybody. I have gone about this very ill, I know, but I beg you to consider. This may be our only chance to be together." The bell was forgotten. Elizabeth came out from behind the desk that she might direct her fury without impediment. "You are gravely mistaken if you suppose the mode of your declaration is all that prevents me from consenting to be together with you, here or anywhere. I agree there is a great deal at stake, but the reward would be worth the sacrifice. I see no reward in it, sir, because you will not believe that I love you. No, I will not, for it opposes every feeling of decency I possess. To blazes with decency, I love you. Cease saying that. You cannot justly claim any regard for me, and in the same breath prevail upon me to betray my husband, and while I carry his child. I would love the child as my own. You must not concern yourself in that regard. Upon my word, you are speaking of incest and child abduction. I think my concerns perfectly justified. When you put it like that, I grant you it is not an ideal situation, but it is the only chance we are ever likely to have. What is? This most welcome interruption came from Mrs. Sinclair.
She bustled into the room and perched with decided purpose on a sofa. "He says he loves me," Elizabeth cried. "Indeed," Mrs. Sinclair replied, fixing Bingley with a dubious look. "Although I cannot presently think of any good way of declaring such a thing, I am quite convinced that chasing Mrs. Darcy through the house, bellowing at her for the whole world to hear, was a dreadful one." "I know," he said, running his hands through his hair. He turned to Elizabeth. "Forgive me, I have no excuse but that I love you." "But I do not love you." Bingley stared at her, evidently astonished, and she growled with vexation. "I shall not pretend to be surprised that the possibility of my indifference never occurred to you. I have come to expect that men will presume they can command a woman's affections at will. But everything in your manner has—nay, do not blame my manner, sir. I shall not have the blame for this. But you are always pleased with my company. I am pleased with many people's company. It does not mean I am in love with them. But have we not shown these past few days how well we do together?" Elizabeth felt nauseous. "Yes, I have ever thought of us as dear friends. But if you have been imagining yourself my lover every time I so much as laughed at one of your jokes, then I can no longer think of our acquaintance with anything but abhorrence. But you asked that I stay, and you imagined I did so because I desired that we have a criminal conversation?" He had the wherewithal to look abashed, but he did not deny it. "I suggested you stay because you seemed hesitant about leaving." He stepped towards her, a disconcertingly intense look on his face. "I did not wish to leave you. Your obstinacy in this matter is most alarming," Mrs. Sinclair said. "Might I suggest a return to the caprice for which you are renowned, and allow Lizzie to disabuse you of your fascination before any further damage is done? If I have misunderstood your feelings, I am sorrier than I can express," Bingley continued, heedless of her warning. "Yet I beg you would not squander this opportunity for a want of the deepest love. We have been friends, I am certain of it, and I would be willing to live as such. Surely you could tolerate the arrangement if it meant escaping Darcy's disesteem?" Elizabeth could not immediately think how to respond, for so much in what he said offended her. "You will have to explain your meaning, sir," she said at length. "I have seen how he treats you. You need not protect him on my account." She gaped at her, her cheeks burning hot and her indignation hotter. "I have no need to protect him on anybody's account. He is the best man I have ever known." That appeared to confuse him greatly. "But he abandoned you to go to Kent. His aunt is dying. I would not have gone. I can well believe that. It would require too much in the way of consideration for other people." "Oh yes, Darcy is all consideration. He considers every duty under the sun more important than you. I have the deepest respect for his sense of duty. Even though he spends more time jaunting about the country fulfilling it than paying any attention to you? Why do you continue to defend him? I know you have been miserable. I have seen it. When? Not 10 minutes ago, for a start, when you admitted to weeping over whatever he wrote or did not write in that letter," he said, pointing to her pocket. Incredulously, Elizabeth withdrew the darling sketch Beth Powell had given her that morning, and unfolded it for him to see. This? A picture of Darcy holding my hand, drawn in the crayons he gave one of his tenant's children out of the goodness of his own heart? Aye, it made me cry, because I miss him. It observably gave Bingley pause, but regrettably did not deter him completely. No, I know you have been distressed by his aloofness. I have seen him brush off the touch of your hand. I have heard him forbid you from speaking. I have seen you feign a headache to escape his company." She shook her head, which only encouraged him to oppose her more vehemently. What then of his pride, of his regret for marrying outside his precious sphere? Though you claim to have resolved the matter, I have not forgotten how he blamed you for all the rumors we heard at the theater last year.
Would that be the only occasion I had seen him punish you for your lesser consequence? But I have heard him lament it too many times. Elizabeth could offer no better response than incredulous silence. Truly, Mr. Bingley, your persistence is verging on the deranged, Mrs. Sinclair voiced for her. Very well, he said to Elizabeth, I shall not go on listing all the ways in which he disesteems you, for you know better than I how little he respects you. You who said to me that there is nothing more wretched than being unable to respect one's partner in life. Disbelief and affront drew a wordless cry from her lips. He seemed in absolute earnest, yet spoke of his oldest friend as though he were a stranger. I was referring to my mother and father when I said that, not myself. Need I remind you, said Mrs. Sinclair, that Mrs. Darcy is with child? I must insist you stop this before she becomes any more distressed. Her condition has not prevented Darcy from quarreling with her nigh on constantly. I have never heard you object to his conduct. I am old, not senile. What is your excuse? Tabitha has no need to object to Darcy's conduct, for there is naught objectionable in it, Elizabeth cried. I shall not pretend we never disagree, but it is seldom and never with swift resolution. You have willfully misunderstood everything you have seen to justify your treacherous feelings. But it was you who said when I arrived at Pemberley that we could comfort each other now that I was come. I meant we might comfort each other for having been ill-used by Jane, not Darcy. I love my husband in a way you are unlikely ever to comprehend, but I am under no obligation to justify my happiness to you. Rather, it is you who must justify your betrayal. How could you? He has been the very best of friends to you.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. He has lent you his counsel, his time, his companionship, his houses, even his reputation, from which you and your sisters have squeezed all conceivable profit. He trusted you. How could you contemplate stealing his wife and child? A flush of something that ought to have been shame, but which she thought was more likely petulance, reddened his countenance. I did not plot and scheme to steal his wife and child. The notion was but an impulse of the moment. Indeed, my design was to leave. I have passage booked on a ship sailing on the 15th of this month. Despite her experience of having her impressions of people completely overturned in the course of one conversation, this volte-face was proving particularly difficult to countenance. She had always considered Bingley such a kind and amiable man. The discovery of such a profound selfishness was excessively painful. You were simply going to leave without telling anybody? What about Jane? Have you no scruple in abandoning her? She will not care. She has loathed every moment of being married to me. I wonder that she went to so much trouble to bring it about. He shook his head and almost sneered. How she will repent if ever she discovers you would not have had me anyway. What is your meaning? She only threw herself at me to prevent me from offering for you. Elizabeth's babe kicked and writhed, mayhap stirred by the rushing of blood in her veins, loud to her own ears and doubtless thunderous to his. You did not mention that when you arrived here, spinning us your tales of woe, she said coldly. He paled but said nothing, though Elizabeth supposed there was little he could say in defense of such duplicity. She has known all this time that you loved me? Well, it would seem so, yes. Oh, Jane, she whispered, sick to her heart. Bingley squirmed and looked miserable and offered no excuse. You have stolen my sister from me. You, who knew how heartbroken I was at our estrangement, have stood by and pretended to be puzzled by her bitterness and jealousy, all the while knowing the cause. That is not true. I was not aware she knew of my feelings until we argued just before I left Netherfield. How would I have suspected? What woman in her right mind would trick a man she knows does not love her into marriage? His obstinate ignorance brought tears to Elizabeth's eyes. one who loves him very, very much. She did? I dare say she still does, else she would not care that you do not. She took a deep breath and swiped away a tear, determined not to weep on his account. How could you? You have betrayed us all. He could not have looked more wretched, but she could summon no pity for him. Get out of my sight, Mr. Bingley. Better yet, get out of my house. She really thought he might begin to weep when he mumbled a pitiful query as to where he ought to go. I have long been an advocate of your leaving the country, Mrs. Sinclair opined. The idea has had few supporters as I understand it, but I suspect exile is presently the safest option available to you. Bingley nodded glumly. I shall leave England as planned in 2 weeks. I think not, sir, Elizabeth objected. You must see it is your duty to return to Netherfield and be a proper husband to my sister. I should let him go, Lizzie, Mrs. Sinclair demurred. He is of no use to anybody this side of the Atlantic. He is of use to Jane. A ringing endorsement, by all accounts. She levered herself to her feet with her cane. Mr. Bingley, you have the privilege of being the most unparalleled idiot I have ever known. And since I have been alive for the best part of a century, I urge you not to underestimate the scope of such a commendation. Bingley sent Elizabeth a plaintive look. For what it is worth, I truly love you. It is worth nothing, Mr. Bingley, nothing at all. She took the arm Mrs. Sinclair held out for her and left, resolutely refusing to shed a tear until later when she was securely closeted beneath the covers of Darcy's bed. Friday, 5 March 1813. London. Caroline Bingley arrived home in a foul humor, having passed the previous 2 hours being outranked, outshopped, and outflirted by her friends. "Where is everybody?" she inquired, flicking her things at the butler. "Mr. Hurst is at his club, ma'am. Mrs. Hurst is taking the air with her daughter, and I believe you will find Mrs. Bingley in the parlor." She inclined her head and walked with little anticipation of pleasure to the parlor. Her expectations were not disappointed. She found Jane hunched over a letter, sobbing uncontrollably into a handkerchief from which a needle still dangled on a thread from a corner. With a resigned sigh, Caroline sat next to her, patted her knee with the furthest ends of her fingertips, and inquired what was the matter. After 1 or 2 false beginnings, Jane managed to communicate that the letter was from her sister. "Mr. Darcy gave it to me yesterday, but I have only now had the courage to read it. I take it whatever made you delay opening it has come to bear." She shook her head. "I knew not what to expect, but this is worse. She writes that Charles is seriously contemplating going to live in Nova Scotia. I see. You may cease your fretting this instant if that is all that has distressed you. Charles has never seriously considered anything in his life. Even if the thought has occurred to him, he will get no further than choosing which of his neckcloths to pack. He will come home, you may rely upon it. In that case, what comfort will it be to know it was only irresolution that made him stay?" Caroline weighed her low opinion of Jane's fortitude with the need for frankness, and decided the latter was more pressing in the present circumstances. "Pardon my saying so, but if you do not begin to give him a little encouragement, irresolution may well be the best for which you can hope. My brother has a great natural modesty, of which Louisa and I have ever despaired. He is the sort of man who requires considerable urging to resolve on anything." In response to Jane's look of bewilderment, she added, "Your determination to be as cold and indifferent a wife as ever lived is not likely to convince him to love you." Perhaps she might have worded it better. The tears returned. "Cold and indifferent? My dear, you are hardly what one would call a demonstrative wife. But you impressed upon me the importance of not being one. You disdained my meekness. You instructed me in my tone of voice, my address and expressions, in all the things that would make me more acceptable to your sphere. Indeed, Lady Ashby was adamant that becoming more fashionable would earn me his esteem. With all due respect, Lady Ashby does not know my brother.
He evidently liked you better when you did nothing but smile at him incessantly. By all means, continue as you have been in public, but if your wish is to make Charles love you, I am afraid you will have to indulge him occasionally. Histrionics rendered her next speech all but incoherent, though Caroline gleaned the gist. Jane's efforts to be a good wife had only pushed him into her arms. "Whose arms?" she inquired, certain she already knew the answer. "Lizzie's," Jane cried, collapsing face first into the handkerchief. "I had hoped he would overcome that little fascination before you discovered it. You knew about it, too?" Regrettably. She wondered who else did. "For how long have you known?" "Since he decided to offer for her and somehow got himself engaged to you instead." Color flooded Jane's countenance, and Caroline wondered belatedly whether she had only worsened matters. "Forgive me, I assumed you knew about that." "I did," Jane whispered. "It is what we argued about at Netherfield, though I suspected long before then that he had feelings for her. I have been so anxious to make him admire me more than he does her."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. How insufficient have been all my pretensions to becoming a woman worthy of being loved. Had I only shown him more affection than I felt instead of less, he might never have done what he did. What he did? What do you mean? He got a child on her, she howled. What? Mrs. Darcy's child is my brother's? They were all doomed. No, he got a child on the next best thing, Miss Greening. Caroline stared, nonplussed. Amelia, the maid at Netherfield, the one who looked like my sister. Well, how completely, absolutely, utterly splendid! The buffoon had truly outdone himself on this occasion. Is that why you dismissed her? No, I dismissed her because she looked too much like Lizzie, and I did not want Charles to have any reason to be reminded of her. But either I acted too late, or he sought her out afterwards, for she is with child. This is disgraceful. How? When did you discover it? In September, when Lizzie was at Netherfield. Mr. Darcy found a stupid little picture of her on Charles' desk that my cousin had drawn, and I knew instantly why he had kept it. She sniffed grotesquely. Caroline gave her back the handkerchief, needle and all. I went to his study to find it, well, to burn it, in truth. I was so cross. But instead, I found a letter from a Mrs. Pence, who wrote that Miss Greening had felt the quickening and asked that the agreed funds be forwarded. Caroline grew angrier by the moment. She wished her brother had shown half as much flair for cunning before entangling himself with the Bennets. But you do not know when it happened? Nor if it had continued, she dared not add. No, I have tried to guess. I asked my mother how long one usually waits to feel the quickening, but she misunderstood why I was asking and announced to everybody that I was with child. Caroline recalled that evening all too well. This new information only made her loathe Mrs. Bennet more. "Is Charles aware that you know?" Jane shook her head. I could not bear to hear him admit it. Caroline peered at her dubiously. "I confess I am struggling to account for your having been so concerned with earning his esteem, given all this. As have I on occasion, but I suppose it is simple, really. I love him. I do not believe I know how not to. I have loved him from the very first moment I met him." Caroline's every moral fiber protested as the words, "He does not deserve you," reluctantly crawled off her tongue. "Why on earth did you not mention it to anybody else?" "I told Lady Ashby. She said it was a part of married life, and advised me never to speak of it." "Well, she would. On dit, her husband has half a dozen children from the other side of the sheets. I doubt his taking lovers troubles her in any other way than whether her pin money is diminished. You used to speak more highly of her. She is a viscountess. I speak highly of her rank and influence. As a person, she is more comparable to a lemon.
She adds flavor to other things, but is sour and horrid on her own. That this should surprise Jane was exasperating. It seemed, despite her low expectations, that Caroline had still managed to underestimate her new sister's naivety. She wished she had not, for much of this misfortune might have been averted had she more firmly pointed Jane in the direction of the real world from the start. "I am surprised you did not tell your sister." "I might have, had she not come to my room that evening, after my mother made the announcement, to tell me she was also with child. It was too much. In one day, I had learned that Charles still admired her, and had got a child on her facsimile. She might as well have told me they had lain together." She let out a little whimper, and added, "It was childish and unjust of me to blame her. Yet I slapped her for it. I dare say it did not do too much harm. But it has." She lifted her crumpled letter and read from it. "I shall never have the words to explain how deeply your jealousy and mistrust have wounded me. You are no longer the sister I once knew. You have lost all your goodness, and I have lost my Jane." She burst into tears again and dropped her hands and the letter back to her lap. "I have blamed her for everything, but Mr. Darcy is right. This is more my fault than I ever comprehended." "An observation worthy of a good deal of solitary reflection, I am certain," Caroline replied, her limited supply of compassion abruptly exhausted at the thought of expending an ounce of it in defense of Elizabeth Darcy. "You are right," Jane gasped between sobs. "I hardly know myself any more." "I am for Bath tomorrow," Caroline grudgingly admitted, "allowing me to take you as far as Netherfield. Indulge your reflections in the peace and quiet of the country while you prepare yourself for Charles's return. You are convinced he will? I am. And if you are determined to make him love you, you had better work out how to return yourself to the artless country moppet you used to be before he does. Wednesday, 10 March, 1813. Hertfordshire." "This it, ma'am," the footman said, opening the carriage door and indicating one of several buildings flanking a dingy-looking inn. Jane looked up at the grimy windows set in rotten frames, then down to the letter retrieved from her husband's desk. It was a poor quarter of Hatfield indeed. Yet there was no doubting this was the place. If anything, that only strengthened her resolve. Gathering her cloak about her, she stepped down over the stinking runnel of slop separating the houses from the street and knocked on the door. A stout, officious-looking lady in a pinafore and mop-cap opened it. "Mrs. Pence?" "Aye. Can I help you?" "Is Miss Greening at home?" "Who might be asking?" "Mrs. Bingley." There came two gasps, one from Mrs. Pence and the other from beyond the door. "I am afraid she is—" "Oh, let her in, Sally," the person inside said. "I can see Mrs. Fordwitch salivating at her curtains across the way." Jane was promptly ushered into a small, ill-lit room, and the door was closed behind her. The gloom inside was slow to lift its veil, but eventually revealed a woman heavy with child, who looked far less like her sister than she recalled. Her chin was too pointy, her nose too large, and her eyes, unlike Elizabeth's, had nothing extraordinary in them. The sight affected her nonetheless, though not with jealousy as she had expected, only with crushing remorse for never having seen her sister similarly in bloom. "You can't stop me from going," Amelia declared, all defiance. "Going? Nay, you misunderstand the purpose of my visit." "Do I? Why else would you have come?" "I am come to see that you are being properly provided for." This was the culmination of a week's heartbreaking reflection. Her days of railing against the injustices of the world were done. The candid censure of her nearest and dearest had shown her that. It shamed her, but she had come to comprehend that her transgressions, though of a different nature, were every bit as egregious as Bingley's. She was resolved to put matters right. It was her dearest hope that, if she could prove she had accepted and forgiven his mistakes, he might be persuaded she was, at heart, the woman Caroline claimed he once loved. "Why?" Amelia demanded suspiciously. "Because my husband took advantage of you, and neither you nor your child deserves to suffer for that." Of all the responses she had anticipated, contempt had not been one. "You really are a gem, ain't you?" Amelia scoffed. "I suppose you would think that, sitting up in your big house with your pretty jewels and expensive gowns. Well, the rest of us live in the real world, Mrs. Bingley. Life don't just fall in the laps of girls like me. Those of us as live in mouth needs take every chance we's given. And in case your mother never learnt you in these things, men such as your husband are gold mines a chance." Mortifying though this speech was, Jane did not miss the significance of the revelation. "He did not seduce you, then? I don't know about that."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. "'Tis devilish tricky to end up like this, lest the man's inclined to tumble." She placed a hand upon her swollen stomach. "You could just as easy take the blame, mind, if you'd rather the fault not lie with him. It was you what left him wanting. Me, no advantage to acting surprised. 'Twas me you sent to give him the note you wrote excusing yourself from your duty. Truly, what was you thinking, expecting him to go without on his wedding day? There are other things you can do, you know." Jane closed her eyes. Her wedding day. "Deprive a man of what he wants," Amelia continued, "and you can bet your last penny he'll look for it elsewhere." And she had deprived him of what he wanted that day, had she not? Elizabeth! What a different light this shed on the regret expressed in his answering note. "I suppose you think you got your revenge when you had me dismissed, but see who's laughing now. I do not take your meaning. Seems you been depriving him too long. Your husband's decided he prefers me after all, and he's taken me to live with him in Nova Scotia, and there's nothing you can do about it." Her instinct was to disbelieve it, yet she could not account for Amelia knowing of those plans she had only recently discovered herself, and her hands began to shake. "No, you are lying. It cannot be true." "No? Look at this if you don't believe me." Jane accepted the letter Amelia withdrew from the top of her corset and read it twice from beginning to end, making certain she had not missed nor misunderstood any part of it. "So you see, Mrs. Bingley," Amelia said, snatching it back and secreting it once more next to her bosom, "I've no need of your pity. I'm being very well provided for, thank you." Jane refused to cry. Instead, she turned and left before her heart broke to pieces all over the parlor floor of her husband's lover. Netherfield, Hertfordshire, March 10. To Lady Ashby. Pray forgive my impertinence in writing. I know in your last letter you said you no longer had the time to correspond, but I beg you would indulge me this once, for I have nobody else to whom I might turn. I have discovered B means to leave the country and take the woman you know as A with him. I have seen his letter to her with my own eyes. He wrote that if she agreed, it would be in his power to restore her reputation and raise her condition in life. That they could invent a story to explain her situation that nobody would question, and that he dearly hoped she would agree to go with him to Nova Scotia, where the child might be raised without prejudice. I would not have believed it, but I recognized his hand, and he has written separately to warn me of his plans to leave. I know not what to do. Quite apart from the ruination of my reputation should he leave, I do not wish him to go. Though my head rages against it, my heart will not have any other way than that I love him still. I long for another chance to convince him that my affections are genuine. He is at Pemberley, or at least his letter to A was sent from there, but I know not for how long he will remain there. According to that letter, he sets sail later this month. I beg you would advise me as to how I ought to proceed, for the prospect of losing him forever is too painful to comprehend. Pray, what ought I to do? Yours sincerely, J. Friday, 12 March, 1813, Hertfordshire.
It was a bright, crisp morning, not quite spring but not winter either, just cold enough that their conversation billowed white on the air between them. "Oh, Mary," Jane said, "can you forgive me for treating Lizzie so ill?" The kindly Mrs. Annesley had once counseled Mary that not everybody took solace in moralizing at moments of high emotion. Thus she refrained from voicing her thoughts on the evils of jealousy and resentment, and instead did what she thought Elizabeth would have done. She hooked her arm around Jane's and gave her a smile of the warmest sisterly consolation. "Yes, and so will she when you explain it as you have done to me." "Would that was so, but I have been so awful I do not see how she ever could." "Then you are underestimating her still. She will be as sorry as I am that you have been this ill-used." Jane winced, and Mary pressed gently for her to explain why. "I do not want you to hate Charles," she whispered. "I may be the biggest fool there ever was, but I believe what he said to me before he went away, that he has tried to love me. And I wish to believe, I do believe, he is only going because I have made him feel there is nothing for him here. If that is your wish, then as long as you love him, I shall love him also." "Thank you," she replied, yet in the next moment let out a sob, but unmistakable sob. "It will not make any difference who loves him if he is not here." Mary had no comfort to offer that was not pure conjecture. "What did Lady Ashby say?" she inquired instead. "That she would write to Lizzie and ask her to prevent Bingley from leaving." "Well, that is something, is it not?" Jane shook her head morosely. "I do not wish him to stay because Lizzie asked it of him. I wish him to stay because I did." "Well then," Mary said, giving her arm a little squeeze, "you had better ask it of him. You ain't serious?" "I was instructed to arrange transportation," Peabody said flatly, being careful to reveal no hint of amusement as Amelia flapped about protesting her outrage. "In the absence of further details, I took the liberty of procuring the most expedient means." "But I can't travel on the mail coach in my condition. I ain't baggage." He raised an eyebrow. "That is moot. Why can't I travel in one of Mr. Bingley's carriages?" He did then allow himself a small chuckle. That a catchpenny housemaid should think getting poisoned by the master of the house entitled her to ride in his carriage was absurd. "Neither was available," he said. "He has one with him, and the other by this time tomorrow will be transporting the mistress to Pemberley." Amelia whirled to face him. Why she go in there? Oddly enough, she did not see fit to confide the particulars. "Don't play the fool, Mr. Peabody. It don't suit you." "I swear, if she's going there to try and stop me, then she will be disappointed. Mr. Bingley already awaits you in Liverpool." "Oh, well and good then." Frowning, she added, "You didn't tell her he weren't there, did you?" "She expressed a purpose of traveling to Pemberley." "I am not in the habit of second-guessing my employer's wishes." "Careful, Mr. Peabody," she said, eyeing him slyly. "You're in danger of making me think you care for me, after all." "Heaven forfend, Miss Greening. I do, however, care for my position, and the master was most particular that nothing should prevent you from boarding that boat." This ought to have been ample warning, yet she still seemed surprised when he took her by the elbow and directed her firmly towards the coach, propelled her up the steps, and shut the door after her. "Do have a pleasant trip, madam." Sunday, 14 March, 1813. Darkness descended over the city in the hours Bingley sat waiting. His view of the street was gradually usurped by the candle-lit reflection of the inn's parlor. What had been an empty room when he came down from his rented rooms above stairs was now teeming with the worldly mix of people common only to port towns. The door opened, and his stomach dropped when a man and a woman walked in, but he was not Banbury, and she was not Amelia. He slumped back into his seat, wondering what the deuce was taking them so long. Someone put a tankard of ale down in front of him. "On the house, sir. You look as though you need it." He looked up into the now familiar countenance of the innkeeper whose establishment had been his home since he left Pemberley, and whose ale had nursed him through some excessively painful meditations over those 10 days. "Much obliged," he said, raising the drink in salute. For a good many of those days, self-pity had consumed him, his heart heavy with the knowledge that Elizabeth did not love him. It had taken him longer than it ought to fathom why that hurt less than he thought it should.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. It was because he had never once considered whether or not she might. He was sure he could not be wrong about Darcy. The Titan's cold, unabashed disdain towards his wife could not be otherwise explained or excused. But if Elizabeth did not object, who was he to assume she might love him any better? Having accused Darcy of undervaluing her, he was ashamed to acknowledge that he was equally guilty of willfully misunderstanding Elizabeth's feelings. Yet, if he had misunderstood Elizabeth's, he had completely disregarded Jane's. Quite when it had happened he knew not, but he seemed to have detached himself completely from her, as though she were someone else's wife, and her happiness were not his to ensure, her pain were not his to soothe, and her heart were not his to protect. Lord knew how prodigiously he had attempted to lay the blame at her door. It had not been his fault, after all, that she had condemned them both to such a miserable union. But reason simply would not allow it. Over and again she had insisted it had not been her design to entrap him, only to convince him of her feelings. And wherefore had it been necessary for her to do that? Because consciously or otherwise he had transferred his attentions to Elizabeth. Not content with abandoning her the first time, he had come back, raised her hopes a second time, and then flagrantly mooned after her sister in full view of all her neighbors. She would have been exposed to their utter derision had he succeeded in winning Elizabeth's hand, and yet it appeared that was not why she acted as she had. If Elizabeth was to be believed, it was not the world's disdain Jane feared, but his. She had wanted nothing more than for him to love her. Instead, he had married her without the proper affection, and within hours violated his wedding vows. All endeavors to convince himself that his fleeting infidelity was of no significance to anyone were come to naught. He could no longer hide from the egregiousness of his transgression. Amelia had come to his study, fluttering Elizabeth's eyelashes at him and all but begging to compensate for Jane's indisposition. In succumbing, he had condemned himself to a union of dissatisfaction and misery. His shame could only have been greater if Jane were to actually discover his indiscretion. This woman, who, when he first met her, had been the epitome of gentle goodness, had lived for a year suspecting she was neither loved nor respected by her husband. She had become an embittered shadow of her former self, and it was all his doing. She and Elizabeth had become estranged by jealousy and mistrust, and it was all his doing. Elizabeth despised him, and it was all his doing. Now Darcy was going to kill him, and if he did not, Caroline would. There was no denying he would be safer in Nova Scotia. He lifted his tankard to sup his ale, and when he put it back down again, Banbury was there, wittering something about the mail coach being delayed. "Mr. Bingley, if you ain't going to stand for me, you'll have to pardon my sitting down," a woman behind Banbury said. She sidled awkwardly onto the opposite bench, untied her bonnet, and slung it on the table. "Lord, I beg your pardon," Bingley exclaimed, and truly he had not, for Amelia was not carrying off her increase nearly as well as Elizabeth. A hot meal and cup of mead seemed to assuage her affront. Once she was suitably revived and Banbury dismissed, their more serious business could no longer be delayed. "I am pleased you have accepted my offer," he began. "It is a vast undertaking, but I believe it will be for the best." "It were a fine offer, sir." Bingley removed from his pocket the papers he had had drawn up and spread them on the table. "Your ticket is paid for, and I have hired you a companion and a man to chaperone you on the voyage.
My cousin will meet you there. You are to give him this letter. It asks him to arrange your money and see to your housing. He will also— I don't understand. Ain't you coming with me? He looked up. Amelia had gone very red. Well, no. You must see that would be impossible. I don't see nothing of the sort. You said you wanted me to start a new life with you in Nova Scotia. I am afraid you are mistaken, madam. I ain't mistaken. Mrs. Pence read it for me, and she said that's what you wrote. Look here. She scrabbled in her reticule and withdrew his letter, which she unfolded onto the table and jabbed repeatedly with her finger. Bingley duly read what he had written, and indeed it said, I have booked passage for later this month, and dearly hope you will agree to go with me to Nova Scotia, board the boat, and allow me to provide you a new life. Oh, right. Well, this is dashed awkward. Forgive me, Miss Greening. That was meant to say Liverpool. But it says Nova Scotia. Yes, I can see that. What can I say? I write in the most careless way imaginable. I am awfully sorry. She looked awfully angry. But consider all I am offering you. The promise of a better life, an income, a home of your own, schooling for your child, and your reputation. Here, you will never be more than a fallen housemaid. There, you could begin again and be a respectable woman with whatever history you choose. She stared at him sullenly. You're quite one for forsaken people, ain't you? He chafed at that. With all due respect, madam, you cannot claim any peculiar attachment to me. Without dropping his gaze, she parted her traveling cloak, revealing far more clearly her distended stomach, over which she rubbed a hand. I weren't talking about me. He looked back at her, wondering what more she wanted from him. Have I not said I shall fully support the child? Her mouth set in a hard line, and she wrapped her cloak back around herself, crossing her arms over the join. When she had remained silent for above 2 minutes, he inquired whether she would still agree to go, not quite managing to keep the impatience from his voice. Will you still pay me? She shot back. Of course. All the arrangements still stand, only I shall not be part of them. She turned aside and shrugged, which, with her arms crossed over her stomach as they were, made her shoulders almost touch her ears. Suppose so. Thank you. What will you do? She inquired sullenly. Go home to my wife. Though he could not imagine, after all the ways in which he had abused her, that Jane could possibly still love him, it was, as Elizabeth had said, time for him to be a proper husband. What Darcy had said at Pemberley was true also. He had loved Jane once. Perhaps, in time, he might earn back her esteem. Shame, she won't be there, Amelia scoffed, ruining all his gallant schemes in one breath. She's on her way to Pemberley. Good God, why? She shrugged again. To stop you going to Nova Scotia, probably. What the deuce made her think I am going to Nova Scotia? That letter, she replied, nodding at the offending article. He did his utmost to speak calmly, though he felt anything but calm. How did she come to see that letter? I showed it to her when she called on me. Came to see I was being provided for. Least that's what she said. He pressed a fist to his mouth and swore against it. Jane knows. His shame was now complete. All this time he had justified his behavior towards Jane by telling himself she had grown into a woman he could not love. But she was not changed at all. What other person alive would discover her husband's infidelity and think only to the well-being of those involved? She remained as good-hearted as she had ever been. And, mayhap, he dared allow himself to hope, not beyond forgiving his mistakes. The remainder of his discussions with Amelia were conducted with no less awkwardness than was to be expected in the circumstances. Yet, all in all, matters were concluded with infelicitous haste. In less time than they had taken embroiling themselves in the situation to begin with, they had agreed to terms and parted ways.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. Make arrangements to travel at first light. Bingley informed his man upon reaching his rooms. I must return to Pemberley. Is there something there you have forgotten, sir? Yes, he thought. The only person left in the world who might yet love me. Monday, 15 March 1813. Derbyshire. Impatience had become less of an imperfection and more of an affliction for Elizabeth. Husbands, babies, news, all were presently exhibiting a most vexing disdain for celerity. Regardless of the gray clouds on the horizon, she was determined to walk out that morning before she went distracted from inaction. "This letter has just arrived, Mrs. Darcy," said Maltravers as she came into the hall. The letter she took, but she waved away his offer of an extra shawl. "The master's instructions, ma'am," he said with some embarrassment. She smiled wryly and draped it over her arm. "Might I inquire where you intend to walk, ma'am?" he said as he opened the front door for her. She looked slyly at him. "Also the master's instructions?" He inclined his head. Grinning at the very great pleasure of being cherished thus, even in Darcy's absence, she informed Maltravers of her destination and stepped out onto the front steps. Only then did she look at her letter. She was alarmed to see Lady Ashby's seal, for they had never corresponded. She tore it open, fearing instantly for Darcy's safety. Alarm turned to shock, and shock to fury, as she read of Bingley's intentions to leave the country after all, and to take a mistress and natural child with him. With an angry growl, she whirled about to go back into the house, but the shawl had tangled about her legs. The world tilted. She saw Maltravers' horrified expression, then the music-room window, then the sky. She flung her arms wide, banging her wrist painfully on the balustrade. She grabbed it and cried out at the fire that burst through her shoulder as momentum wrenched her to face the other way. Her grip on the rail held, but her feet were gone from under her, and she slammed down heavily onto a step, knocking all the air from her lungs. Maltravers appeared in front of her, and soon after Mrs. Reynolds, both inquiring urgently whether she was hurt. She was not sure. Upon reflection, her wrist and shoulder both throbbed abominably, yet they were the least of her concerns. She waited, caught her breath, and prayed until, with the most profound relief, she felt her baby wriggle its protest at being so violently flung about. What little air remained to her escaped in a shaky laugh. "I am well," she whispered. She was led, gingerly, back inside to a chair, where Mrs. Sinclair met them. "What is all the commotion? What has happened, Lizzie?" Satisfied she had done herself no serious harm, Elizabeth's mind jumped directly beyond her fall to that which pained her most. "Mr. Bingley has been unfaithful to my sister. We already knew that." "No, he has a mistress. She is with child. He is taking her abroad. He lied. He was to go home to Jane, yet all the while he was planning to go away with this woman." Mrs. Sinclair pulled an incredulous face. "The man is incapable of resolving on anything. 2 weeks ago it was you he wished to go away with. Before that, he planned to go alone. At some point, I suppose he must have wanted your sister. I am beginning to feel quite put out that he has never wanted to go anywhere with me. Poor, poor Jane." Mrs. Sinclair looked distinctly skeptical, but did not argue, and instead inquired how Elizabeth had come to discover this news on the front steps of Pemberley. "Lady Ashby has written, asking that I prevent him from leaving. They must all think he is still here. I must write to Jane." She shuffled to the edge of her seat. Mrs. Reynolds, hovering fretfully nearby, stepped forward to offer her assistance. Elizabeth was glad of it, for upon standing, she experienced a most shocking expulsion of fluids that rendered her faint with alarm. "Oh God, what is it?" "'Tis the baby, ma'am," Mrs. Reynolds replied, looking disconcertingly troubled. "Oh no, 'tis too soon, is it not?" "You tell us, my dear," Mrs. Sinclair said with a knowing look. "Try not to worry, Mrs. Darcy," Mrs. Reynolds said more helpfully. "It is earlier than expected, but there is no sense in giving yourself any more to be anxious about than necessary." Never had Elizabeth wanted Darcy more. The prospect of birthing a child was terrifying enough without fearing that it was not fit to be born. She sat down again. "I am not ready. It will have to wait." She ignored the look that passed between the two ladies. "My aunt is not yet here.
she said, failing to keep her voice from trembling. "Who will attend me?" "I shall if you wish it," Mrs. Reynolds offered. "I shall even if you do not wish it," said Mrs. Sinclair. Elizabeth would have continued to object had not a sharp pain frightened her into silence. "I think I would prefer to go back to waiting," she said quietly once it had passed. "I fear young Master or Miss Darcy has other ideas, ma'am," Mrs. Reynolds replied. Shaking with apprehension, Elizabeth allowed herself to be led upstairs to embark upon a wholly different exercise than she had thought to enjoy that day. Even in the pallid light of late afternoon, Pemberley was magnificent. Jane regretted not having told Elizabeth how very well she liked it on her last visit. It was but one of innumerable things she regretted. She turned away from the window, her palm burning from the memory of striking Elizabeth's cheek. She had no notion of what she would say to her sister, or indeed if she would even be received given Mr. Darcy's unequivocal exclusion. Yet there had been no alternative but come. There was too much to be said between her and Bingley to stay away. "Mr. Bingley left Pemberley a little less than 2 weeks ago, madam," she was informed upon reaching the house. She stared at the butler in mute dismay, all her carefully prepared words rendered useless. There was nothing more she could do. He was gone. What would become of her now? Maltravers cleared his throat. "Pardon me," she said quietly. "Would you be kind enough to inform my sister I am here? I am afraid the family are not receiving visitors today, ma'am." The sound of scraping furniture, incongruous against the stillness of the rest of the house, drew Jane's attention to a pair of footmen rolling the great hearthrug out from under the hall chairs. "Is there to be a ball?" she inquired foolishly. It mattered not what Elizabeth was doing. It did not involve her. Maltravers looked excessively conscious. No. There was an incident. That is, Mrs. Darcy was unexpectedly taken to childbed." She looked back at him in surprise. "Presently? Why did you not say? Pray take me to her this instant." He hesitated, and she said more urgently, "I am her sister. It is quite proper. Please, sir, I must insist." She grew steadily more anxious as she was led through the house, but all concerns that her presence might be unwelcome vanished when Elizabeth's cries first reached her ears. She hastened her steps. The footman paled upon reaching the door, evidently unsure what to do next. She dismissed him and, without a second thought, pushed the door open. Her sister was propped on a bed of sorts, her hair drenched with perspiration and her countenance contorted in pain. "Lizzie!" Elizabeth's head whipped up, and their eyes met. For a heartbeat, Jane feared she might spurn her coming. Then she burst into tears and held out her hand. "Jane, you are here!" Jane rushed to take it. "I am, and I shall stay if you will let me." She nodded and gripped her hand tightly, but seemed unable to speak further. Jane looked around. An older woman, Mrs. Sinclair if she recalled correctly, glared at her reproachfully from the other side of the bed. The housekeeper was there, a maid, and no one else. "Where is the midwife?" she inquired in alarm. "There is nobody available," Mrs. Reynolds replied, looking disconcertingly troubled. "Oh no, 'tis too soon, is it not?" "You tell us, my dear," Mrs. Sinclair said with a knowing look. "Try not to worry, Mrs. Darcy," Mrs. Reynolds said more helpfully. "It is earlier than expected, but there is no sense in giving yourself any more to be anxious about than necessary." Never had Elizabeth wanted Darcy more. The prospect of birthing a child was terrifying enough without fearing that it was not fit to be born. She sat down again. "I am not ready. It will have to wait." She ignored the look that passed between the two ladies. "My aunt is not yet here," she said, failing to keep her voice from trembling. "Who will attend me?" "I shall, if you wish it," Mrs. Reynolds offered. "I shall, even if you do not wish it," said Mrs. Sinclair. Elizabeth would have continued to object had not a sharp pain frightened her into silence. "I think I would prefer to go back to waiting," she said quietly once it had passed. "I fear young Master or Miss Darcy has other ideas, ma'am," Mrs. Reynolds replied. Shaking with apprehension, Elizabeth allowed herself to be led upstairs to embark upon a wholly different exercise than she had thought to enjoy that day. Even in the pallid light of late afternoon, Pemberley was magnificent. Jane regretted not having told Elizabeth how very well she liked it on her last visit. It was but one of innumerable things she regretted. She turned away from the window, her palm burning from the memory of striking Elizabeth's cheek. She had no notion of what she would say to her sister, or indeed if she would even be received given Mr. Darcy's unequivocal exclusion. Yet there had been no alternative but to come. There was too much to be said between her and Bingley to stay away. Mr. Bingley left Pemberley a little less than 2 weeks.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality, listeners Bingley 2. 2 weeks hence, and the accoucheur and monthly nurse would have been in residence. We have sent a man to fetch one or both, but they are in Sheffield, and that is assuming they can be found and are available to come. Elizabeth let out a held breath that stretched into a rasping groan. It hurts. Jane looked in alarm at Mrs. Sinclair. I do not know what to do. Nothing new there, then, the old lady mumbled. Talk to me, Elizabeth cried. Distract me, I beg you. What are you doing here? Jane winced in shame, for the answer ought to be that she had come for her. I came to stop Charles leaving, she admitted. But that matters not at the present moment. 'Tis you. Of course it matters, Jane. I am so very sorry for you. You deserve a better man. I know that is not true. I have been awful. Elizabeth did not argue. Instead, she squeezed her eyes shut and grimaced savagely. A long, tortured groan bubbled through her gritted teeth. Good girl, Mrs. Sinclair croaked, patting her other hand. Elizabeth's groan escalated into a strangled scream that went right through Jane. Oh, Lizzie! She leant over her, peering closely, looking for what she knew not. Mrs. Reynolds appeared by her side, proffering a damp cloth. She thanked her, deeply obliged for something to do, and put it to use cooling her sister's brow. "Why did you not tell me?" Elizabeth inquired in a gasping, breathy voice. "I confess I was ashamed my husband did not love me." "Perhaps, then, you ought not to have tricked him into marrying you," Mrs. Sinclair said tartly. "I did not trick him." To her sister she said, "You must believe I had no idea we would be discovered. I was only trying to convince him of my esteem. I feared he would leave me again otherwise. Lizzie, I am so sorry for everything. I have treated you abominably. Can you ever forgive me?" Elizabeth squeezed her hand and nodded, but was breathing too heavily to respond with words. Her countenance twisted into a rictus of agony, and Jane could only observe her in wretched suspense until the spasm passed. "I forgave you as soon as I learnt his heart was untrue," Elizabeth gasped at length, collapsing back into her pillows. "Thank you, dear Lizzie. I do not deserve you." But she was already in pain again, her crying out now more of a growl. And though it was muttered through clenched teeth, Jane could hear her keening for her husband. "Is it supposed to hurt this much?" she inquired, turning to Mrs. Reynolds in alarm. "I have no children, ma'am. I would not know." She looked at Mrs. Sinclair. "I birthed mine over half a century ago. You cannot possibly expect me to remember." "Am I dying?" Elizabeth asked, her eyes wide with fear. "We are all dying," Mrs. Sinclair replied. "Only some of us are doing it more quietly than others. Miss Baker, run and see if anybody has been found to attend Mrs. Darcy," Mrs. Reynolds shouted at the maid. "Jane, I'm frightened," Elizabeth cried. As was Jane, more frightened than she had ever been. But it was long past time she acted like the sister Elizabeth deserved, and she was determined not to fail her. "Do not be. If Mamma can do this 5 times, then I am quite sure Mrs. Darcy of Pemberley can." She lifted a lock of drenched hair from Elizabeth's face and stroked her cheek. "And you are my brave Lizzie. You can do anything." Elizabeth let out a sob. "There you are, Jane. How I have missed you." Georgiana was delighted to be returning to the serenity of Pemberley. Her stay at Hornscroft had been wonderful, but so many girls together in one place were exhausting.
She knew not how Elizabeth had tolerated it growing up at Longbourn. Still, she had not expected the house to be quite as quiet as she found it. She had rather hoped Elizabeth would come to meet her, for there was a good view of the driveway from the saloon in which they usually sat. Perchance she was in a different part of the house and had not seen her approach. That not even Maltravers was there to direct the unloading of luggage, however, was more than passing strange. Hughes, her lady's maid and traveling companion, left to make inquiries below stairs. Of a mind to find her sister, Georgiana thought to look first in the orangery, but before she got farther than the foot of the grand staircase, Hughes came dashing back into the hall. "Mrs. Darcy has been hurt, Miss Darcy." "What?" "She fell down the front steps." "Oh my, is she badly hurt? Where is she?" The sound of someone coming down the stairs made them both look up. Elizabeth's maid Baker was galloping down at a pace. Hughes opened her mouth to speak, but Baker preempted her. "Not now, Molly. I must see if they've found a physician yet. They need one for Mrs. Darcy this instant." "Is the mistress in a bad way, then?" "I'll say. They all think she's dying." Georgiana gasped, her hands over her mouth in horror. Elizabeth could not die. "An apothecary has been found," Hughes informed her. "Mr. Maltravers and Mr. Barnaby are interviewing him as we speak to make sure he knows his business. But let me fetch him. You had better go back up to Mrs. Darcy." "Aye, very well, but hurry." She disappeared back upstairs. Hughes looked to Georgiana. "May I?" "Yes, go, make haste." She herself set off after Baker, her mind blank but for the fear of anything happening to Elizabeth or her baby. Again, she was arrested, however, this time by the most unexpected arrival of Mr. Bingley. "Miss Darcy, I beg your pardon," she interrupted, "but I must leave you. Lizzie has been injured." "What has happened?" he cried, hastening across the hall towards her. "She fell down the front steps." "Good Lord, is she badly hurt?" Georgiana tried her utmost, but could not prevent herself from bursting into tears. "The maid said she is dying." Mr. Bingley's countenance drained of color. "Dear God, I should never have left. Where is she?" "I do not know. I am only just returned myself. I was on my way to find her." "Miss Darcy! And Mr. Bingley!" Georgiana started and turned. Mrs. Reynolds was coming down the stairs. "I did not know you had arrived, Miss Darcy." "Only moments ago," Georgiana assured her. "I heard what happened. I was coming to find Lizzie." "No!" she exclaimed. "You cannot see her, Miss Darcy." "But—" "She is well attended, I assure you, but you are far too young to see such things." "Upon my word," cried Mr. Bingley. "Is it that serious?" "She is near the end, sir," she replied, looking at him meaningfully. "As you might imagine, she is suffering a great deal." "Dear God," he muttered. Georgiana did not know what to say. "Pray excuse me," Mrs. Reynolds said. "I must fetch the apothecary myself. This delay will simply not do." She had gone only one step before Baker reappeared at the top of the stairs. "'Tis too late for that, Mrs. Reynolds." Georgiana fumbled for a grip on the handrail, thinking she might fall. Baker noticed her then and bent heads with Mrs. Reynolds to whisper the remainder of her dire message. Nonetheless, Georgiana still heard her say, "Not breathing." And there was no mistaking Mrs. Reynolds' cry of, "Oh dear Lord, the poor girl." With a last instruction that Georgiana was not to follow her, the housekeeper disappeared up the stairs with the maid. Georgiana turned to Mr. Bingley, too horrified to speak. He did not look to be faring any better. "Forgive me, Miss Darcy," he murmured, shaking his head. "I cannot. Oh God, I must get some air." With which he turned and stumbled towards the front door. Less than a heartbeat later, another door flew open, and Hughes rushed past her, followed closely by a man who must have been the apothecary. Then the house was quiet once again. Georgiana remained where she was, halfway up the stairs, shaken, alone, and terrified. "She is dead." "No, she is bloody not," Darcy snarled, ramming Bingley against the wall again. "I did not give her leave to die again." He was vaguely aware that Bingley dropped to the ground once he released him, but spared it no further thought as he wrenched the front door open and bellowing for Maltravers.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. He was not there, but Georgiana was, weeping hysterically on the stairs. He ran to her, resisting the pull of despair with all his strength. Where is she? His sister only sobbed and shook her head. Mr. Darcy? He spun around. Barnaby and Maltravers had both materialized at the foot of the stairs. Mrs. Darcy is in the laying-in chamber, sir. The laying-in chamber? Is she? Good God! Bingley's words and Georgiana's tears rendered that news the most terrifying Darcy had ever received. He turned and ran. Yet, the nearer he got to the corner of the house where every mistress of Pemberley had birthed its heirs, the more fearful he became, for there was no crying out to be heard, either from Elizabeth or an infant. There was only silence. He had not time to consider what he might find within the chamber. All he knew was his visceral need to be with Elizabeth. And no sooner had he reached the door than it was open and he was inside. Fitzwilliam! There she was, pale, evidently exhausted, but, in stark contrast to all his deepest fears, alive and incandescent with joy. A child, his child, in her arms. Elizabeth, thank God! He was at her side before he knew how he got there, cradling her beautiful face and scrutinizing every inch of it for blessed proof of life. Are you well? Aye, now that you are both here, I am. She smiled the most transcendent smile he had ever seen grace her countenance. Meet your son, Fitzwilliam. My son. He tore his eyes from her and looked down. It was apparent he had only just missed the birth, for what little could be seen of the child in the folds of bloodied linens was still covered with gore. But his eyes were open, and he was looking directly at him. He was the most wondrous sight Darcy had ever beheld. Perfect, is he not? Elizabeth whispered. Darcy looked up at her. Never in his life had he known a love such as he felt for Elizabeth and now their child. He nodded. Without defect. He is a credit to you, Lizzie, someone else said. Darcy looked up in surprise. He had not noticed Jane Bingley was there. Indeed, he had not noticed anyone was there. Not Mrs. Sinclair, not Mrs. Reynolds, not the several maids, and certainly not the man, whom he seriously hoped was a physician of some sort, doing something alarming to his wife under a sheet at the foot of the bed. He is, Mrs. Sinclair agreed. Promisingly troublesome from the off. Oh, Tusk, we thought he was not breathing at first, Mrs. Reynolds hastily explained, but it was only that he did not cry as most babies do. Darcy turned back to look at the child in alarm. Is he well? Elizabeth grinned and nodded. He simply had nothing to say that would amaze the whole room. Still, she had the ability to fell him with one utterance. He leant forward to rest his forehead reverently against hers. God, I love you, woman. She pressed a gentle kiss to his scar. And I you. Immeasurable though his relief and elation were, Darcy could not long overlook the events that brought him racing home, nor the traitor awaiting him downstairs. He sobered as he considered the magnitude of what he had almost lost. Did Bingley hurt you, love? He regretted that his question made her smile falter. He could not have cared less that it made Jane gasp. Elizabeth whispered that he had not. His relief was profound but short-lived, for in the next instant she winced and gave a little gasp. Are you in pain? The man cleared his throat. Mr. Darcy, I presume? It is perfectly normal. Parturition is a many-staged process. You might prefer to step outside for a short time until Mrs. Darcy is ready. And who are you, sir? He demanded, standing to his full height. He is the only available apothecary in all of Derbyshire, Mrs. Sinclair piped up, and it took a good long while to find him. For heaven's sake, do not scare him off now. Elizabeth huffed a tired little laugh and reached for Darcy's hand. Do not go too far. No fear of that, woman. I shall never go far from you again. Every time I do, you die. Bingley had never given much thought to how he would meet his maker. Now that the moment was upon him, the only uncertainty remaining was at whose hands it would be, for there presently seemed every chance Colonel Fitzwilliam might beat Darcy to it. He sat as still as he could, mostly so as not to further aggravate his glowering sentry, but also to minimize his discomfort. His throat and head were bruised from being flung against the wall, and he thought his arm might be broken from being hauled to his feet and manhandled into this antechamber. His ribs were almost definitely cracked from the blows Fitzwilliam had already dealt him, and his heart was broken for Elizabeth. The door banged open, his innards liquefied. Darcy completely filled the aperture. The turn of his countenance was awful. "Darcy," Fitzwilliam said, coming to his feet and putting a hand on his cousin's shoulder, "I am truly sorry." "No need," Darcy interrupted, never taking his eyes off Bingley. "Elizabeth is well, a little tired after delivering my son, but in fine health." Elizabeth was not dead. Bingley breathed a vast sigh of relief, then wished profoundly he had not. Both men puffed up even further with affront and surged forward to loom over him. "I am this close to running you through," Fitzwilliam growled, holding his finger and thumb half an inch apart to demonstrate Bingley's precarious mortality. "You have no right to be relieved. She is not yours." "I should be relieved under any circumstances at such happy news," Bingley mumbled. Darcy's lip curled contemptuously. "Would you leave us, Fitzwilliam?" It was decided then. The Titan would be his executioner. The door closed behind the colonel. Bingley flinched when Darcy moved, but he came no closer, only turned his back and stalked to the window. There he remained, ominously still. Unsure of what exactly he was presumed guilty, Bingley thought it safest to say nothing at first. Yet, the longer Darcy remained silent, the more anxious he grew, until he could stand it no more. "Darcy, pardon? How long? Pardon? How long have you been planning to take her from me?" "That is not how it was." "No? Then pray explain this." He whirled around and slammed his hand on a nearby table. Bingley's ribs protested when he leaned sideways to read the crumpled letter Darcy had slapped down, but that was nothing to the horror that settled in his stomach as it dawned on him what the letter contained. Imprecise memories floated back, of a bawdy tavern song, an argument with Louisa, and an instruction to Peabody to post the letter professing his love for Elizabeth to the man she would go on to wed. "Do you still deny you have admired her since before I even returned to Hertfordshire?" "Well, Darcy's hands landed on the arms of Bingley's chair, bringing their faces nose to nose. "I ask you again, how long have you been planning to take her from me?" "No time at all, for I did not plan it," he answered, scraping his chair backwards and scrambling out of it. "Of all the depraved, incestuous schemes," Darcy snarled, circling on the spot to follow his progress. "To make off with your wife's expectant sister? How did you ever think such a plan would succeed? I swear to you, I never planned it." He edged away along the wall. "It was but a stupid suggestion made on the impulse of the moment." "Was it? Then how is it that my cousin's wife received a letter from Jane begging her to thwart your plan to take Elizabeth away?" Bingley banged his head against a wall sconce. "Ow!" He ducked under it. "I have no idea." "Enough with your damned lies." The manner in which Darcy clenched and unclenched his fists was frankly terrifying. "I am not lying. I truly cannot explain it. No, wait. It is possible that Jane wrote to her about Amelia." He stopped, but not soon enough. "About what?" Darcy demanded, in a tone that broke no objection. Bingley swallowed, or tried to. Curse his reckless tongue. "Amelia! Damn it, I am in no humor for equivocation, Bingley. Who the bloody hell is Amelia?" "She was a maid at Netherfield."
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality, listeners. He prayed to God Darcy would not recall which maid we had a dalliance of sorts.
It was reprehensible, I know. I would never usually with the only, she was more than commonly willing, most determined in fact. Jane's letter mentioned a woman with child. Yes, there was that small complication. I only found out about that after arriving home from my wedding tour. She came to the house while we were away, but I dealt with it. Well, I thought I had. I was not aware anybody else knew. Indeed, it might never have been discovered had I not decided to send her away. But Lizzie gave me hope that Jane might yet love me, and I thought, to stand a chance of keeping it that way, it would be best to ensure that she never found out. So I wrote to Amelia and offered to send her. He ran out of words. He rather wished he had run out of them sooner. The force of Darcy's glare had begun to actually hurt. His tone, when he spoke, was glacial. You laid with the maid who looked like Elizabeth. It was a statement, not a question. He remembered. Oh, God. A bead of sweat trickled between Bingley's shoulder blades. It was not such a remarkable likeness. He was sliding down the wall, blinking away a blinding flash of white light before he comprehended that Darcy had hit him. Then came the pain. Then, worse still, came the Titan's rage. "Did you imagine it was Elizabeth?" he roared. "Is that what was in your head whenever you were in her company?" Bloody hell, his face hurt. He rolled onto his hands and knees. His head swam, and his ribs screamed. "No, as you sat at my table and slept under my roof, whenever you danced a reel with her, were you pretending to yourself that you had laid with her?" Darcy loomed over him, his raised voice fearsome, but nothing to the murderous look in his eye. Much like a cornered cat, Bingley struck out. "Yes, then! Is that what you wish to hear? There were times I imagined an intimacy that was not mine to envisage." And he instantly regretted it. Darcy slammed his palm into the wall above his head. "She is my wife, for God's sake! Does that mean nothing to you?" Flinching against a blow that did not come, Bingley got a foot underneath him and hauled himself to his feet with a grunt. "But I never acted on it. You tried to abduct her, for Christ's sake!" "Abduct her?" he cried, clutching at his ribs and sidling away. "Blast it, Darcy, what do you take me for? I heard no word from Pemberley for 2 weeks before reports of your reprehensible actions reached me. If I discover that you hurt one hair on her head in that time, good God, I did not, and I would not." He pushed away from the wall, taking a wide berth around and away from the Titan. "You received no word because I took her letter, not because I tried to take her. Had he a needle and thread to hand, he would gladly have sewn his own mouth shut, for nothing that came out of it did him any good, and Darcy looked about ready to tear him in two. It was not my design to cause you any anxiety. I took it on a whim. It was left out for posting. I saw it as I left the house, and I knew Lizzie must have written of what I said to her, and then, well, I thought that if you read it, you would kill me. I might. That at least would stop his damned runaway tongue. I am sorry, Darcy. I took the letter. It was wrong, and I should not have done it, but I did not attempt to abduct Lizzie. I thought she wanted to go." "You thought what?" "I thought she was miserable." Darcy stared at him with much the same expression of incredulity as Elizabeth had when he suggested the same to her. "And you claim to love her? You do not even know her. I fully comprehend that now. She made it perfectly clear that I was mistaken. But it is not so very difficult for somebody to misjudge a woman's feelings, is it, Darcy? Had you not done the same with Jane, none of this would have happened." He took several hasty steps backwards when Darcy lunged towards him, bellowing furiously. "Was this retribution enough for you, taking my wife and child from me? I suppose, given the indifference with which you have just parceled your unborn child off to another life, I ought not to blink an eye at the prospect of stealing mine." The backs of Bingley's legs hit a chair. He could retreat no farther.
Darcy stepped close, his eyes savage. "My son, Bingley, my heir." Bingley recoiled. Till that moment, there had seemed a world of difference between a swollen belly under a traveling cloak in a public house in Liverpool and a living, breathing child of such import as to make the Titan spit and rage. Amelia's remark about forsaking his child became suddenly the most heart-rending thing in the world. With what callous disregard had he sent his own child away? With what unspeakable indifference had he almost taken Darcy's? He collapsed into the chair and looked up at his friend, who was all but panting with emotion. Yet, to Bingley's dismay, it was no longer fury suffusing his countenance, but profound anguish. "They are the two most precious things to me in all the world," Darcy said in a voice low and hard. "Have you any idea what it would do to me were I to lose either of them? I would rather see Pemberley razed to the ground." Something turned over in Bingley's gut. Never before had he seen his friend thus, and therein lay the rub to all his senseless presumptions. In his very own words, if one were to dub inscrutability the harbinger of indifference, Darcy could be labeled the most unfeeling of all men. He did not disdain Elizabeth, he loved her. A nauseating torrent of remorse overtook him. How could he have thought so ill of this man, whose rectitude he had ever aspired to emulate, who had ever been the most stalwart of friends? How could he have been so willfully blind to his own iniquity? Forgive me, Darcy, I have been an absolute cur, but none of it has been consciously done. It is as you once said, I am impetuous. I do not think of consequences when I act. And now you have been careless with my family, and I will not tolerate it." Bingley's heart reared up into his throat. He gulped it down and pressed himself back into his chair as far away from Darcy as possible. "Do you mean to call me out?" "I suppose you would ask," Darcy spat out. "I ought to, for you have used me in the most despicable way imaginable. But I do not share your recklessness. I shall not risk my family's interests to gratify my abhorrence of you." Bingley could not recall a single time when Darcy had spoken severely of him. It wounded him grievously to hear it now, not because it was untrue, but because Darcy was the very best of men. And in treating him thus, he had carelessly, foolishly, irrevocably squandered his friendship. "What would you have me do?" Darcy sneered. "Still, you are asking me that?" He stalked to the door. "Leave. After that, I care not, as long as I never see you again." He left the room, and just as Bingley thought his day could get no worse, Jane appeared in the doorway. Fitzwilliam ceased talking when the door was pulled violently open. Mrs. Sinclair, Jane, Georgiana, and he all looked at Darcy as he exited the antechamber. Darcy looked at him. "Get him out." He nodded, but it was his grandmother who spoke. "Oh, you have not killed him, then? How disappointing. Young men nowadays never seem to do anything properly." "Have at him," Darcy replied. "I have better things to do." He turned, offering Georgiana his arm. "Come, there is somebody I should like you to meet." He left without a backward glance at either of the Bingleys. Fitzwilliam turned to do Darcy's bidding, only to discover that Jane had anticipated him. He made to stop her, but Mrs. Sinclair laid a hand on his arm. "This I should like to see." He grinned by way of assent and leant against the outside of the open door to observe how the encounter would go. "Good day, Charles," Jane began. "You are bleeding," he replied. Mrs. Sinclair shook her head and muttered that he was an imbecile.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. "Oh no," Jane explained, "that is not mine. I helped Lizzie birth her baby, but you are hurt." She knelt before her husband and peered at his rapidly closing black eye. "I cannot believe you care." "I have never stopped caring. I am a fool for never seeing it. I am a fool for never showing it. They are both fools." "Hallelujah!" Mrs. Sinclair huffed impatiently. "We could have told them that a year ago and saved ourselves all this bother." "How better could you have shown it than by coming here?" Bingley said. "I wished to stop you going away with Jane." Succumbed to a few sobs before choking out, "With Miss Greening." "Who the devil is Miss Greening?" Fitzwilliam hissed to his grandmother. "The maid from Netherfield, with a likeness to Lizzie. The dolt got a child on her." Fitzwilliam shook his head in disgust. There truly was no end to Bingley's blundering. "I never planned to go anywhere with her," the idiot prattled on. "I meant to send her away to prevent her ever coming between us." "Ah, now I see." Noticing his grandmother's querying look, Fitzwilliam whispered, "Long story, but this means Darcy will no longer have to kill Ashby." "I am quite sure your brother did nothing to deserve such a reprieve," she retorted, and returned to watching the simpering ninnies beyond the door. "I wrote to you in London to tell you I would be back this week," Bingley informed his wife. "I was not in London. I was at Netherfield." "Speaking of letters," Mrs. Sinclair said quietly, "did you ever get mine? All Lizzie's seemed to go astray." "I did," Fitzwilliam answered. Then he grinned at a sudden thought, though not till after Darcy found a most enlightening one from Bingley. Leaning close to his grandmother, he whispered the Bennet ballad into her vastly appreciative ear. "Why did you come back here?" Jane inquired. Fitzwilliam reached the line about Mary Bennet's chastity, and Mrs. Sinclair sniggered. "For you? I heard you were coming here," Bingley replied, drawing a sob from his wife. Fitzwilliam reached the line about Jane's vapidity, and Mrs. Sinclair snorted with mirth. "Can you ever forgive me?" Bingley pleaded. Fitzwilliam reached the line about Elizabeth's virtues, and Mrs. Sinclair burst into gleeful laughter. "Oh, that is superb!" Both Bingleys looked at her with mixed consternation and mortification. "Can you ever love me?" Jane said more quietly to her husband. "How could I not love somebody who still loves me after what I have done? I know not why I ever stopped loving you." "Because ennui struck and witless rent ye," Mrs. Sinclair announced triumphantly. Bingley instantly turned red. His wife looked confused to the point of wretchedness. Shaking his head at his grandmother, Fitzwilliam put an end to the Bingleys' lamentations by instructing them it was time to leave. Jane's protests were unceremoniously deflected. If Elizabeth wished to see her, she would no doubt write. Until such time, her welcome was exhausted. Bingley had the sense not to object. "I am truly sorry, Fitzwilliam," he mumbled as Jane climbed into their carriage. "I never meant to use Darcy so ill. You will be sorely disappointed if you hope for some great speech of exoneration from me, Bingley. This cannot be fixed with a trifling apology. Leave this place and my cousins be, or I shall finish the job for which Darcy had not the stomach." Bingley paled, nodded, and climbed up after his wife. Fitzwilliam instructed the driver to ensure they left the park, then went back inside. He found his grandmother in the Spanish saloon sipping a glass of gin and chuckling intermittently, much to the bewilderment of Georgiana, who had joined her there. "Is Elizabeth well?" he inquired of the latter. "Perfectly so," she replied. "A toast, then," he declared. He poured 2 measures of sherry at the sideboard and handed one to Georgiana. "To Darcy," Mrs. Sinclair raised her glass. "Aye, hail the man who wed the second." Georgiana frowned. Fitzwilliam began to regret arming his grandmother with the Bennet ballad. "And Elizabeth," he said, raising his glass a second time. Mrs. Sinclair raised hers also. "Aye, for she is the jewel, alluring, and—" He coughed loudly. She gave him a look of affected affront, but capitulated nonetheless. "And their son," she said instead. Fitzwilliam smiled broadly as he earnestly echoed her toast. "And their son." Elizabeth lay at Darcy's side, her head on his chest and his arm firmly about her, as they both gazed upon their son, nestled in the crook of his father's arm. Every feeling of joy and relief was hers to be united with the 2 people most precious to her in all the world. Darcy's stillness was expressive of his prodigious emotion. She almost did not wish to obtrude upon it, but felt too much to remain silent.
He looks so much like you. See how he is almost smiling. 'Tis you to a T." She felt Darcy's lips curl into a mirroring expression against her temple. "What do you think pleases him?" he said quietly. "I dare say he is laughing at his papa for always imagining such theatrical misadventures for his mamma." Her head jumped slightly when Darcy gave a brusque little laugh. "Tease if you will, woman. I am too happy to care." She looked up at his dear face, suffused with delight, but also tired. "You are happy now, but I shall not tease, for you must have been very worried." He hushed her gently. "All that matters is that you are both well." There came a sweet little gurgle from the bundle in his arms, distracting them both from weightier matters for a while. Elizabeth's heart felt fit to burst as she looked upon her darling child, blinking at the world, as though surprised to see it there. Tiredness blurred her thoughts, and she drifted for a while in dreamless sleep, yet her head was too full of things she wished to say for it to last. "You know that I did right, though, do you not?" "I do. Now cease fretting." "But it troubles me, Fitzwilliam. It was such an awful time for you. I cannot bear to think of your waiting for words of comfort that never came." "I was more concerned for your safety than your condolences, but it is all explained in any case. Bingley stole your first letter. The second likely arrived at Rosings after I left Kent, and the third almost certainly arrived in London after I left there, for we departed at dawn on Sunday." "He stole my first letter," she sighed angrily. "His duplicity knows no bounds." "Think on him no more today, love. I mentioned it only to ease your mind, not to make you angry." "Very well," she agreed, too fatigued and too happy to speak long of aught unpleasant. She placed her palm on her son's belly and spread her fingers, gently soothing him through the swaddling. He was so warm, so tiny, so perfect. "I promise to write more often next time, though." "That will not be necessary. I was in earnest when I said I would never leave you again." She smiled up at him, a tired but joyful smile. He looked at her with the greatest tenderness and pulled her more tightly against him, rubbing his hand gently up and down her arm. "You are exhausted, love. What I endured is of no consequence in light of what you must have suffered. That matters not either, for look at my reward." She stroked her beloved son's tiny hand. He immediately clamped it around her finger, stirring a fierce swell of emotion that bade her exhale unevenly. "How I love you both." Darcy pressed a kiss to her temple and one to their child's forehead. "Dearest Elizabeth, you have given me everything. You are everything to me. I am so in love with you." Satisfied that everything necessary had been said, Elizabeth surrendered to her fatigue and fell asleep to the blissful sounds of her son's sweet snuffling breaths and her husband's strong, steady heartbeat. Darcy watched with heartfelt delight as his wife and son both drifted to sleep in his arms. Nothing he had endured, not his aunt's passing, or his fearful passage from London, or Bingley's treachery, could detract from his elation. His son was miraculous, hale, despite his early arrival, perfect in form, and gratifyingly like him in appearance.
Sustainable for long listening sessions. Aim for the refined quality listeners. His feelings towards him were unlike any he had known before. Towards Elizabeth, his feelings were unchanged, immutable, immeasurable, profound. He loved her more than life itself. Let the rest of the world go on with its deceits and misfortunes. He cared not for any of them. He and Elizabeth had their own family now, and they would continue as sublimely content as they were this day for all their days to come, in no way mistaken as to their happiness. Acknowledgements. Mistaken may never have made it out of my head and onto these pages without the help of some very special people. To everyone who helped me achieve it, I express my heartfelt thanks. Richard, for putting up with my silliness, for the sacrifices you've made so that writing can be my day job, and for your unwavering belief in me. Christy Raleigh, for accompanying me steadfastly on this journey from inception to completion, for your capable and compassionate beta skills, and for loving Mistaken's Darcy and Elizabeth as much as I do.
Mom, for your honesty, for your constant and inexhaustible support, for the encouragement I needed to grow from the writer I thought I was into the author I am. All my friends, for championing my dreams. The members of A Happy Assembly, for your warm welcome, for the various contributions I received in the early stages of this journey, and for faithfully waiting for me to reach the end. Misha Reed at Meryton Press for seeing the potential in Mistaken. My editor, Debbie Stein, for tolerating my obstinacy almost as well as Darcy tolerates Elizabeth's, for coaxing me down wiser paths, and for helping me polish Mistaken into a treasure of which I will forever be proud. Ellen Pickles for your eagle eyes and deft touch on the final edit. Zora Lee Diaz-Lupito for dressing up my story so beautifully with its wonderful cover. Perhaps most importantly of all, I thank Jane Austen for your razor wit, stunning turns of phrase, and captivating characters, for the privilege of spending more time with your Darcy and Elizabeth, for the honor of incorporating some of your inimitable writing into this alternative journey for them, and for inspiring me to write. I thank you.